Imagine you wake up in the world of your favorite trashy romance novel. The one where the beautiful heroine gets all the hot guys. Except you're not her. Actually, you are not even her rival. You're the disposable side character bully, whose only job is to get wrecked. So what does she do? Forget changing the plot, she's here to watch it. Armed with 3D glasses and a truly concerning amount of popcorn, she's ready for a front row seat to the drama. The problem? Her inner fangirl has zero filter and even less self-preservation. And her solutions often involve serving buttery justice right up a duke's nostrils. Welcome to a story where the side character isn't just watching the drama, she's making it. After a long day of dealing with students, our girl, a hardworking teacher, finally gets a moment to herself now that exams are over. But is she relaxing? Meditating? Of course not. She's immediately on her phone, desperately searching for an update on her favorite romance novel. She's been fangirling so hard over the weekend, only to find the new chapter still isn't out. What is taking so long? With a sigh and a can of beer, she decides the only solution is to reread the entire series from the beginning. The novel she's obsessed with is called The Flower of the Beast, a super popular romance. Now, with a title like that, you'd expect some dark, obsessive emperor story, but it's actually about a heroine who is an absolute master at managing the fishery, which is just a fun way of saying she's playing the field and has all the hottest guys wrapped around her little finger. We're talking the youngest duke, the master of the Tower of Magic, and even the crown prince are all head over heels for this one girl. Our teacher admits it's all cliché and full of obvious flags, but she just loves the author's unique style and, most importantly, the gorgeous male leads. She slams her desk in frustration, screaming for the author to come back and give her the content she craves. Even the fish in the background image look like they're crying for her. She dives back into the story, where the crown prince is staring deeply into the heroine Ebeline's eyes under the moonlight. He begs her to call him by his name, but she insists on calling him Your Highness. Just as they're holding hands, someone dramatically interrupts, telling the prince to let go of her this instant. Ebeline turns to see another one of her admirers, Canon, who asks the prince if this isn't against the rules. The prince scoffs, claiming he never agreed to any rules that restrict him. But before they can get into a proper lover's quarrel, a third guy crashes the party. This new arrival, Arvin, smirks and says if they're getting rid of the rules, then he can do whatever he wants. He may have the face of a mischievous little boy, but Ebeline knew that when he looked at her, he was a definite man. Back in the real world, our girl is clutching her head, pleading for the next episode. Suddenly, she feels incredibly dizzy, wondering if she's been working too hard lately. Her head hurts, and then everything goes black. She wakes up in a completely unfamiliar, luxurious room, totally bewildered. She pinches herself, thinking it has to be a dream. But then a message appears before her eyes. Welcome to the novel, The Flower of the Beast. Understandably, she freaks out and rushes to a mirror, only to see a stranger staring back. Gone is her tired look, glasses, and black hair. In its place is a younger girl with blonde hair. After confirming the reflection moves when she does, she has a complete and total meltdown. 1 second she's telling herself to calm down, and the next she's wailing that she can't calm down, collapsing into a sobbing mess on the floor. A maid rushes in, asking what's wrong, but our girl can only cry hysterically. The maid, completely panicked, sends someone to get the master. 2 new figures, a man and a woman, enter the room, and the man asks, Latte, what's wrong? These are her new parents, but our girl just stares at them through her tears and asks who they are. Later that night, she finally pulls herself together, wiping away her tears. She grabs a piece of paper, deciding to write down everything she can remember about The Flower of the Beast. An hour later, she's pulling her hair out, wondering if she was always this dumb. She read the novel 4 times. How can her memory be this bad? After some deep thought, she finally remembers her new identity. She is Latte, a character from a Viscount family whose entire purpose is to be a supporting role that bullies the heroine, making the warm-hearted Ebeline shine even brighter. What a sad fate. She also recalls that the heroine enters the Empire at the age of 18. Realizing there's no going back, she starts to adapt to her new life. It took about a month for her not to be startled by her own reflection, and 6 months to get used to her new self. 2 years later, she has fully embraced her new life as Latte. A maid opens a carriage door for her, saying, Please get in, Miss Latte, and our girl calmly agrees. Having accepted her new reality, our girl Latte decides she's done being a footnote in someone else's story. She's not living in denial anymore. She's going to seize control of her own narrative. In a dramatic burst of determination, She declares that since she's stuck in this novel, she's going to increase her chances of survival. She pictures a little life bar comparison. The heroine Ebeline is at a solid 100%, while poor Latte is clinging to life at a measly 8%. Well, that's about to change. She figures that trying to level up is way more worthwhile than just dying quietly in a corner somewhere. Her first genius plan? Pure, unadulterated chaos. She imagines herself crashing a party, throwing a glass of 100% fresh fruit juice right in the heroine's face, and yelling at her to give it to her skin. In this little fantasy, she even tries to make the heroine cry before getting unceremoniously dragged out by the guards. She admits to herself that maybe getting connections is a better plan than getting arrested. The new and improved strategy: establish a connection with all 3 male leads before the heroine even arrives on the scene. Simple, right? And so the great manhunt begins. She scours the palace gardens, peeking behind every manicured bush. She snoops through luxurious rooms, hoping to catch a glimpse of them. But nothing. It's a bitter life lesson that once you're a supporting role, you're forever a supporting role. Frustrated, she gets adorably angry, thinking there's a massive, uncrossable wall between her and the main characters. Just as she's about to give up for the day, she hears a rustle in the bushes. She wonders if it could possibly be the crown prince. She stealthily creeps over and peeks through the leaves with a ridiculously funny face, only to find a rabbit. Then she hears another sound. Another rabbit. Soon, she's staring at a whole fluffy army of them. Defeated, she starts mentally labeling them Crown Prince Rabbit number 181 before going home empty-handed. Next, she tries the drill hall, hoping to find one of the leads there. Again, no luck. Instead, she's hit with a wall of heat and more glistening, well-defined muscles than she's ever seen in her life. Her internal monologue is basically just her marveling at what's with all those huge muscles. After a full day of research, she returns home, completely overwhelmed by all that raw, masculine energy. But our girl is nothing if not persistent. Her next plan is a classic. Go out, get into some so-called danger, and wait for a handsome hero to come to the rescue. She wanders into a sketchy part of town, and almost on cue, some thugs corner her, asking if she wants to die. Playing her part, she closes her eyes and dramatically thinks to herself that she just has to suffer and says goodbye to the cruel world. Right on time, a voice cuts in asking if she's all right. This is it. Her moment. She looks up, her eyes wide with hope, only to see Padon, a knight from her own household, whose face is so shiny and tight, it looks like he's had some very questionable plastic surgery. He tells her it's dangerous and that her father is worried sick about her little adventures. Not only did her plan fail spectacularly, but she gets an epic scolding from her father for 3 days straight before being grounded for a month. He yells, questioning what in the world the house could possibly be lacking that would make her go to such dangerous places all by herself. And just like that, 10 years fly by. A whole decade. And she still hasn't even caught a glimpse of the main characters. She sighs, staring at the sky and thinking the male leads must be as distant and unreachable as the clouds. Just then, a carrier pigeon drops in with a letter. It's a message congratulating her on her latest work being first in the general ranking and asking to discuss her next project. It turns out that while failing to find her future husband, she accidentally became a best-selling author with her hit series, titled The Various Situations of the Imperial Knights. Still, after countless futile attempts, she feels her spirit fading. That is, until she overhears 2 girls passionately debating who would top in a relationship between 2 knights from her book. One of them insists a certain knight is the perfect bottom because his eyes look so seductive. The conversation instantly throws Latte back to her previous life, gossiping with her friends. It hits her like a ton of bricks. They're just like her. Wait a second, does BL exist in this world too? Because if it does, she's decided she's going to start writing BL novels starting today. Our girl's new side hustle is absolutely exploding. We find her surrounded by mountains of paper, scribbling away like a woman possessed. She marvels at her new skills. She was never a fast reader in her old life, but now she's a shorthand writing machine. Meanwhile, at the local bookstore, the scene is pure chaos. A couple of ladies are practically vibrating with joy, clutching their pre-purchased copies of her book. But inside, it's a full-on hostage situation. An angry fan is demanding to know where the wandering knight Edwin is, and she is not playing. The poor shop owner tries to explain it's still in press, but she cuts him off, screaming that he said that last time. She then proceeds to try and snatch him bald, yelling, "Just give it to me," while the man yelps in pain. Outside, the 2 saner fans are already gossiping about a potential sequel. Back in her room, Latte is reflecting on her meteoric rise to fame. Her very first BL novel sold like it was the last book on Earth. It shot to #1, and her publisher was practically weeping with joy. By 15, she was a literary mogul, raking in cash and watching copies of her book get resold at insane prices. Of course, this is all top secret. When her maid, Azola, catches her smiling at a letter, Latte quickly says it's from a friend. She knows her sweet but conservative dad would have a fit if he knew his daughter was a BL author, and Azola, bless her heart, has the secret-keeping ability of a leaky sieve. Isola then reminds her about a tea party she totally forgot about. Not to worry, Isola says, they have plenty of time to get her looking fabulous. As the maid works her magic on Latte's disastrous hair, our girl internally praises her. Isola is a true master, the only person on the planet who can tame her mane. She thinks, I love you so much. If you could just learn to keep your mouth shut, you'd be perfect. With a dramatic tatum, Isola reveals the final look, and Latte is a sparkling goddess. Latte declares Isola the savior of her social life, and Isola eats it right up. When she asks what to wear, Isola lays the flattery on thick, saying her pretty lady looks good in anything. Latte knows it's a line, but is she buying it? Absolutely. After Isola picks out the perfect dress, necklace, and shoes, Latte is ready for her close-up. She looks in the mirror, thinking she's 1,000 times hotter than her makeup disaster middle school self ever was. She heads out, and her mom gives her the whole come home safe speech, which is hilarious considering the party is a 3-second walk away and she has a guard. Speaking of the guard, Latte admits he's handsome and kind, but he's also aggressively shiny. Seriously, the guy is way too extra for a short trip. At the party, she makes the rounds, greeting Lady Eggtree and Lady Olive. Another girl, Canola, gives her a piece of cake, but before Latte can even launch into her prepared food compliments, Canola skips straight to the gossip. The big news? Princess Rosalia's upcoming birthday banquet. This is when Latte connects the dots about the author's naming theme. She's at a tea party with Olive and Canola. She can't help but picture bottles of cooking oil, and she lets out a small laugh. Then, she's introduced to another girl named Americano. Putting it all together, Latte, Olive, Canola, Americano, it hits her. She hasn't walked into a tea party, she's walked into a sentient Starbucks menu. The girls are all buzzing because the one and only Crown Prince Rondimio will be at the banquet. As Latte munches on her cake, she internally roasts his name, thinking it's just a lazy knockoff of Romeo. As the girls gush, you can just picture the mysterious masked prince they're talking about, probably posing dramatically somewhere with his perfect blonde hair. Latte sighs, admitting she's never seen so much as a shadow of the guy. But the girls insist this time it's for real. It's the princess's 17th birthday, her official coming-of-age party. And that's when it clicks. Cue the internal screaming and cartoon eyeball spins. The 17th birthday party. This is the event. This is where the heroine, Ebeline, makes her grand entrance and dramatically bumps into male lead #1. While Latte is having a full-blown meltdown in her head, the other girls are fantasizing about finally meeting the prince. They whisper that he's so hot, he makes all other men look like seafood. Imagine your crush suddenly looking like a shrimp. Tragic. Lady Olive, who's seen him once, confirms his beauty is unreal. Latte remembers the novel's description, a walking cliché of a fairy tale prince with platinum blonde hair and blue eyes. The conversation immediately pivots to who's wearing what designer to the ball. They ask Latte for her plans, and she's so taken aback she just mumbles a random shop name while still processing the world-altering news. She navigates the rest of the party on autopilot, deploying lukewarm reactions to kill time. When it's over, she executes Operation Flatter the arrogant hostess and leaves Lady Olive happy. On the walk home, her shiny guard tries to make conversation, and she just vaguely agrees with him. Back home, she tells her family she's tired and heads to her room. But the second she's alone, the exhaustion vanishes. The event she's been waiting a decade for is finally happening. Back in the safety of her room, Latte dismisses her maid. The moment that door clicks shut, it's go time. She unleashes the full-blown freakout she's been bottling up, screaming at herself for being such an idiot. If only she'd known this would happen, she would have taken notes from the very beginning instead of just rereading the juicy parts. All she remembers is a tiny detail about the heroine Ebeline showing up at the banquet and acting, well, weird. She's kicking herself for being so obsessed with the steamy four-way meeting scene that the rest of the plot is now a foggy mess. Utterly defeated, she throws herself onto her bed with a dramatic plop. Staring at the ceiling, she starts to think. Yeah, she still has dreams about her old life that mess with her sleep, but she's not crying about it anymore. Let's be real, her life is pretty sweet now. She's eating gourmet food and has basically built a Scrooge McDuck-style vault of cash. Her past life? A miserable cycle of getting screamed at by principals, dealing with hellion students, and playing therapist for her divorced parents. She does not miss it. Now, her parents are adorable sweethearts who make little heart signs at her and blush. It's so peaceful it's almost boring, and she wouldn't trade it for anything. She figures this new life must be a gift from some god who saw her old life and thought, yikes, that poor girl needs a break. Her only complaint? Being stuck as a supporting role. It honestly makes her feel bad for all the other male extras in the story. To make the main leads look like chiseled gods, the author apparently decided to make every other guy in the background look like a literal squid person. It's a tough world out there for a side character. But now, she gets to see the whole glorious mess unfold with her own eyes, and she is beyond excited. The banquet is just 10 days away, which means her book sequel is officially on hold. She can practically hear her publisher having a stress-induced aneurysm. But hey, priorities. She knows the next 10 days are going to drag, so she gets ready for the premiere. Slipping on some 3D glasses and grabbing a bucket of popcorn in her pajamas, she does a little finger gun and thinks, so, shall I make some popcorn? The very next morning, her maid Isola bursts in like a hurricane, shaking her awake and screaming that they have to go buy a dress. She's practically vibrating with excitement, yelling that Latte has to look good for the crown prince, blushing just at the thought of it. Latte, who is barely conscious, just calmly replies that she's not buying a new dress. Isola's reaction is a masterclass in theatrical devastation. She asks why on earth not, when there's a brand new, trendy dress just waiting for her. Latte logically explains that she got a new dress 2 weeks ago, and it would be a waste of money. Isola then deploys her ultimate weapon, the most powerful, soul-piercing puss in Boots puppy dog eyes you have ever seen. But Latte is ready. She whips out an imaginary shield, chanting Rainbow Reflect. Conditioned Reflect, to fend off the overwhelming cuteness. That afternoon, Isola returns, because this woman does not know the meaning of the word quit. Dressed like an adventurer about to embark on a holy quest, she announces she's going to go learn new makeup techniques. While Isola is off on her week-long pilgrimage to the holy land of cosmetics, Latte is at home, failing to make popcorn at least 3 times. Exactly 7 days later, Isola returns from her spiritual journey. Her dress is tattered. She's inexplicably sporting a mustache and huge glasses, and she finds Latte looking like she survived a cartoon explosion, covered head to toe in soot. Isola freaks out, asking what in the world happened, and drags a defeated Latte, still clutching a single, unpopped kernel of corn, off to the shower. Later, as the maids are getting her ready, Latte has completely checked out. They ask which earrings she wants, and she just mumbles anything. But Isola, now a certified makeup guru, immediately takes charge, expertly directing the other maids on which accessories will perfectly complement the hairstyle. While they're having the time of their lives playing dress-up, Latte is having an out-of-body experience in the background, thinking, this corset. I'm gonna die. She even feels a little bad that they're going to all this trouble for a mere side character. Finally, the maids announce that they're done. Latte figures she'll look nice, but probably not that different. Then she sees her reflection. First, a close-up of her eyes, flawless green eyeshadow, perfect lashes. Then the full view. She is completely and utterly shook. With her hair in a regal updo and sparkling earrings, she's a whole new person. It reminds her of seeing her friend on her wedding day, looking so beautiful she was almost a stranger. She stares, she touches her face, and she comes to a very simple, very accurate conclusion. I'm so hot. After a few finishing touches, she is officially a masterpiece. As she descends the stairs, the servants start whispering, one of them asking, "Is that Lady Latte?" Her mother gets teary-eyed, crying that her daughter is such a lady now and looks just like her younger self. In the carriage, Latte can barely sit still. She's finally going to see them in the flesh, the heroine Ebeline and the male lead Rondimio. As she arrives and is announced to the ballroom, her friend Canola rushes over, jaw on the floor, yelling, "Are you Latte? You're so beautiful today." Latte just plays it cool, saying she tried her best. Just as they're catching up, a booming announcement silences the entire room. His Highness, the Crown Prince Rondimio, and Princess Roselia are entering. The noble ladies collectively lose their minds, one even dropping her fan in shock. And there he is, the prince, looking like a literal god in a white suit. All Latte can think is, this is crazy. The moment Latte lays eyes on the crown prince, her brain short-circuits and triggers a flashback. She remembers her friend in her past life returning from seeing a famous actor, so starstruck all she could do was weep and repeat, "He's handsome. He's just so darn good-looking." Back then, Latte just laughed at her, but now, staring at the prince, she finally gets it. The man is not just handsome. He's a violation of the laws of nature. Latte's self-esteem takes an immediate nosedive. The gap between her and the prince feels so vast. It's like comparing a divine work of art to a chicken scratch doodle drawn with a foot while picking your nose. A quick glance at her friend Canola confirms she's not alone. The girl is completely down for the count, practically short-circuiting from the sheer hotness and drooling like a cartoon character. Latte does a full analysis. He's tall, has shoulders for days, and legs that go on forever. The guy is a walking, talking thirst trap, and he knows it. But just as she's cataloging his virtues, she remembers the real reason she's here. Where is the heroine? The second the thought crosses her mind, the prince's gaze shifts, and Latte mentally slaps on her 3D glasses. The show is about to begin. She follows his line of sight, and it's painfully obvious who has captured his attention. There, in the corner, is Ebeline, completely ignoring the most important man in the room to read a book. The prince looks personally victimized. The nerve. All the other ladies are practically offering up their firstborn for a single glance, and this girl is hitting the books. Finally, Ebeline looks up, probably wondering why it suddenly got so quiet. And Latte remembers this exact scene. The prince, so unused to being ignored, approaches Ebeline, expecting her to melt into a puddle at his feet. Instead, she just glances up, sees he's blocking her light, and immediately goes back to her novel. The prince is left standing there, utterly gobsmacked. Latte is living for this drama. She knows that this blatant indifference is what sparks a strange new emotion in him, just like the book said. She even calls his next move, and bam. He hits the classic, cringy, dramatic male lead pose, running a hand through his hair like he's in a shampoo commercial. She gets literal goosebumps from the accuracy, feeling like she could start a side hustle as a psychic. She roasts him in her head, thinking he looks like a 9th grader trying to be cool, but has to admit he somehow pulls it off. Of course, every other woman in the room is practically fainting from the display. Latte gives him a mental thumbs up. The man's power is undeniable. But just as she's trying to recall what happens next, the emperor and queen are announced. Latte turns to see the legendary couple who produced this genetic marvel, expecting 2 more gods. And instead, she gets a short, chubby guy and a cute but decidedly average woman. The disappointment is real. She feels scammed. While the king gives a speech, Latte realizes the prince has ninja vanished. With their main event gone, the banquet hall instantly devolves into a clinic for the tragically lovesick. Ladies are swooning, crying, and declaring their undying love all over the place. Latte just thinks, I need popcorn for this. Her own friend Canola is a lost cause, looking completely hypnotized. Latte plays therapist for a moment, asking her friend if her heart is racing. When Canola admits it is, Latte just wishes her good luck with the inevitable heartbreak. She feels a little bad, knowing she can't warn her that the man she's just fallen for is already destined for someone else. Instead, she raises her glass for a toast. Canola, who is so far gone she just laughs like a madwoman, clinks glasses with her. Latte thinks to herself that there's no way the prince will reappear for a bunch of extras, but a girl can dream. Now that she's seen the main event, Latte's inner strategist kicks in. She recalls the novel's timeline. The heroine Ebeline meets male lead number 2, Duke Kenneth, in the palace garden, and then she meets male lead number 3, the magic tower master Arwen, on the streets. That means she has at least 5 more days of freedom before the next big romantic showdown. And what is her top priority for this precious downtime? Finally succeeding in her quest to make some dang popcorn. Back at the banquet, her friend Canola asks if she's done drinking for the night. Latte says she's good, and then it hits her, she completely forgot about the birthday girl, Princess Rosalia. She spots the princess, who looks like an actual angel, and they make eye contact. Rosalia gives her a sweet, dazzling smile, and the effect is so powerful that Latte gets an immediate, massive nosebleed. Her nose, apparently, is an organ of brutal honesty and cannot handle that level of beauty. As she's dealing with that, she thinks about Rosalia's tragic fate. The poor girl is hopelessly in love with Duke Kenneth, but he only has eyes for the heroine. To make matters worse, Rosalia actually befriends Ebeline and is incredibly kind to her love rival. Latte remembers the absolute chaos this caused in the novel's comment section. She thinks to herself that if it were her, She would have yanked Eveline's hair out at least 4 times by now. But Rosalia is just too pure, a beautiful loser who finds happiness in her crush's happiness. Latte can't help but admire her, thinking she has the visuals of a K-pop group leader. Deciding she's had her fill of eye candy and secondhand drama for one night, she tells a still lovesick Canola that she's heading home. Canola, blushing and probably a little drunk, plans to stay and wait for the prince. Latte plays along, telling her to enjoy watching him for her too, while internally thinking, he's not coming back, but you do you, girl. In the carriage, Latte has a brief, profound thought about the bitterness of young love and how it helps you mature. Then, her mind immediately pivots to a far more important topic, how much she's going to make in royalties from her latest BL novel. A true queen knows her priorities. When she gets home, her maid Isola ambushes her, demanding a full report on the prince with ridiculously poetic questions. Was his skin so pure it was mesmerizing? Was his hair like silk? Was he even human? Latte just confirms that yes, he's so handsome he'll make you question your own existence. This leads Isola to her next brilliant question. So what kind of fling did you have with him? When Latte explains she just watched from afar like everyone else, Isola is devastated. She dramatically grabs Latte's shoulders, insisting it can't end like this. Thinking her maid is a scary idiot, Latte makes a tactical retreat to the bathroom, leaving Isola to cry dramatically. The next morning, after a good night's snore, Latte sprints down to the kitchen, cheerfully greeting the chef Defoe. The man sees her and audibly gasps in terror. Latte gets it. She remembers the reign of terror she unleashed on his kitchen last week. We're talking smoke, flames, and a graveyard of burnt pans from her failed popcorn experiments. The chef, sweating profusely, nervously asks what brings her to his domain so early. Latte can see the sheer panic in his eyes. He looks like a scared mouse facing a very determined cat. She promises him it won't be as bad as last time. But the chef is visibly unconvinced, sweating bullets as she excitedly says that she, too, can progress. He looks at her with utter silence, and she realizes just how bad the damage must have been. Undeterred, she puts her hands together and pleads with him, begging him to believe her. After a long, painful moment of deliberation, the chef finally caves. He starts her off with a very simple instruction. Do not pour water into hot oil. Latte is offended, asking if he thinks she's stupid. The chef's deadpan, distrustful stare says everything. With a dramatic flair, Latte declares her old self is gone. She has been reborn as a cooking genius. The chef just looks at her, completely done, and asks if he heard that correctly. She confidently throws the butter and corn in the pan, closes the lid, and waits for the magic to happen. The scene turns black and white as she opens the lid, the chef bracing for impact. Our girl starts this chapter with the unshakable confidence of a master chef about to unveil her magnum opus. She has manifested a pot of perfect popcorn. She can feel it. With stars in her eyes, she lifts the lid and is greeted by a pile of burnt sadness. It's a culinary travesty. While the chef Defoe just stares with the dead eyes of a man who has seen too much, Latte completely loses it. We're talking full-scale, snot-crying, floor-sobbing meltdown, wailing that it's unfair and she did everything right, probably. The sheer melodrama of her grief, next to the chef's utter lack of surprise, is a comedic masterpiece. She mourns the lack of a search engine in this world, and Defoe, clearly at his breaking point, tries to gently suggest a less flammable snack. Maybe some dried fruit? For a moment, Latte considers the path of least resistance. Dried fruit is easy, it's tasty, but then her inner drama queen takes over. She slams her fist on the table and declares that as a noble spectator, it is her right to have popcorn. The chef is visibly shaken. Latte internally pats herself on the back for resisting his strategic attempt to save his kitchen from further trauma. Seeing her determination, Defoe offers a new theory. Maybe her cooking isn't the problem. Maybe the corn is the problem. A new seed. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off over Latte's head. And just as suddenly, the chef gets a full-on manhwa glow-up. His mustache gets sharper, his jawline chisels itself, and he transforms into a handsome hero on a mission to find the perfect kernel. At the marketplace, Latte goes full-on rich girl. After a brief inspection, she puts on some sunglasses, strikes a pose, and with the unmatched confidence of someone using their dad's money, she points at the entire stall and declares, "Give me everything." Her maid is screaming, "Girl crush." The chef is having a heart attack, and the merchant is probably planning his early retirement. Back in the kitchen, victory is finally hers. It is raining popcorn. She's ecstatic, until she tries a piece and realizes it's completely bland. The chef, her long-suffering guide, calmly reminds her about salt. With that final adjustment, she achieves snack nirvana. Convinced this miracle must be shared with the masses, she becomes the popcorn apostle, running through the estate and aggressively shoving handfuls of it into every servant's mouth. The head maid tries to scold her for being unladylike, all while munching on a fistful of popcorn herself. The hypocrisy is delicious. Of course, all this glorious snacking has consequences. A few days later, on the morning of the banquet's final day, the popcorn has fought back, and it won. The maid can barely lace up her corset, and Latte can't breathe. Her brief but beautiful reign as the popcorn queen has cost her dearly. As the maids struggle, Latte has a reality check. She's a side character. No amount of primping will make the prince notice her, especially with all the actual competition. She looks at her maid, Isola, and declares that they are hopeless. Isola, bless her heart, has a full-on, tear-streaked, ugly crying breakdown, accusing Latte of giving up just so she can eat more popcorn. The drama is off the charts. After a lengthy negotiation, Latte wins the right to wear a comfy spectator dress. Her mother weeps as she leaves, because of course she does, and Latte climbs into the carriage armed with raw corn kernels. A true connoisseur does not stoop to eating pre-popped, soggy snacks. At the palace, she skips the main hall and sets up the ultimate stakeout in the garden bushes. She's got her popcorn, her 3D glasses, and she's even got the local wildlife in on the action as her fluffy accomplices. Right on cue, Eveline shows up and climbs a tree to save a bird's nest. She slips, and just as she's about to fall, a voice rings out. Latte is practically vibrating with excitement. And there he is, looking like he just stepped out of a shampoo commercial, the ridiculously handsome Duke Kenneth. Male lead number 2 has officially entered the game. As Kenneth approaches the damsel in the tree, Latte, our professional commentator, immediately notes that his voice is, in fact, really nice. Eveline, however, is completely unfazed and just asks, "Who are you?" The sheer, unadulterated audacity. The man looks like he's just been physically struck by lightning. You can practically see the storm clouds gathering over his perfectly coiffed head as he processes the fact that this random girl has no idea who he is. Our girl is absolutely losing it in the bushes, choking on her popcorn from laughing so hard. She thinks he looks like he just got bonked on the head. Eveline, bless her clueless heart, doubles down, asking if there's some reason she should know him. Is he the king? That can't be right. The Duke just smirks, clearly amused, while Eveline complains that she can't get down by herself. He asks her why she was up there in the first place, and she explains it was to save a bird's nest. He helps her down, catching her midair in the most cliché, heart-stopping romance scene imaginable. From her hiding spot, Latte is impressed. She thinks to herself that fish number 2, Kenneth, is moving way faster than fish number 1, the Crown Prince. But as they start talking more quietly, she can't hear the good stuff anymore. In her noble quest for premium gossip, she tries to inch closer, and disaster strikes. She steps on a single, rogue piece of popcorn. The crunch echoes through the serene garden like a gunshot. The look on her face is pure, unfiltered panic, a hilarious mix of shock and betrayal. Her own snack has forsaken her. Kenneth spins around, his eyes blazing with the fire of 1,000 paranoid celebrities, and yells, "Who's there?" The conclusion he jumps to isn't just wrong. It's an Olympic-level long jump to the wrongest conclusion possible. He thinks she's a crazy, obsessive stalker. Latte tries to play it cool, attempting to just whistle and walk by like a normal person, but it's too late. He's glaring at her as if she's the cockroach of the human world. The irony is suffocating. In her past life, she despised stalker fans, and now she's being mistaken for one. He launches into a tirade about how he's sick and tired of this, and how dare she follow him here. Latte tries to explain that she was just looking for a quiet place to eat her popcorn, which, to be fair, is the least believable excuse in history. He's not buying it. She knows from the novel that he has severe trauma from being stalked his whole life, which is why he's programmed to hate women until the heroine magically cures him. Still, she tries to plead her case, even showing him the popcorn as evidence, but the jerk won't budge. She gets so mad she fantasizes about shoving popcorn up his perfect nostrils. Just then, Eveline steps in to help, which is like trying to put out a fire with a gallon of gasoline. She launches into this passionate, completely unhinged speech about how Latte isn't trying to harm him. She's just following him out of pure love. She asks him, "Don't you feel sorry for her?" Latte's soul physically leaves her body. The secondhand embarrassment is a lethal dose. This is a PR nightmare. She thinks Eveline is like a tactless husband making a huge misunderstanding with the mother-in-law, even worse. While Eveline and Kenneth are now having a heated debate, Latte just stands there, thinking, "You're not helping." But then she sees it, the sparks flying between them. She quickly slaps on her 3D glasses and grabs her popcorn. The main event is starting. Kenneth drops the two most powerful lines in the romance novel universe. How unique. Very interesting. Latte immediately translates this from rom-com speak. How unique means, I will now be obsessed with you, and very interesting means, I'm going to fall for you in approximately 5 minutes. She realizes with dawning horror that her popcorn-fueled blunder didn't just make her a spectator, it made her a catalyst. She has become a nourishment of love for the main couple. What a tragic, hilarious fate. As she collapses on the floor in mock grief, she decides she might as well enjoy her snack. But Kenneth isn't done with her. He turns back to her and sneers, asking if she isn't going to get lost and how indecent she is. He even says it's impossible to feel sorry for someone like her. Oh, no he didn't. Latte thinks, rude jerk. That's why you're so hot. But his continued insults are the last straw. Her patience has officially snapped. She looks at Eveline, gets a silent, supportive nod, and then turns to the Duke. With a sweet smile she says, "Oh, my hand slipped." In a move that will be immortalized in side-character history, she shoves a fistful of popcorn right up his pristine, aristocratic nostrils. The shock on both Kenneth's and Eveline's faces is absolutely priceless. Our girl has had enough, and she has finally served some salty, buttery justice, holding her bag of popcorn like a trophy. She's just committed an act of glorious, buttery rebellion, and she is basking in the afterglow. She thinks to herself that since she shoved the popcorn in with all her strength, the suffering will be immense. Looking back at the Duke, who is still processing the nasal violation, she decides it's a kind of performance art. He's surprisingly not as ugly as she expected with his new accessories. But enough admiring her work. It's time to run for it. As she makes a mad dash, Kenneth is left screaming insults that sound suspiciously like pasty-faced jerkhead, while Eveline, the ever-helpful heroine, holds him back. Latte shoots him one last triumphant look, sticks her tongue out, and thinks, "You mad? I'm more pissed off, twerp," before disappearing. She feels a strange mix of satisfaction and relief. She knew from the novel that Kenneth, despite being a darn idiot, had a code of chivalry and wouldn't draw his sword on a woman. Still, she can't help but imagine how hilarious it would be if he tried, swinging a sword with popcorn still lodged in his nose. On second thought, that would make her the victim, so maybe it's best to just focus on surviving. When she gets home, her maid sees her and lets out a shriek. Latte is a complete mess, covered in leaves and twigs from her bush-hiding adventure. The maid asks what on earth happened, and Latte, with the cheeky grin of a vigilante, cryptically replies that she was encouraging good and punishing evil. The maid is utterly confused, but Latte just says she'll explain later and escapes to her room, thinking her maid is way too much of a blabbermouth to be trusted with the tale of her assault on a duke. Alone at her desk, she tries to strategize. She starts by writing down the core of her problem. Kenneth plus popcorn equals death of the supporting role. Not helpful. After some scribbling, she lands on a new plan. Taking over a friend of the heroine position is the way to survive. She circles the word friend obsessively. This is her only path. She considers the alternatives, and they are all hilariously terrible. Option A. Become a sword master by training with a twig. Option B. Give up and just die, hoping for a better reincarnation. Option C. The most insane of all. Seduce Kenneth, the very man who currently wants to turn her into a shish kebab. She imagines herself proposing to him while he glares murderously, popcorn still in his nose. Yeah, the Eveline route is definitely the way to go. The problem is, Eveline doesn't have a great track record with friends. Her first one betrayed her over the crown prince. This leads Latte into a furious internal rant. Is shoving popcorn up someone's nose really a capital offense? Who does this Duke think he is? Exhausted by her own genius and rage, she flops into bed and falls asleep, only to be tormented by a popcorn-fueled nightmare. She dreams of an army of evil Kenneths, their eyes glowing, throwing popcorn at her and calling her a wimp. She wakes up in a cold sweat. Popcorn PTSD is real. Shaken but determined, she gets ready for the day. She realizes that after yesterday's Duke disaster, today is the day male lead number 3, Arwen, is scheduled to appear. She gives herself a quick refresher. Arwen is the owner of the Magic Tower, looks like an angel, kills people for fun, but becomes a gentle lamb for the heroine. A classic I can fix him setup. Their fateful meeting is supposed to happen during a random street quarrel. With a renewed sense of purpose, Latte heads out the door. It's time to go watch another romantic comedy unfold. After the glorious chaos of the popcorn assault, our girl knows she has a new mission. Today's main event, the fated meeting of male lead number 3, the Magic Tower Master Arwen. She has to hurry before her mother gets back from her morning walk. Yawning, she feels the exhaustion from yesterday's drama, but a fangirl's duty is never done. On her way to the stakeout spot, she decides to kill some time and make a quick stop at her publisher. She arrives at the publishing house and coolly tells the attendant that Rose is here. A moment later, the owner, a man named Books, comes practically tumbling down the stairs, screaming "Master," and bowing so low he's in danger of snapping his own spine. Latte internally rolls her eyes, remembering how just 3 years ago, this same man literally laughed in her face when she, a scrappy nobody, handed him her first manuscript. But the second her novel, The Various Nations of the Imperial Knights, hit number 1, his attitude did a complete 180. He went from calling her lady to writer and has now somehow landed on master. The air around him practically reeks of snobbish success. She gets straight to business and breaks the news that her next work is going to be delayed for a while. Instead of the panic she expects, Books just pivots, excitedly talking about international exports. Apparently, her novels are a massive hit in the D King and SH King kingdoms, and he's planning on opening 3 more branches. As he rambles on about market sizes, Latte is practically seeing cartoon money signs float around her head. She can't believe how well her secret side hustle is doing. All that cash is just piling up at the publishing house since she can't exactly waltz home with a giant sack of gold. Books then launches into a passionate, borderline, unhinged speech about why her novels are so successful. To put it in his words, her work is the Dragon Ball of romance novels, a shot of hip-hop in a stuffy classical concert. He agrees to wait for her next masterpiece and then, like a human ATM, dispenses a huge stack of cash for her. He can't help but ask what she even spends all this money on. Latte just sips her tea and coolly replies with a single word: luxury. The man is completely baffled. He looks at her plain, simple clothes, clearly unable to comprehend the true luxury of being so rich you don't even have to look it. As she leaves, feeling very pleased with herself, she sees a small child begging on the street. Her internal plot alarm starts blaring. She thinks to herself, wait, the welfare system in this country is actually decent. This is weird. And then it hits her. This isn't a social issue. This is a setup. She knows exactly how this plays out. The kind-hearted heroine gives the child some money, which inevitably attracts a group of low-level gangsters, leading to the dramatic, heroic entrance of the male lead. Even though she knows it's a total plot device, Latte's past life as a regular UNICEF sponsor won't let her just walk by. She ducks into a bakery and buys the kid some bread and milk, feeling a little relieved after seeing him eat. With her good deed for the day done, she finds her new stakeout spot, a nearby cafe. This time, instead of popcorn, she's armed with a sandwich as she watches the street, waiting for the main event to begin. Her whole plan hinges on getting close to Ebeline and becoming her BFF, her one true savior Hill. Just as she's stealing her resolve, the bell on the shop door jingles. She looks up and sees that person. Our girl is in her cafe stakeout spot when she sees it, the main event. Ebeline, looking like a delicate and pretty angel, is giving gold coins to the poor beggar child. It's a perfect storm of main character energy. The beautiful, slender hands, the act of charity. It's so cliché it's beautiful. Latte knows this is her moment. She throws some money on the table, wishes the potato-faced baker a nice day, and bolts out the door. Now, she doesn't just accidentally bump into the heroine. No, she executes a full-body, martial arts level tackle, sending Ebeline stumbling. The beggar child looks up and happily recognizes her as the bread lady, but Latte is a woman on a mission and promptly shoves more bread in his mouth to buy his silence. She turns to the heroine, ready to launch into her master plan. Ebeline finally looks up and goes, "Oh, the nose." And Latte just points to herself like, "Yep, that's my defining feature now." She quickly reminds Ebeline that they met in the garden yesterday. This is a good start. Latte lays the flattery on thick, gushing about how grateful she is and calling Ebeline her savior. Ebeline is modest, but Latte insists, thinking to herself that Kenneth, that jerk, probably would have chopped her up. After Ebeline graciously accepts her thanks, Latte asks for her name. They do the formal introductions, and Latte files away the fact that Ebeline is a foreign student studying ancient languages, remembering how the Crown Prince literally learned a dead language just to flirt with her in the novel. But before Latte can stress too much about coming up with a smart conversation topic, the plot arrives right on schedule in the form of the ugliest goons to ever grace a side alley. One of them gets right in Ebeline's face, demanding the gold coin she gave the child. Ebeline, fearless as ever, tells him to give it back. Our girl, meanwhile, is just kicking back and enjoying the free entertainment. The gangsters aren't impressed by Ebeline's bravery and start getting more threatening, telling her to hand over all her money. Latte starts to get a little antsy, thinking, "Okay, Sir Arwen, you can show up anytime now." She even pipes up with a weak defense of Ebeline, which immediately draws the gangsters' attention. She has a brief, glorious fantasy of dropping the sickest diss track on them, a rap so fire it would solve the conflict on its own. Then she imagines the very real consequence, getting punched directly in the face. Yeah, on second thought, maybe not. As one of the gangsters continues his threats, he keeps spitting as he talks, which triggers the most bizarre and hilarious philosophical deep dive in Latte's head. She gets completely lost in thought, dissecting the semantics of a nice robbery versus a mean one. What's the polite way to demand money? Is there a version of this where they don't die? She's so deep in this internal debate that she doesn't even notice one of the spit talkers has gotten right in her face until he's breathing down her neck. She yelps and immediately hides behind Ebeline, who goes into full-on righteous heroine mode. She scolds the gangster for stealing from a child and threatening an innocent person, calling him a shameless man who acts against common sense. The gangster is furious, but Ebeline, who apparently has zero self-preservation instinct, just asks if she should say it again. This is when Latte starts to panic for real. According to her memory of the novel, Arwen should have appeared by now. The timing is off. The gangster raises his hand, ready to strike Ebeline, and Latte's eyes go wide. This is not how it's supposed to go. Just as the gangster's hand is about to connect with Ebeline's face, a figure materializes in the sky, sitting casually as if on an invisible throne. Arwen has finally decided to make his entrance. Just as the gangster is about to deliver a five-fingered greeting to Ebeline's face, our girl Latte leaps into action, grabbing his giant arm with all her might. She is literally hanging off of him like a tiny, determined koala, but the gangster, so laser-focused on the heroine, doesn't even notice her. This sends Latte into a full-blown existential crisis. She is so deep in the background of this story that a literal nameless goon doesn't even register her existence. This has to be rock bottom for a side character. Finally, the thug notices the human accessory on his arm and is like, "You too? You want to get beaten up instead?" And that's when Latte notices the truly outrageous part. Wait a minute. For the delicate heroine, he was going to give her an open palm slap. But for our girl, he's winding up a full-blown, knuckle-dusting punch. The discrimination is real. Latte's mind races, desperately praying for Arwen to show up. She has a brief, beautiful fantasy of Arwen appearing in a flash of light and explaining he was late because he had to take a dump. But that's just a dream. The horrifying reality dawns on her. What if Arwen is programmed to only save the heroine after the supporting role gets turned into a punching bag to raise the stakes? Oh heck no. With no other choice, she does the only logical thing a person in her situation can do. She screams, "Time out." The gangster just laughs, but it buys her a precious second. She grabs Ebeline's wrist, reaches into her dress, and pulls out her ultimate weapon, a talisman. With the flair of a magical girl, she declares that there's nothing money can't do. She tears it in half and unleashes the most glorious, capitalist magic ever, magical cash power. A vortex of golden coins erupts, creating a tornado of capitalism that literally blows the gangsters away. As they fly off into the distance, Latte just laughs, and Ebeline asks if that was magic. Latte confirms it was a high-quality magic scroll, worth a whopping 20 gold pieces. And now we finally know where all that luxury money goes. It turns out our girl has been channeling her secret author fortune into a crippling addiction to ridiculously expensive magic scrolls. She's annoyed that Arwen, the lazy bum, didn't show up and forced her to use one of her precious scrolls, but Ebeline is deeply impressed. Ebeline calls Latte her savior, and Latte, beaming, says that makes them saviors for each other. Mission accomplished. She's officially won the heroine's favor, and can probably avoid getting murdered by Kenneth now. But our girl is not just a savior. She's an opportunist. While the gangsters were unconscious, she straight up looted them. Holding up their money pouch, she cheerfully asks Ebeline, "Let's eat something with this. What do you like?" She just robbed the robbers and is now treating the heroine to lunch with their money. An icon. A legend. Meanwhile, at the exact same time, we get the plot twist of the century. Arwen was watching the entire time. He had been following Ebeline, but then he noticed Latte and sensed her massive amount of mana, which made him curious enough to stick around and watch. He witnesses her unleash the magical cash power, and his reaction is priceless. His eyes practically pop out of his skull. The man is shook. He concludes that she must just be some insanely rich girl with expensive toys, finds the whole thing amusing, and then casually teleports away. He has no idea he just witnessed the chaotic power of a reincarnated fangirl armed with a publishing fortune. This is going to be fun. We open with Latte getting the worst news a dedicated fangirl can possibly receive. Ebeline is casually explaining that after they parted ways, she realized she'd left her hairpin behind. On her way back, she got pickpocketed, and a handsome stranger named Arwen returned her wallet. Latte's reaction is a masterclass in silent, internal screaming. She is on the ground, literally punching the dirt like she just fumbled the winning touchdown. She had woken up at the crack of dawn and rushed over, only to find out the main event already happened without her. The news is so devastatingly unexpected that in a flashback, we see the moment Ebeline told her. Latte does a full-on, tea-spewing spit take. The heroine suddenly remembers a hairpin, gets pickpocketed, and gets rescued by male lead number 3. Latte can't believe it. This is the same pain as missing a surprise livestream from your favorite idol. To make matters worse, Arwen was the one she was looking forward to the most. He's the classic, irresistible, angelic-faced psycho, the owner of the magic tower who kills people without mercy but has a secret soft spot for the heroine. We get a quick rundown of his tragic but edgy backstory. He came from the slums and faced a ton of backlash when he took over. One old wizard called him a classless bastard who couldn't even kill an ant. Arwen's response? A calm, psychotic, "Then why don't you guys do it?" followed by the massacre of 1/3 of the tower's wizards in a single night. You know, normal management restructuring stuff. Latte has a moment of clarity about the world she's in. All 3 male leads are basically number 1 in their respective fields, swordsmanship, magic, you name it. She thinks they should just rename the nation the frigging powerful empire because the power levels are just that ridiculous. While she's having this internal monologue, Ebeline, completely oblivious, just asks if she'd like another cup of tea. Latte politely declines and suggests a walk because her new strategy is basically to become Ebeline's shadow. Just agree to everything and hang out as much as possible. And it pays off immediately. While strolling through the garden, they run into a wild crown prince. Latte is thrilled. She gets to see this rare species again, all thanks to her new BFF. Ebeline's reaction to seeing the prince is a hilariously deadpan. "Why are you here?" The prince, clearly not used to this level of indifference, gets all flustered. As he stares at Ebeline, Latte can practically see the gears turning in his head. She also has a moment to appreciate his face, wondering just how many potential soulmates were sacrificed and erased from existence to create such a perfect specimen. The thought that one of them could have been her soulmate makes her cough dramatically. Her tragic internal monologue is interrupted when the prince finally notices her. And then he says it. The most arrogant, jaw-dropping line ever. "No wonder I felt someone staring at me. Am I that good-looking?" The sheer, unmitigated audacity of this man. Latte is floored. She has a brief, hilarious fantasy of just plucking her own eyes out. Instead, she unleashes her secret weapon, sarcasm. She tells him yes, he's so handsome he's making her go blind, and she'd like to know if she can claim insurance money from the imperial family for the damages. The prince is left completely dumbfounded, probably wondering if insurance is some new kind of peasant food. He decides to just ignore the weird girl asking for money and turns back to Ebeline, asking what they're doing together. Ebeline simply says, "Oh, she's my friend." The word friend hits Latte like a lightning bolt. She has a full-on, emotional, puppy dog-eyed reaction. She did it. She's in. But her joy is short-lived, because the prince's one-word response is a devastatingly dismissive. Why? The whiplash is brutal. Latte's brain short-circuits with rage. Why? What's so strange about her being friends with the heroine? The disrespect. The prince quickly backtracks and formally introduces himself to Ebeline, who responds with an angelic curtsy. He then gives her a smile so dazzling, so breathtakingly beautiful, that Latte's honest nose strikes again. She gets another massive, dramatic nosebleed, her eyes practically popping out of her head with veins. She thinks that a smile that powerful could probably lure in men too. Her last thought before the chapter ends is a desperate, "So what will the heroine's reaction be?" And it feels like his beauty delivers a literal, physical punch to her heart. This man is a walking health hazard. And how does the actual heroine, Ebeline, react to this nuclear-grade charm offensive? With the emotional range of a brick wall. The prince tells her to speak comfortably, and she just gives him a flat, "I'm sorry." She is so completely immune to his charms that the author literally draws her as a stone wall. The prince, clearly not getting the ego boost he was fishing for, turns his attention back to Latte. He points out how stiff she is and asks for her name, which is just code for, please give me the normal squealing fangirl reaction I'm used to. Latte thinks, oh, you want a reaction? I'll give you a special reaction. She then proceeds to deliver the most awkward, cringy, trying too hard wink in human history, complete with a cute finger on the cheek pose. The prince is so flabbergasted, he just short-circuits. He stares at her, completely silent. Ebeline is silent. The resulting awkward atmosphere is so thick you could cut it with a knife, and Latte starts to panic, wondering if she broke him. Suddenly, a rustling sound comes from the bushes. A dark, furry shape with menacing red eyes peeks out. Just as Latte is wondering if her terrible wink summoned a demon, the creature leaps out, seemingly straight for Ebeline. The prince goes into full hero mode, shouting watch out, and pulling Ebeline into a dramatic, protective embrace. He asks if she's alright, and as they have their tender moment, Latte finally gets a good look at the terrifying beast, the ferocious monster that required such a daring rescue. It's a fluffy little bunny. Latte, seeing a golden opportunity for pure chaos, decides to pour salt, lemon, and a whole bottle of hot sauce into the prince's wounded pride. She sarcastically exclaims how terrifying it was and thanks His Highness for saving her friend from the dangerous, beastly rabbit. The prince has to go to his mental happy place, picturing himself as a bald, wise monk chanting patience, 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 because the alternative is committing a felony. Latte realizes that being Ebeline's friend comes with a superpower, teasing immunity. She can roast this man, and he can't do a thing about it. She internally calls him a fish with many sins, a player who charms everyone, even his love interest's friends, which is exactly how Ebeline's original friend ended up betraying her. But her roasting has an unexpected side effect. Ebeline bursts out laughing. A clear, refreshing laugh that completely changes the mood. For a second, Latte feels a pang of sadness, a lonely side character moment comparing her own laugh to the heroine's. But the moment passes as she sees the prince, completely captivated by Ebeline's laughter. He then drops a line so cheesy it could clog your arteries, telling her that her laughter is quite beautiful. Latte is so grossed out she's practically vomiting rainbows. But Ebeline, the queen of unbotheredness, just gives him a sweet, simple, and utterly soulless thank you. The prince then turns back to Latte and tells her she doesn't have to be so formal either, clearly having already forgotten her name. She just gives him a deadpan, yeah, sure, okay, thinking to herself that she couldn't care less. Her goal was to become Ebeline's friend, and she has succeeded. In the game of side character survival, she is officially winning. We pick up with the crown prince making his grand exit. He gives Ebeline a smooth, charming, I hope we meet again, completely ignoring the girl who just tried to file an insurance claim against him for being too hot. Latte watches him go, thinking, he didn't even look back, followed by a swift, was I too rude? Nah, that was way too much fun. She turns to Ebeline, who is still laughing from the beastly rabbit incident. Latte correctly diagnoses her with a classic case of gap-mo appreciation. When Ebeline, bless her heart, asks what that is, Latte just brushes it off. You can't be expected to explain advanced otaku terminology to a rookie. Just as she's thinking the event is over, Ebeline drops a bombshell. She's planning on visiting the library and asks if Latte wants to come. For a normal person, this is a nice, wholesome invitation. For Latte, this is like getting a backstage pass to the next major plot point. The library. She remembers from the novel that this is the stage for Ebeline's second fated encounter with fish number 2, Duke Kenneth. She immediately agrees, her mind racing with possibilities. Her mission is simple. She will glue herself to Ebeline's side and repeatedly, loudly, and obnoxiously emphasize the fact that they are friends. She needs to make it crystal clear to Kenneth that she is under the heroine's protection and therefore cannot be murdered for the popcorn nostril incident. She is so visibly thrilled about this library trip that Ebeline actually points it out. Of course, she's pleased. She's already having a full-blown daydream of hiding behind Ebeline and smugly taunting a furious but helpless Kenneth. She plays it cool, telling Ebeline that she just really likes books, while internally winking and adding, though my taste is strictly limited to the BL section. Ebeline, being the angel she is, just laughs at her sudden antics. They head out, and the carriage that arrives looks like it was personally bedazzled by a fairy godmother on a sugar high. It's so sparkly it's practically a disco ball on wheels. While Ebeline is being all humble and telling the maids they really didn't have to, Latte hops right in and immediately starts acting like a smug, dragon-riding fantasy lord, making some ridiculous joke about the seats being softer than dragon scales. When Ebeline just laughs at her terrible joke, Latte is amazed. She thinks, wow, she truly has a heart as big as the ocean to find that funny. The trip is over in an instant, and they arrive at the library, which is so breathtakingly beautiful, it makes Latte question her entire existence. She follows Eveline straight to the ancient text section, and immediately feels her brain start to melt from the sheer boringness of it all. She gives a mental salute to the Crown Prince, commending him for actually studying this stuff just to get the girl. She scans the area for male lead number 2 and, of course, spots him immediately. She's annoyed by how unfairly handsome he is, making him stand out like a supermodel in a sea of librarians. But before she can start plotting, she sees the real emergency. Eveline, completely lost in a book, is totally oblivious to the other, much heavier book that is teetering on a high shelf, about to fall directly on her head. With no time to think, Latte does the only thing she can. She screams, "Watch out!" Just as a very dramatic book decides to take a swan dive off a high shelf, aimed directly at the heroine's head, male lead number 2 makes his move. In a maneuver so smooth it's practically dripping with cliché, Kenneth not only catches the book, but also uses the momentum to pull Eveline into a swoon-worthy romantic embrace. Our girl Latte, witnessing this from the sidelines, is so overwhelmed by the sheer cheesiness of it all that she's practically trying to claw her own eyes out. She can no longer see a handsome man. Her brain is permanently stuck on the image of a giant, sentient nostril with a piece of popcorn stuck inside it. Embracing her new mental image of him as the popcorn nostril prince, she approaches them to check on Eveline. The second Kenneth lays eyes on her, the romantic bubble pops. His expressionless prince facade completely shatters, and he glares at her as if she just insulted his entire ancestral line. He grits out a single loaded word. Why? He's basically asking the cosmos why this popcorn-wielding gremlin has appeared to ruin his moment. This is the moment Latte has been waiting for. With a grin so smug it could power a small city, she announces that they are on an outing together, because she and Eveline are friends. She even snuggles up to Eveline to really sell it, showing off just how close they are. Kenneth looks like he's about to spontaneously combust from sheer rage. Latte is absolutely living for this, thinking he probably wishes she had a one-way ticket to the bottom of the ocean. She even mentally calls him Kenny Pooh. He gives her a death glare so potent it could probably wilt the nearby plants. So, naturally, she immediately switches to damsel in distress mode, whining to Eveline that his grace is threatening her and that she's terrified. She internally notes that she was joking, but the death glare was actually real. Eveline, the perfect heroine, immediately rises to the bait. She steps in to defend her new BFF, telling Kenneth that if he has any respect for her, he will treat her friend properly. And there it is. The sweet, sweet checkmate. Latte can practically see the gears grinding in Kenneth's head as he stares at Eveline, utterly confused. The man is trapped. He knows the #1 rule of this genre is, thou shalt not piss off the heroine. He can't touch Latte without risking Eveline's favor. His jet-black eyebrow starts twitching with pure, unadulterated desperation, and Latte finds it absolutely glorious. Realizing he hates her guts but is completely powerless, Latte decides to pour gasoline on the fire and just smile at him even more sweetly. The pettiness is a work of art. Finally defeated and looking utterly exhausted, Kenneth makes a tactical retreat. He tells them he's leaving, but not before shooting one last suave line at Eveline, saying he hopes they meet again. The smoothness of it makes Latte remember a comment she left on the novel in her past life, calling him a catch. She's so horrified by her past self's terrible taste that she literally starts snapping her fingers in disgust, much to Eveline's complete and utter confusion. As they're leaving the library, Eveline, who seems completely oblivious to the intense psychological warfare that just occurred, suggests they go eat since the weather is so nice. But then she suddenly stops, says she just needs to grab her book for a moment, and heads back inside the library by herself. This leaves Latte standing there, completely baffled. What is going on? Why the sudden, mysterious change of plans? After all that drama, our girl is getting a little hungry. She starts daydreaming about the amazing restaurants in the city center, a place she knows all too well. She fondly remembers a past visit where the food was so good, she ate until the seams of her dress were crying for mercy. She figures one good meal should be fine. She'll just exercise later. Maybe. She decides on a restaurant called La Belle, strategically located in the heart of the city, a known hotspot for accidental main character encounters. She jokes to herself that there's no way they'll run into Arwen. It's not like this is a fish tank where all the male leads just swim around waiting to be seen. And then they walk into the restaurant, and of course, there he is. Latte is so shocked she can't even finish her sentence about the risotto. Her internal monologue just goes, "Is today market day for the fish market?" as she pictures all three male leads swimming around in a little tank. She can't believe her bad luck. She was so upset about missing his grand entrance this morning, and now he's right here. Arwen, looking like a literal angel who just descended from the heavens, asks Ebeline what brings her here. Our girl Latte is practically a puddle on the floor, salivating over the scene. Arwen smoothly says he's here to eat too, and what a lucky coincidence this is. The sheer force of his beauty makes Latte start coughing. The man is a walking, talking health hazard. He has the face of a squeaky clean rule follower, but she knows the truth. In reality, he has the foulest mouth of all the male leads, but only when the heroine isn't around to hear it. He laments that if Ebeline had come just a bit earlier, they could have eaten together. Ebeline just casually chats back, and Latte has a moment to appreciate the power dynamics. Arwen might be a commoner by birth, but as the master of the magic tower, he's basically the king of his own ridiculously powerful kingdom. Yet, Ebeline talks to him like he's just some guy from her math class. She then makes the fateful move of gesturing towards Latte, saying she has a friend with her this time. Arwen's eyes meet Latte's for a fraction of a second, and then he immediately looks away, completely ignoring her. The dismissal is so absolute that Latte has a hilarious and vivid fantasy of Arwen literally stepping on her head. She knew he was famous for treating even the most beautiful women like dirt, but experiencing it firsthand is a special kind of roast. Ebeline tries to formally introduce her, saying, "This is my friend, Latte." Arwen's response is a masterclass in brutal indifference. "I don't care," he says, followed by a swift, "I'm not interested." He then gives Ebeline a quick "see you later" and vanishes into thin air, using teleportation like he's just calling an Uber. And Latte's reaction? Is she hurt? Offended? Nope. She is completely, utterly starstruck. She's practically crying with jealousy over his magical talent. A psychic like her can't be bothered with petty dismissals when there's genius-level magic on display. When Ebeline asks if she's okay, Latte just laughs it off, thinking that it's not like she was pole dancing for his attention. There's no reason to be upset. She reassures Ebeline that she really doesn't mind, but as she does, she notices something strange. For a split second, a bizarre expression flashes across Ebeline's face, a mix of confusion and disgust. It's gone so quickly that Latte isn't even sure she saw it right. Unsettled but unable to make sense of it, she decides to just push the weird moment to the back of her mind and forget about it. After a truly legendary day of successfully encountering all three of the novel's main fish, our girl Latte returns to her residence, completely buzzing. This day was so monumental, so epic, that it deserves its own holiday. She officially declares it Fish Day and circles the 19th on her calendar before finally passing out. The next morning, she's all dressed up in a stunning red dress when her maid, Isola, rushes over, saying that everyone is waiting for her. Latte is completely baffled. Waiting for her? Why? Isola just grabs her and starts leading her down the corridor, and the panic begins to set in. She sees them all gathered in the meeting room, her father, her mother, the head butler, the whole squad. Her brain immediately jumps to the worst possible conclusion. She runs through her character stats. Latte Ectri, 18 years old, single for her entire life. Oh no. Oh, this is bad. Her father looks deadly serious. Her mother looks deeply uncomfortable. It can only be one thing. They're here to talk about her marriage. Her father tells her to sit, saying he has something important to discuss with her. Latte puts on her best poker face, but inside she is screaming. He begins, "We wanted to," and she internally braces for the worst, screaming in her head. And then he finishes the sentence with a goofy, beaming smile. "Know how you felt about opening a popcorn business?" The whiplash is so intense it could give you a concussion. Latte, who is milliseconds away from shouting, "I won't accept an arranged marriage," just chokes on her own words. She stares, completely dumbfounded, and then a wave of relief so powerful it's almost euphoric washes over her. Her father, confused, asks what she was about to say. She just laughs it off nervously, thinking she's not going to be able to sleep for a week from the sheer secondhand embarrassment of her own dramatic meltdown. With the marriage crisis averted, her brain instantly switches to business mogul mode. A popcorn business? Simple to make, profitable. Her eyes start to sparkle with the beautiful gleam of capitalism. She imagines adorable little popcorn kernels begging her to eat them. Her father lays out the plan. Start with a small cart, and if it gets popular, open a full-blown shop. She is 100% in. She can already see the millions rolling in. The whole family is on board. Her dad has taken paid leave from work to spearhead this. The head butler, who apparently has some trading experience, is in charge of management. The chef is obviously the head of production. Her mother is the only one who still looks worried, but Latte just pats her on the arm, secretly thinking, "Don't worry, Mom. I'm secretly richer than all of you combined. I can cover the losses." Her mom, lost in her own worries, doesn't even notice. Latte makes a mental note that being ignored is officially becoming a habit for her, first by the male leads, now by her own mother. She also reminds herself not to try winking at Kenneth again, unless she wants her throat slit. The business meeting continues, and Latte starts to get sleepy. She chats with Isola, wondering if she's an investor too, before heading back to her room. She decides she needs a walk after the rich food she had with Ebeline, grumbling about the impossible beauty standards of this world that force women to have waists as thin as ants while tempting them with delicious, high-calorie food. Back in her room, hugging a cushion, she almost forgets the most important task of the day. She pulls out her calendar and looks at the day she's now marked with a star. A day like this, a day where she met all 3 rare fish, must be recorded for posterity. She pictures them as majestic mermaids and thinks to herself, today is a celebration. Today is Foundation Day. We start with our girl Latte, taking stock of her emergency supplies. She opens her drawer and counts her magic scrolls, her secret weapon for when the plot gets a little too spicy. She has 7 left. She used to buy these out of sheer boredom, but now that she has 3 live-action fish to watch, her entertainment schedule is fully booked. She figures she won't need these for a while, a statement that is practically begging the universe to prove her wrong. The next morning, we find her punishing herself for her popcorn sins by sadly munching on a plate of vegetables. But her penance is interrupted when Isola bursts in with a letter. Latte immediately panics. The seal looks fancy. Is this it? Is this a formal duel challenge from Kenneth? She has a vivid, hilarious vision of him in full tough guy mode, saying, "Think you're good at fighting? Then come with me, bro." She starts to think that maybe, just maybe, she was a little too annoying. But upon opening it, she's flooded with relief. It's just an invitation to a tea party. And that's when her fangirl brain kicks into high gear. This tea party. She knows this one. This is the setup for the infamous incident with the orcs. This is her chance to see real-life monsters up close, all from the safety of the protagonist's side. It's the best seat in the house with 0 risk of becoming collateral damage. She is so thrilled by this prospect that she's practically vibrating with excitement. She decides to rest up and save her energy for the big show. But the moment she hopes for a quiet day, her nanny shows up. The sheer hype is too much to contain. Latte starts dancing around her room before throwing open the window and screaming at the top of her lungs that orcs are the best, while Isola just stares, utterly bewildered by her mistress's sudden, passionate love for giant pig monsters. The day of the tea party arrives. The location is on the other side of a mountain, a path that used to be dangerous but was recently cleared out by none other than Duke Kenneth himself. It's now considered a safe shortcut. Right on cue, Ebeline, with her uncanny ability to attract chaos, suggests they take the scenic mountain route. Latte, internally screaming with glee, just sweetly replies, "Sounds great." Of course, this is a romance novel where safe is just another word for where the plot happens. And happen it does. They are suddenly surrounded by a horde of massive, green, muscle-bound orcs. Latte's first thought is a hilarious and slightly disturbing analysis of her new acquaintances. These aren't the familiar delicious pigs destined for a dinner table. These are dangerous warrior pigs that can speak. While Ebeline is appropriately shocked and asking why there are monsters here, Latte is in full-on documentary mode. She thinks, "This is my only chance to observe them," and starts intensely scanning the orcs, a dedicated sidekick on a research mission. She's surprised, even though she knew this was coming. The orcs, meanwhile, are not impressed. One of them grunts, "Kill humans." Another one, apparently a connoisseur of aggression, says, "Wow, so great, so aggressive." But then a third one says something that catches Latte's attention. Another human, new human. Latte's head whips around. A new human? Does that mean Kenneth? Right on cue, Kenneth makes his grand entrance, looking all grim and heroic. His death glare is so powerful it literally paralyzes the orcs on the spot. He draws his sword, ready to turn them into pork chops, and our girl Latte braces herself for the carnage, internally debating whether to watch through her fingers. But then, he just stops. You can practically see the little loading wheel spinning above his head. He looks from the orcs to Ebeline, and then he looks directly at Latte. And that's when he does the single most petty, most diabolical thing a male lead has ever done. He puts his sword away, dashes past her, grabs Ebeline, and just leaves. He leaves her alone with a horde of very angry and now very unfrozen orcs. Latte is left standing there in a state of shock, so profound it borders on enlightenment. Did he really just abandon her to be monster food just to screw with her? The sheer, unmitigated audacity of this man. This crazy little fish. She has a glorious, rage-fueled fantasy of strangling a merman version of him. She thinks his cowardice is so cheap and pathetic, it's actually astounding. But then comes the ultimate humiliation. An insult so deep it transcends mortal understanding. The orcs start talking. And they're not threatening her. They're pitying her. They literally call her a pitiful human. Being looked down on by the main characters is one thing, but being pitted by the disposable monster of the week? That is a new level of rock bottom. For a moment, she despairs. But our girl is not a damsel. She's a capitalist. And she has an emergency fund. She reaches into her dress and pulls out her secret weapon, her entire stash of magic scrolls. With a cry of righteous fury, she declares, fighting is about striking first, and unleashes her ultimate attack, magical cash fury. A massive, swirling hurricane of pure, concentrated capitalism erupts from the scrolls. The orcs don't stand a chance. As they're sucked into the vortex of doom, Latte just stands there, laughing like a beautiful, maniacal supervillain, getting all of her stress and anger out. When the dust settles, the orcs are gone. The entire area looks like it's been hit by a tornado. She takes a moment to admire her work. A perfect combination of 1 shield scroll, 5 wind attack scrolls, and 1 teleport scroll left for a quick getaway. She poetically wishes the orcs well in their next life, hoping they come back as something docile, like a pet rock. She prepares to use her last scroll to escape this chaotic mess. But then she sees him. Standing there, amidst the devastation, is Kenneth. He came back. He just stares at her, and she stares right back. She has no idea why he's here, if he came back to finish the job or gloat over her corpse. But she knows one thing. He hates her smile. So, she gives him the biggest, brightest, most infuriating smile she can muster. We get a quick flashback to our popcorn nostril prince's internal monologue, right after he ditched our girl. He was thinking about how annoying that little raccoon was, but that the situation was useful. He smugly thought she should be terrified all by herself and that she'd be speechless once he rode in to save the day after taking care of the monsters. But oh, how the tables turned. The unexpected issue was our girl casually blowing all the orcs away with a flurry of magic scrolls, which she used like an absolute pro. Back in the present, Kenneth just stands there, completely frozen. He literally can't take a single step as his brain tries to compute what just happened. His internal monologue is just a mess of confusion, wondering what in the world she is. He knows her family's land was taken away 2 generations ago. They should be living off government wages. So how did she get all those scrolls? Even with savings, that level of luxury should be impossible. There was absolutely nothing he understood about Latte, from her behavior to the capitalist magic storm she just unleashed. Just as he's spiraling, our girl just gives him that infuriatingly sweet smile, casually breaks another scroll, and with a flash of light, she's gone. She teleports away, leaving him standing there in a cloud of dust and pure, unadulterated confusion. Next thing we know, our girl is stumbling into a plaza, looking a little green. She grumbles to herself, wondering if they're ever going to fix the dizziness that comes with using a teleport scroll and complaining that she feels sick. She realizes her hair is a total mess from the battle and quickly ties it up. Turns out, this plaza is the main hub for teleportation scrolls and the magic shop is just a few blocks away. Since she used up her entire emergency stash, it's time to go restock. She sighs, thinking that being born a side character means you get a short life. But if nobody is going to save her, she'll just have to save herself. This leads her down a rabbit hole of pure, concentrated rage towards Kenneth. She calls him the Prince of Pettiness, a man worse than a fish, more like an amoeba or a plankton. A damn fairy who could magically make even the calmest person scream in frustration. Feeling thoroughly vindicated by her epic roast, she arrives at a ridiculously fancy, gold-plated door. It's time to empty that bank account. She thinks to herself that the place looks so high-class that anyone trying to enter with an empty pocket would probably get laughed right out of the store. Using the money her publisher books gave her, she walks in. A beautiful shopkeeper immediately approaches, asking if there's something she's looking for. Our girl just coolly says the shopkeeper's name, Lafara, and announces that it's her rose. The woman's professional demeanor shatters in an instant. She recognizes her VVIP customer, and Latte realizes that since she always wore a hat before, of course she wouldn't be recognized at first. The shopkeeper starts blushing, a hilarious look of pure, unadulterated greed on her face as she thinks about the massive commission she's about to make. Latte just points, saying she'll take this one, and this one, and this one while she's at it. As she leaves, the shopkeeper gives her a dazzling smile, telling her to please come again with lots of money. Walking down a quiet alley, Latte thinks that while the shopkeeper's overly friendly attitude is a little annoying, the shade is nice and cool. She wonders what to do now, figuring Eveline probably won't be at the tea party anymore since the main plot point, the orc attack, is already over. Just as she's admiring how quiet and scenic the area is, she sees a man clutching his arm, groaning in pain. He and his two buddies immediately glance over at her. One of them yells that his arm is broken. Our girl just thinks, huh? Another one points at her, and she immediately recognizes them for what they are, low-level, shoulder-swinging bullies. She decides there is no way she's wasting one of her brand-new, expensive scrolls on these clowns. Instead, she pulls out a cheap one that beginners use. With a snap, she clutches her chest, lets out a pathetic cough, and puts on the performance of a lifetime, acting like she's about to faint from a sudden heart attack. The thugs just stand there, completely shocked by her sudden, dramatic collapse. With a face that looks like she's about to faint, she dramatically whispers, "Am I going to die here in a place like this?" The thugs are completely thrown, wondering what in the world is wrong with her. Is she actually dying? One of them scoffs, saying there's no way someone dies from getting bumped on the shoulder. Our girl, internally, is bursting with pride. She thinks to herself, "Do you know how much experience I have? I skipped so many classes with this trick in high school." With a final, trembling breath, she wails that she just wanted to say goodbye, claiming she's a poor girl with a weak heart. Then, she closes her eyes and dramatically collapses on the floor. The thugs completely lose it. One asks what they should do, and the other just panics, repeating the question. As our girl lies on the ground with her eyes closed, she can hear the hoodlums running away frantically from her dead body. She's laughing internally, pleased with her flawless performance. She thinks to herself that the ground is pretty cold, but it was worth it. She saved her expensive scrolls. She feels so proud for defeating the shoulder scammers with her perfect acting skills, thinking she's good enough to go for a legendary role in a famous play. As she gets up and reties her hair, something flutters down from the sky. She looks around and sees a scroll lying on the ground. A very expensive-looking scroll. She thinks, huh? What's this? And immediately gets suspicious, wondering what the catch is. It's like finding a big diamond on the street. She feels like her luck just went up by 100, and this must be what leveling up feels like. Looking at the scroll, she magnanimously decides that she'll forgive Kenneth. Of course, she immediately admits to herself that it's not like she could do anything to him even if she didn't forgive him. With her new mission clear, administering justice, defeating bullies, and earning money, she decides it's time to recharge her sugar levels. There's a tart place near the plaza, and she happily skips over, convincing herself that since fruit tarts are made of fruit, they're basically just vitamins and she won't gain any weight. After arriving, she orders a tart, and it doesn't take long for it to move from the pretty plate right into her stomach. She jokes to herself that she must be gifted in magic, since she's learned how to teleport objects. The tarts were so good that she immediately considers ordering 2 more, before scolding herself for being a porky. But then, she looks out the window and spots them. The shoulder gang. She groans, wondering why they had to pass by this exact place, and ducks down to hide. Phew, thank goodness they didn't see her. She starts having a hilarious internal debate, wondering that if they did meet again, should she act like a zombie that came back to life for tarts? Which would be more realistic, dying after getting a tart stuck in her throat or just being a regular undead? Her very serious, life-or-death deliberation is interrupted by the jingle of the shop's bell. She gets a bad feeling and quickly tries to hide her face with her hair. And of course, in walk the thugs. One of them immediately starts laying the cringy compliments on the pretty shop owner, who is clearly not interested. Our girl just thinks back on what she said about being born with luck, realizing the shoulder gang likes the owner and must come here all the time. The owner finally tells them she's uncomfortable, but the main thug just tells her to come to him and she'll never be uncomfortable again. Ugh. Our girl groans, wondering why it had to be this place. The shop owner, trying to get them to leave, says she has a customer. All 3 of them turn and look right at our girl. One of them points and yells, huh? That's the crazy heart attack girl. They start making fun of her messy hair, and we see a funny image of their insults literally stabbing her in the back as she cries with a forced smile. She thinks it's all because of this stupid hair. But then she remembers that this lame disguise always works. The main thug claps his hands, saying, "Right, it's you. With that ridiculous hair." Our girl just snaps back, telling him that his sense of humor is what's truly ridiculous. She thinks to herself that of course they're surprised. Her acting was just perfect. The shop owner is stunned, and our girl reassures the pretty lady that she'll be gone with the wind soon. One of the thugs asks how a dead body can move, and judging by the plates, how she even ate some tarts. Another one calls his friend an idiot, yelling that the girl totally fooled them. The main thug starts sweating, completely flustered in front of the girl he's trying to impress. Our girl just thinks what a bunch of hooligans. She takes out a talisman, announcing that this one should be fixed to the park near her home. With a cool, "I'm leaving now, goodbye," she breaks the talisman, expecting to vanish in a blaze of glory. But nothing happens. Everyone stares. She stares at the scroll, completely baffled. How come nothing is happening? Is this thing defective? The thugs slowly close in, one of them muttering that she must be totally insane and wondering if there's an asylum nearby. Our girl is on the verge of tears, mourning her money, her show, and her awesome exit. Her scroll is a fake. A counterfeit. You can practically see the Made in China sticker in her mind's eye. As she's having this breakdown, one of the thugs points at her, saying that it's a pity she's insane, but she still needs to learn a lesson for trying to trick them. While our girl is still despairing over her faulty scroll, one of the goons sneaks up behind her, winding up for a punch. She looks back, thinking, "Hold up, why are you coming so fast?" With a sigh, she realizes she just has to use another one and quickly breaks the real scroll she found earlier. This one works. A sphere of energy immediately surrounds her, and with a gust of wind, she starts to disappear. She tries to get one last curse in, but all she manages to get out is not, before she vanishes, leaving the thugs and the shop owner completely stunned. She crash lands headfirst somewhere totally unfamiliar. Thinking she was so close to a perfect curse, she looks around and asks, "Where am I? This definitely isn't the plaza." She looks up and sees an impossibly tall, impressive tower. The magic tower. Whoops. It feels a lot like trespassing. She realizes that getting home from here would take 3 whole days by carriage, a journey that would make her but become one with the chair. The plaza scroll would have been perfect. Gosh, her money. But then an idea strikes. Wait a minute, don't all the scrolls she uses come from the magic tower? Alright, great. Since she's here anyway, she'll just go get a refund for her failed scroll. She marches up to the massive front doors and wonders if they'll even hear her knock. But after 2 taps, the giant gates swing open. An old mage who looks suspiciously like Gandalf from Lord of the Rings greets her, asking what brings her here. Our girl immediately geeks out, calling him Gandalf and rambling that she's not a hobbit, but if he gives her the ring, she'll make good use of it. The old mage just looks at her, completely bewildered. She quickly explains that she tried to use a teleport scroll, but thinks it was defective. The mage analyzes it and tells her this won't be a quick fix, inviting her inside. She quietly follows Gandalf on her new quest, excited to finally see real magic. He tells her to sit down for a bit, and she plops down into the fanciest chair she's ever seen. Wow, she thinks, chairs aren't just furniture, they're science. Her butt feels so luxurious. The old mage, looking a little weirded out, gets back to business, confirming that the teleport scroll she bought didn't work properly. She says yes, and he tells her she'll have to wait a bit. The master has to check it himself, but he's out right now. Our girl is shocked. The master? She thinks for a second. The master has to check it, then that means Arwen has to come here himself. She asks if it's normal for the master to handle this, and Gandalf says not really, but in this case, only the master can tell if a scroll truly malfunctioned. She thinks about how Arwen was described as a genius of the century in the novel. She honestly didn't think she'd ever meet him, even at the magic tower, just like you can't see the crown prince just by going to the palace. Hold on. Meeting him is one thing, but meeting him without the heroine Ebeline is a buffer? Oh no. Will she be alright? Our girl immediately starts to panic, imagining Arwen just looking at her and saying, "Die." But she quickly shakes her head, trying to calm down. She reasons that he doesn't kill people for no reason, and she's not trying to start a fight with him. Just then the old mage, Gandalf, excuses himself to go call the master of the tower, addressing her as Miss Rose. Latte is briefly confused about how he knew her secret author name but just shrugs it off, figuring the magic tower must know who its big spending customers are. While she waits, a maid brings her a plate of cookies. Her eyes immediately light up. Oh my, look at the color and shine. She happily thinks to herself that the magic tower is a very good place. Anywhere with free food is a good place. She figures Arwen will take his sweet time coming for someone like her, but just as that thought crosses her mind, a gust of wind blows through the room and poof, Arwen appears right in front of her, startled. She yelps and reflexively throws the cookie she was about to eat right at his face. Of course, Arwen just casually stops it midair with telekinesis before it can hit him, and the cookie crumbles into dust. Our girl is mortified, thinking, "Don't tell me that's going to be my future too." Arwen looks at her, a little surprised, and she panics, wondering if he's trying to figure out how to kill her. But he just explains that he came because he was told his 1 million gold customer had arrived. Latte glances at Gandalf in the background and realizes Arwen must have rushed over as soon as he got the message. Arwen leans in close, a playful smile on his face, and notes what a funny coincidence it is that she's the famous 1 million gold customer. Gandalf pipes up from the background, telling the master to show some respect to such an important client, but Arwen just scoffs, asking if he's ever known him to respect a customer. He then turns back to Latte, asking if she wants him to treat her like a customer. As he says this, he picks up another cookie and casually crushes it in his hand, a clear reminder of what she just did. But our girl, ever the opportunist, just smiles brightly and says yes, she would like to be treated like a customer, with very special treatment, please. In the background, Gandalf turns pale, his eyes practically popping out of his head. Latte starts to worry, wondering if special treatment is just code for killing someone. Arwen just looks at her and says, "Relax, dear customer. I won't kill you." Our girl thinks, do people normally say that to make someone relax? He then amends his statement to, "I probably won't kill you." Oh, so special treatment just means he probably won't murder her. Great. When Gandalf asks why the sudden change of heart, Arwen just smiles and says it's because she's funny. She's funny, so I like her. Latte is completely baffled, thinking he keeps saying things only he can understand, but then it clicks. She points at him and asks, "Wait, you're the one who gave me that scroll." Arwen just laughs, confirming it was his payment for the show. And just like that, she gets it. The expensive scroll that fell from the sky was a donation from Arwen so he could watch her masterful I'm Dying performance in the alley. As Arwen remembers the scene and keeps laughing, she just calls him generous. Finally, Gandalf hands Arwen the defective scroll. He takes one look at it, gets a disgusted look on his face, and asks what kind of freaking idiot made a scroll that can't even contain mana and paper. He rips it to shreds, destroying her evidence, before angrily muttering that he's going to teach this little bastard a lesson. With that, he teleports away. Latte and Gandalf are left marveling at how he uses magic without even lifting a finger, and just as quickly, in another flash, he's back. Arwen returns in a flash and simply hands our girl 2 brand new scrolls. Gandalf is in the background, absolutely losing his mind, exclaiming in disbelief that Arwen made them just now. Our girl knows it's not normal to make a scroll that fast, but Gandalf has a full-on meltdown. He drops to his knees, trembling, and cries that if Arwen can make them so fast, he should have just done it himself in the first place. He sobs that it takes his team a whole day of hard work just to set the coordinates. Arwen just coldly tells him that's why he's making them train. Hearing this, Gandalf's tears of despair instantly morph into a look of pure, starstruck admiration. Our girl thinks this is all a bit difficult to watch, especially when Arwen makes the poor old man cry by asking if he learned magic in his sleep. She feels terrible, thinking it's awful to harass an old man who doesn't have much time left. But Arwen just looks at them and deadpans. He's 25. Latte is floored. 25. The guy looks at least 70. His wrinkles and white hair are evidence of a long life. Arwen explains that Gandalf accidentally touched a magic circle left by someone else. The demon it summoned was so angered by the weak summoner that it put a curse on him to age rapidly. Now he works at the tower, searching for a way to break it. Latte, with her mental popcorn and 3D glasses on, thinks what a sad story it is. She asks Arwen if even he can't dispel the curse. With a smug smile he says, "Of course I can." So why hasn't he? Because Gandalf is a good worker, and he needs him to work for a long time. Our girl just stares with a poker face, thinking this guy is literally the worst. As she thanks Arwen and prepares to leave, he suddenly stops her from using the scroll. Her mind immediately jumps to the most dramatic conclusion. With a blush, she tells him that she knows he doesn't want to let her go, but she belongs to no one. She is like the wind, so he shouldn't be jealous. Arwen just looks at her, thoroughly amused, and says, "You are quite funny." He then grabs her arm, calling it a reward for your effort. Before she can even ask what reward he's talking about, he pulls her into his arms, and in a flash, they disappear. They reappear right near her house. Arwen explains that teleport scrolls can't be used inside the tower, that's why he stopped her. Oh. Our girl looks at his smug face and thinks if he were her boss, she would have punched him already. He just gives her a gentle smile and says, "Goodbye, customer. Please do buy more scrolls in the future." She's left fuming, feeling like a bank with an automatic transfer subscription to the magic tower. But then she starts blushing, thinking about how he didn't even hesitate to grab her hand. She also realizes that his teleport didn't make her dizzy at all, and she starts fantasizing about how they could travel the world quickly and easily with his perfect, side-effect-free magic. Just as she's relaxing and washing her feet, a maid interrupts, announcing that she has a guest. A guest? For her? Our girl is left wondering who in the world would come all the way to visit her. And just like that, the guest is revealed to be Ebeline. Latte is shocked, asking how she even got here. Ebeline explains that His Grace, Kenneth, brought her because she was worried after they were separated during the orc attack. She heard from Kenneth that he used a scroll and that Latte would be fine, but she wanted to make sure. Our girl thinks, fine? Oh dear, what should I say? Before a mischievous idea pops into her head. She wants to mess with Kenneth. With Ebeline waiting in anticipation, Latte launches into the most dramatic, tear-filled, and completely fabricated story ever. She claims that she flew in the sky on an orc, then collapsed to the cold floor because she couldn't breathe, her fainting act with the thugs, and was then run away from in fear. She's in full-on method acting mode, thinking to herself, "I'm Latte the Pitiful." Ebeline is completely horrified and disgusted, her face a mask of shock as she asks how someone could do such a thing. She gets furious, declaring that she has to go say something to Kenneth. Latte, hiding her glee, tells her it's alright, but Ebeline transforms into a full-blown warrior, fire in her eyes, and tells Latte to leave it to her and get some rest. As she marches off on her mission, Latte just thinks how fun this is and wishes her pretty lady good luck. Just as she's settling down with some tea and sweets, marveling at how much fun it is to mess with Kenneth, a maid announces she has another guest. Again, she thinks, is today a holiday? She runs to the door and finds Books, her publisher. She slams the door in his face before sighing and letting him in. She immediately asks if he's here because he wants an R-rated side story. He looks serious and says he has something important to talk about. It's time for a fan meeting. Latte is shocked, her mind immediately jumping to images of book signings and autograph sessions. The publisher excitedly explains that she'll get to talk to fans who love her books. Then he drops the first bomb. It's tomorrow. She gets furious, grabbing him by his clothes and yelling if he's kidding her. Then comes the second bomb. The location is AG, a rural town that takes over a week to get to by carriage. She looks at him and sarcastically asks if he thinks she's a time traveler. He just beams and explains that the host of the fan meeting is providing teleport scrolls for everyone to get there and back instantly. This blows Latte's mind. She wonders who this person could be, someone so rich they can casually provide multiple teleport scrolls and who is powerful enough to have an official might run their errands. She thinks her fans are on a whole different level. The publisher, practically sparkling with excitement, asks if she'll do it. Despite how weird it is, her curiosity is piqued. She pats his head and agrees, telling him not to panic. But as he leaves, a new worry sets in. What do you normally talk about at a fan meeting? Meanwhile, back at the Magic Tower, we get a peek into the life of the mage our girl nicknamed Gandalf. His real name is Otto Brock, and his defining feature is his absolutely terrible luck. The narration explains that his luck is so legendarily bad that people will call him out for being unlucky just for shaking his leg at a table. He was destined for it from the start, being born the youngest son to 6 older sisters. Though he showed great magical talent and prospered for a short time, a terrible curse turned him into an old man, forcing him to leave his family, unable to even call his own mother. Now, he's been a member of the Magic Tower for 3 years, often just sitting around looking depressed and thinking about how much he wants to go home. As he's moping, the master of the tower, Arwen, is in the middle of deciding who he's going to make an example of for the faulty scrolls. He menacingly says, "Who's going to die today? Get over here," adding that it's all the same to him whether he kills one person or all of them. 2 other magicians rush in, panicking, and explain that the culprit, a mage named Bishat, is on vacation in the countryside. Arwen just looks at them with a cold smile and says, "Is that so? You all are going on vacation too." Before they can even process what's happening, he snaps his fingers and teleports them all away, telling them to return in 2 days. He then turns to Gandalf, notes that he's been researching a lot lately as a good job, and as a reward, he'll also get a one-day vacation. And that's how Otobrock got roped into the collective punishment, a vacation to hell for the faulty scroll incident, leaving him missing his sisters very much. While all that was happening, Latte had arrived at the fan meeting location AG and was using her free time to do some shopping. She buys a little utensil that reminds her of what she used to catch cockroaches back in her old life as Kim Ji-young. She muses that this world doesn't have cockroaches, but it does have a weird bug that poops neon-colored dung. She shudders, thinking that anyone would agree a neon poop bug is better than a cockroach, and wonders why she suddenly thought about them. As she's walking around, admiring the restaurants, she suddenly runs right into Kenneth. She groans internally, wondering when she ever wished for this kind of coincidence. Her luck is just terrible. That's what she gets for turning Ebeline into a warrior and sending her home just yesterday. Kenneth just glares at her and asks what she's doing here. He gets an annoyed look on his face and says he doesn't know how she found out, but it's creepy how she's always involved in his missions. Our girl has an arrow pointing at her in her mind that just says, stalker. She thinks to herself, oh, so that's it. At least it's better than hearing him tell me to die. But then she notices something odd. He looks annoyed, tiresome, and bothered, but he isn't giving her the usual death glare. There's even a little scratch on his face. She realizes he must be here on a mission in AG and hasn't met up with Ebeline yet after their talk. Since her life isn't in immediate danger, she decides it's the perfect time to finally resolve this stalker misunderstanding once and for all. But just as she's about to talk, he just scratches his head, turns around, and starts to walk away, completely ignoring her. She's amazed at his audacity. She tries to call out, "Excuse me, Your Grace," but he just keeps walking. She tries again, "Hey, excuse me." She starts to reach out and touch his shoulder but pulls her hand back at the last second, remembering that he absolutely hates people touching him and that it might make him tell her to die again. Alright, she thinks to herself, there is another way. Remembering that touching Kenneth is a one-way ticket to a death threat, our girl comes up with another plan. She pulls out the utensil she just bought and calls out again, "Excuse me, Your Grace." As he turns, she uses the long trash picker tongs to gently grab the hem of his clothes. Kenneth is completely shocked, staring at the metal claw attached to him and wondering what in the world this is. Latte just thinks to herself, what else? The tongs to pick up trash with. She never thought she'd be using them so soon, but she's so thankful she bought them. She quickly apologizes, saying she just did it without thinking but that she really needs to tell him something. She explains that she thinks there's been a big misunderstanding about them always meeting, and she needs to correct it. She's braced for him to explode, but instead, Kenneth turns around looking all gentle and shiny, with a soft pink aura around him. He looks at the tongs holding his clothes and says, "This is quite to my liking." Latte is completely and utterly baffled. What? She almost forgot that while he's assertive with Ebeline, this woman-hating fool detests all kinds of physical contact with the opposite sex. Her brain finally puts the pieces together in the most hilarious way possible. She just wanted to treat him like a cockroach, but he took it as a sign of ultimate respect. Kenneth then calmly asks what she wanted to talk about. She's so thrown off by his sudden change that she just stares. He continues, patiently saying that she wanted to talk about something, so go on, he's listening. In her mind, he's suddenly transformed from a scary duke into a soft, sweet pudding. She's practically salivating over this new pudding Kenneth. Snapping out of it, she quickly explains that she's not a stalker and didn't follow him here. To her absolute astonishment, he just calmly replies, "I see. I believe you." And then he turns and leaves. Latte is left speechless, with tears of shock in her eyes, marveling at his smooth, frown-free forehead. His entire attitude and expression changed so dramatically. She looks down at the tongs in her hand, still sparkling. She doesn't think a simple one-silver utensil could accomplish something so miraculous. She tries to understand his logic by running a simulation in her head. Okay, so there's a cricket, and she hates crickets. The cricket is jumping right at her, and she can feel the full force of its cricket energy. She's terrified. Suddenly, something grabs her leg. It's the cricket. She turns, ready to scream, but then she sees it. It's not the cricket's leg touching her. It's a leaf. A single leaf, drifting in the wind, that the cricket is using to touch her. Did the cricket hide on purpose to show her respect? She is so thankful to this cricket, this respectful, mindful, and gentle cricket. And that's when she understands. The steel tongs are the ultimate symbol of respect. She finally gets why Kenneth changed. Her neck is safe for now, even without Eveline around. What an advancement! Feeling incredibly lucky that both Arwen and Kenneth are no longer a threat to her, she decides it's time to go eat. But just as she's about to head off, her publisher Books comes running over, completely out of breath. He pants that he knew she would be here and that the participants for the fan meeting will be arriving soon. Latte tells him to breathe. Books explains that since it's an anonymous fan meeting, she'll need a disguise. He hands her a wig. It's incredibly soft and silky, and she immediately asks how much it cost. He says it was 10 gold, all thanks to her, and she tells him he must be earning a lot of money. The wig feels amazing, but when she puts it on and he asks how it is, she just gives a one-word answer, stuffy. After getting her completely kitted out in her disguise, they arrive at a neat and tidy mansion where the fan meeting is about to begin. Our girl arrives at the neat and tidy mansion where the fan meeting is being held and immediately spots a very shiny and incredibly beautiful seat. Wow, she thinks, is that my seat? Just then, her publisher Books stumbles a bit, looking queasy. She teases him, saying it must be the side effect of teleportation. As she settles in, people wearing masks begin to appear around the room, all looking a little green around the gills. Latte recognizes the knight who visited her publisher and smiles to herself. Haha, she thinks, they're all nauseous from the teleport. I know how it feels. Just then, her thoughts are interrupted as a girl with blonde hair approaches her. She recognizes her as the host, a daughter of some Viscount family. The blonde girl exclaims, Lady Rose, her eyes beneath her mask bending gently in a smile. She says it's nice to meet her and that she's always wanted to see her in person. Latte is struck by her elegant voice and light green eyes, feeling like she's seen her somewhere before. The host suggests they sit down and talk, and Latte agrees, thinking the fan meeting won't start by itself. As she sits, she leisurely looks at the lady across from her, who is flanked by knights standing guard. This woman is definitely from a very prestigious family. Could she really be her fan? Latte nervously wonders what she should even say. The host begins, saying she's read all of her books, and asks if Latte could sign the copy she brought with her. Our girl is impressed, thinking the host is elegant even when just handing over a book. This sparks a chain reaction, as all the other ladies excitedly present their own copies for an autograph. One of the girls even gushes that it's an honor to have her autograph and that she's so impressive for being fluent in a foreign language, English. After the signing, Latte decides it's time to talk about something. She thanks them all for enjoying her books and asks if there's a particular one they'd like to discuss. The fans immediately dive in, talking about the newest one and wanting to know more about the Royal Knights. The topic quickly moves from past works to who the best couple is, and then to the best steamy scenes. Latte is amazed. Everyone must have read her books in incredible detail. They talk about everything without missing a single thing, and she notes that they're true fans, even memorizing all the lines like professionals. What's even more amazing is that the stoic knights guarding the host haven't even batted an eye at all this intense BL discussion. Feeling proud, she decides to share a little spoiler about what happens next to reward their enthusiasm. But just then, the blonde host interrupts her, saying, Lady Rose, I always wanted to thank you if I ever got to meet you. Latte is confused. Thank her? The audience grows quiet as the host begins to speak. She tells a story from 2 years ago, about the annual hunting contest. It was the first time she heard that a certain person was going to attend. People said he would surely win, and she was very interested in him. Latte feels like she's heard this story somewhere before. The host continues, explaining that she doesn't usually like hunting contests because she hates seeing dead animals, but that time she decided to participate just to see him. As she speaks, Latte starts connecting the dots. Platinum blonde hair, gray-green eyes, the story about the hunting contest. Oh my god. She's talking about the side story from The Flower of the Beast, about Princess Rosalia's one-sided love for Kenneth. This host, she's the royal princess. The princess continues, saying that during a break in the hunt, someone gifted her a book that was supposedly very interesting. On the cover, we see a rather spicy title. Latte is shocked, wondering if that was really part of her story. The princess says that since there was some time left, she decided to read it. She continues, and that day, I couldn't participate in the hunting contest. Our girl is completely shocked by the princess's revelation. She thinks, what? Did I really hear that? What did you just say, princess? The princess continues, explaining that she just couldn't stop reading. She had to know what happened next in the book. Latte's mind is reeling. Kenneth and the princess's tragic love story was supposed to be blossoming, not ending in a heartache before it even began. She feels like instead of planting the seeds of a budding romance, Her book just stabbed it in the ribs with a trowel. Unless her head has gone completely wrong, the hunting competition was supposed to be the beginning of the princess's one-sided love for Kenneth. In Wonderland terms, Alice is supposed to follow the rabbit, but instead, the rabbit hole has been completely covered up. The princess continues her story with fire in her eyes, quoting entire passages from Latte's book from memory. Our girl is just stunned, wondering how in the world she remembers all of that. The princess's passion is so intense it's like she's reciting lyrics from a famous pop song. Latte realizes with dawning horror that the princess really did skip the most important romantic event of her life because she was too busy reading her BL novel. She starts laughing, hiding her face and thinking, then what about the princess's hopeless love that drove everyone crazy in the comments section back in my previous life? The princess explains that after that day, she read all of Latte's books in her bedroom and learned about BL. It made her realize that the feelings she thought she had for Kenneth were nothing more than a shallow search for excitement. With a beautiful, sparkling smile, she says that if she hadn't found Latte's books, she might have been trapped in a hopeless crush forever. The original love story is no more. It just doesn't exist in this world anymore. Our girl is completely gobsmacked. The original work has changed. The princess doesn't love Kenneth anymore, which means all the dramatic episodes that were supposed to happen between them and the female lead will be deleted. Her silly BL novel didn't just change a bit of the story, it completely rewrote it. The princess leans in close, her shiny green eyes looking right at Latte and says, "Thank you. I've always wanted to tell you that." Our girl is completely flustered, thinking she can't handle being approached by such a pretty face. All she did was put her silly thoughts into words, and now this beautiful lady is looking at her with such adoration. Overcome with emotion, she passionately declares to the princess that she will write until the day she crawls into her grave. But just as they're having this beautiful creator fan moment, the door slams open and masked men storm the room. Latte is very confused. Her first thought? Could they be anti-BL fans? Are they angry because of me? But that can't be right. The princess's two knights immediately jump in front of her to protect her and start fighting the intruders. Latte is impressed, thinking they're more than just good looks. The princess, however, is acting way too calm, confidently telling everyone not to worry because nothing will happen. Our girl thinks to herself that she's fine. If anything goes wrong, she can just quietly run away using a scroll, and she already has her hand on one in her pocket. Her publisher Books, however, is screaming for help, hilariously claiming he has dyslexia and can't even read, so he has nothing to do with this. As Latte calls him over to her, she notices the knights seem to be outnumbered. And then, the ceiling starts to crack open, and more masked men drop down from above. Just as one of the masked men tells the princess that she's quite brave despite her looks, a figure appears behind him. It's Kenneth. The masked man is shocked, asking who's there. Kenneth just takes him out in one swift move, looking incredibly shiny and handsome. Our girl thinks to herself, wow, looks like the wind automatically blows in the background since he's a male interest. Our girl is internally shivering as the masked man recognizes Kenneth. The Black Reaper of the battlefield, huh? She thinks. My goodness, how cringe. She had completely forgotten about Kenneth's cheesy nickname and realizes this must be the mission he was talking about. No wonder the princess was so calm this whole time. The other masked men start to panic, wondering what they should do now that their target's ridiculously strong bodyguard has shown up. The leader confronts Kenneth, saying he was supposed to be joining the northern expedition, but one of Kenneth's knights just smirks, revealing that was a lie they spread on purpose. As the leader glances around the room, trying to figure out his next move, our girl knows exactly what's coming. According to her years of reading romance fantasy novels, this is the part where the villains take a hostage. And in any story, they're definitely going to aim for the most valuable person in the room, the princess. But just as she thinks this, a masked man grabs her from behind, putting a cold knife to her throat. He yells at Kenneth to throw down his weapon, or the woman dies. Latte is completely pale, thinking, why me? She is, by all accounts, the most worthless hostage in this entire room. She has a vivid, horrifying vision of Kenneth just stabbing right through her to get to the bad guy, killing two birds with one stone. You must be an idiot, she thinks at her kidnapper. If you've got a death wish, do it alone. But then she remembers she's wearing a wig and a mask. She supposes she doesn't need to worry too much about a hostage play like this. And just like that, Kenneth moves. He steps forward and knocks the masked man out in a single, lightning-fast motion. Latte is amazed, seeing that he just hit the man's wrist with his sword's handle. The knife that was threatening her clatters to the ground, and she thinks she should at least stomp on it before making her escape. With their hostage plan failed, the masked leader panics, realizing Kenneth is way too strong. He reaches for something, his last hope, and attempts a classic villain monologue. "I may be retreating," he begins, "but next time I'll—" Before he can finish, Kenneth is behind him with a sword to his throat. Our girl just thinks, "Oh, mister, you shouldn't say that. He won't wait for you. The only one who can use that skill is Abilene, not you." With their leader captured, the rest of the masked men are a complete mess, and peace quickly returns to the room. Kenneth just stands there, his expression unchanged, as a gentle breeze flutters through his silky hair. Wow, Latte thinks, as expected from male interest number 2. Did he buy that breeze effect, I wonder? He's so cool no matter what he does, and all the masked ladies in the room seem to agree. They're all blushing, their eyes turned into hearts as they stare at the handsome Duke. The princess then thanks Kenneth for listening to her request. Latte notices there's no blood. They must have all just fainted. Kenneth confirms they'll wake up after a very long time. The princess then takes off her mask, her face shiny and beautiful, and asks Lady Rose if she's all right. She apologizes for getting her involved, and Latte, blushing from being so close to her, says she's fine. The princess explains that the attackers were from an anti-imperial group, and she held the fan meeting in the countryside specifically to lure them into a trap. She apologizes again, but says with a blush that she truly meant it when she said she wanted to meet Latte, no matter what it took. Is she giving me the green light? Our girl thinks, and immediately gets another one of her signature dramatic nosebleeds from the sheer force of the princess's charm. She remembers she still has her disguise on, and that she hasn't thanked her rescuer yet. She turns to Kenneth and thanks him for saving her, but he just brushes it off, saying it was nothing. And it really did look like nothing to him, as expected from the notorious Black Reaper. She fantasizes that if he were as easy to tease as the prince, she would totally make fun of his cringeworthy nickname, calling him the Yellow Reaper of BL. As the defeated goons are rounded up, she has to admit to herself that this time, Kenneth was really, really cool. As Kenneth's defeated foes are rounded up, the remaining ladies in the room are completely beside themselves. They gush over how he was even cooler than the rumors, with one saying she almost fainted and another declaring that no one in the entire continent could fight against him. They blush and swoon, begging him to take them with him. Our girl just looks at the scene unfolding and thinks, "Where is my popcorn?" The spectacle isn't just for the ladies either. Even the princess's 2 shiny knights are having a full-on fanboy moment, so starstruck that they both have massive nosebleeds. Latte thinks to herself that they say male fans are more serious, and this certainly proves it. Her publisher, Books, is also completely caught up in the hype, gushing about how cool the nickname the Black Reaper of the Battlefield is. He gets a brilliant idea and asks if he should make a nickname for himself too, suggesting the Ashen Reaper of Publishing. Latte just gives him a deadpan look and replies, "How about I kill you?" The princess decides it's time to end the meeting, and Latte sighs, thinking it just turned into Kenneth's fan club meeting. The princess hands Latte a beautiful handkerchief, saying she hopes Lady Rose will come and see her. She reveals that she could tell Latte was a noble from her elegant steps and hands. Our girl feels a little proud, thinking about how she was quite studious and took all her lessons seriously. The princess hands her an official invitation, and Latte thinks about how oddly popular she's become. She immediately wonders how much a handkerchief from the royal family is worth before touching her face, and feeling like the time has finally come for this side character to shine. Books claps, saying it's all as expected of her, before suddenly asking if she's alright after the whole knife-to-the-throat incident. She shoots him an annoyed look, asking why he's asking about that now and intimidating him for being so slow to worry. She admits that she's fine, but if it wasn't for Kenneth, she would have been in real trouble. This leads her into a moment of deep thought. She realizes she trusts her scrolls too much and sometimes forgets she's a real character in this world, not just an outsider watching a story unfold. It's a complicated problem she'd rather not think about, so she concludes she'll just keep living as she has been, reaping scrolls, watching the fun, and waiting for the ending. She snaps out of it when she sees Books just standing there, still in a daze. She asks if he plans on living here and tells him it's time to go. He suddenly panics, realizing he's lost her precious trash picker tongs. She rolls her eyes and reminds him that she gave him the sacred steel tongs when she was putting on her wig. She grabs him and declares that they're going on a gourmet tour now, fantasizing about all the delicious, unhealthy food they're about to eat. She asks if the ladies from before mentioned any good restaurants, and he says they mentioned a specialty cheese shop. But just as they're heading off, she glances over and sees a familiar face. It's Arwen. She's shocked, thinking, is this place a meeting ground or something? He greets her as dear customer and jokes about her moody face. As she's about to retort, she notices he's holding someone by the neck. The man, who is still alive, gives her desperate puppy dog eyes, silently begging her to save him. She thinks she's not UNICEF, but she does feel a little pity for him. Arwen explains that this is Bishat, the magician who made the faulty scroll she complained about. Her pity vanishes and she coldly says, "Oh, I see. Don't kill him too painfully." But Arwen has a different idea. He says that since she was the one who bought the faulty scroll, she should be the one to decide his punishment. Bishat looks at her, pleading for help. Arwen tells her she can do whatever she wants, as long as he's fine with it, adding with a knowing smile, "You should know that by now, my dear customer." With the man's fate in her hands, she looks at the crying magician and declares his punishment: 1 month of work without pay. After declaring that the magician will work for a month without pay, our girl adds the cherry on top, announcing that all the profit from his labor will go directly into her pocket. Both Arwen and the poor magician Bishat are completely stunned, mouths hanging open. But Arwen, being the agent of chaos that he is, just grins and says, "All right, that's good." With that, he literally tosses the magician over to our girl like he's regifting a fruitcake he didn't want. Latte is internally panicking, thinking she was just throwing things out there because of Arwen, but harsh labor would be harsh. Her imagination immediately runs wild, picturing Bishat toiling away in the mines with a slave collar on. Hold on, she thinks, I'm taking this way too far. Calm down, brain. Arwen makes it official, telling Bishat that for 1 month, he'll do whatever she orders him to do. He then looks at Latte and says, "Here, dear customer. Take him. He's your slave now. Get lost." As the magician and a still-shocked Books shuffle behind her, it finally dawns on our girl what just happened. What? What? She thinks, completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events. We even get a hilarious parody of One Piece, with Latte as the new Captain Luffy, her new magician slave Bishat as Usopp, and her publisher Books as Sanji. Arwen, clearly enjoying the chaos, asks what she decided on. He casually suggests that if there's no work, she can just make him wipe her feet or something. My feet, she thinks, and a glorious image appears in her mind, her feet, sparkling and shiny, being washed by a high-class magician. Her feet will be on a whole new level of pristine. Bishat, for his part, seems almost relieved, thinking that becoming a noble's personal foot washer is definitely better than going on Arwen's tour of hell or actually working in a mine. He formally introduces himself, and Latte, leaning into her new role as a slave driver, promises to work him hard. Her publisher Books finally snaps out of his stupor, asking how she could just take on a person like that. She just sassily retorts, "Did I ask for him? Go argue with the one who threw him to me." But Books is too busy having a fanboy moment, marveling at the tall, pretty fairy who just gifted her a person. A pretty friend? Girl, he has no survival instincts. Latte has to spell it out for him, explaining that the silver-haired, red-eyed fairy is the famously terrifying master of the magic tower. This new information sends Books into a full-on meltdown of adoration for her, his eyes sparkling as he calls her super-duper amazing for knowing the princess, the master of the magic tower, and now having her own magician. She just tells him she knows and to get off her. The new dynamic is set. Bishat asks how he should address her, and she tries to be casual, but he insists on being formal, saying he has to respect her since she's close with the master and she saved his life. She decides to test him, suggesting they all go eat and that he could just use the opportunity to run away and hide. But the poor guy starts trembling with sheer terror at the thought, and she immediately understands. Arwen's reputation is a lot darker than she realized. The man isn't just a pretty face, he's a full-blown psychopath. The fear is so palpable that soon everyone, including Latte, is shaking just thinking about him. She clenches her fist, trying to compose herself, and declares that harsh, difficult labor is her specialty. With a wink, she tells Bishat to trust her. The terrified magician just meekly asks what the current trend in coffin colors is. Despite the rocky start, the three of them go out to eat, and the food is amazing. Afterwards, Bishat helps Books gather the needed mana to teleport home. Our girl teleports back to her residence by herself, thinking it was quite a successful day. She smiles, completely unaware of the chaos that was about to follow. Feeling like she's on top of the world, our girl gives her publisher Books a sweet little "see you never" and tries to make her grand exit. But oh honey, the drama is never over. Books stops her, demanding she return the wig and mask, shattering her dreams of keeping the sponsored merch. Our girl, who completely forgot she was still playing dress-up, is personally offended. Is that really all he has to say to her? Her response? Completely unaware of the chaos that was about to follow. Feeling like she's on top of the world, our girl gives her publisher, Books, a sweet little "see you never," and tries to make her grand exit. But oh honey, the drama is never over. Books stops her, demanding she return the wig and mask, shattering her dreams of keeping the sponsored merch. Our girl, who completely forgot she was still playing dress-up, is personally offended. Is that really all he has to say to her? Her response? A swift knee to the gut, of course. As she unleashes her inner street fighter on poor Books, her new magician slave, Bishot, just stands there, his face a perfect picture of, what have I gotten myself into? While pummeling the guy, Latte has a sudden, terrifying realization. She was wearing this disguise when she met Arwen. How did he recognize her? The man must have a special psychograde radar for tracking people, because he found the runaway Bishot in no time too. She makes a firm mental note to never, ever get on his bad side. Her train of thought is so intense that she doesn't even realize she's been beating Books into a swollen, crying pulp this whole time. She snaps out of it with a shocked, "Oh no," admitting she got a little carried away. Oops. After that little incident, she teleports home with her new magician, who looks like he's about to collapse from mana exhaustion. But the second she sets foot in her own home, her maid Isola spots the new guy and, with the subtlety of a foghorn, announces to the entire estate that Lady Latte brought a man home. So much for a quiet entrance. This immediately summons her parents in full soap opera mode. Mom is crying dramatically, and Dad looks ready to commit murder. Latte tries to explain that Bishot will just be helping her for a month, but her new employee chooses that exact moment to dramatically faint. The timing is just chef's kiss. Once the dust settles, Bishot is shown to a nice guest room, much to his surprise and delight. Dad is still eyeing him like he might steal the family silver, but a magician from the magic tower gets a certain level of respect, you know? Finally, our girl gets a moment to herself, collapsing onto her bed while Isola prepares a relaxing foot bath. She asks about the family popcorn business, and Isola mentions they're planning a catchy slogan for the grand opening, which piques our girl's interest. But the maid is way more interested in the new house guest. Our girl teases, asking if she's into him, but Isola looks at her with pure disgust. He's an old man, she says, even though he's literally in his 20s. Girl has standards, okay? She likes her men young. She is, however, curious if he can do that cool snap your fingers and make fire thing, just like that hot guy from her favorite manga. When Latte explains that his fire probably can't kill dragons, Isola is immediately bored. The maid then grabs her arm, her face transforming into the most weaponized, puppy dog hamster expression you have ever seen. Our girl can only stare in horror, wondering what she wants. It turns out the big, dramatic favor Isola wanted was to see magic. Our girl is so relieved she almost laughs, thinking her maid is actually pretty cute. Isola gets ridiculously excited, asking to see fire shoot from his hands. Latte jokes that their house could burn down, but quickly tells her to just ask Bishot to do some tricks in the garden, mentioning her name if he gives her any trouble. With a happy hooray, Isola dashes out of the room on her new mission. Well, it looks like Bishot's job in this house has officially been decided, personal entertainer for the maids. Alone at last, our girl chills on her bed and has a full-on self-love moment with her feet. She notices how pretty they are, unlike her feet from her past life. Girl, get that confidence. Feeling relaxed, she decides she'll visit Eveline tomorrow. It's probably a good idea to take back all the bad things she said about Kenneth, especially since the drama between the three main fish is just starting to heat up. She slips on her mental 3D glasses and grabs her imaginary popcorn, thinking about how much fun it's going to be to watch the tension unfold. The next morning, she wakes up and is greeted by a terrifying sight. Bishot is standing there looking like a literal zombie. We're talking next-level eye bags, hollow cheeks, and the dead-eyed stare of a man who has seen too much. Our girl is shocked, asking if he had a nightmare about the master of the magic tower. He just shakes his head, his nose suddenly starting to bleed as he mutters something about his mana. A quick flashback reveals the truth. The maids, led by an especially demanding Isola, spent the entire night forcing him to perform magic tricks, completely draining his life force. Latte pats him on the shoulder, telling him to please understand since it's the first time the girls have ever seen a real-life magician. This, however, sends Bishot into a full-blown panic. He starts trembling, asking if that means they've only ever seen dead magicians. Our girl frantically tries to correct him. No, not like dead bodies or taxidermy, before dragging the poor traumatized guy off to breakfast. Later, she asks her mother if she can go out, and her mom agrees surprisingly easily, with one condition. The magician has to go with her. Ah, chaperone. Smooth move, mom. Our girl gets ready, putting on a cute outfit and, most importantly, packing a huge bag of popcorn. If she's going to see Ebeline, she knows she's bound to run into one of the male leads, and a good fangirl always comes prepared. She asks Bishot if he can teleport them, but he just deadpans that he could, but then he'd be dead. Okay, carriage it is. As they ride along like normal people, she enjoys the view, thinking it's a great day for popcorn. But when they arrive at Ebeline's residence, plot twist. The maid informs them that Lady Ebeline has already left. For a second, Latte panics, wondering if she went to see Kenneth. But the maid says she went to the palace. Phew, that means she's with the prince. That's a relief. With a light heart, she and Bishot head towards the palace, stopping along the way to finish the popcorn. Bishot tries a piece and is blown away by how good it is. Our girl just laughs cheerfully, probably telling him she made it herself. Everything was going perfectly, right up until they entered the palace gates. Upon arriving at the palace, Bishot asks where they're even going. Our girl knows there's no ball happening, so there's only one place the plot could be unfolding, the library. That's where Ebeline is supposed to casually run into the prince and go on what is basically a date. She urges a still trembling Bishot to hurry, but then notices how drained he is and tells him to go rest somewhere. The second he gets permission, he sprints away with a look of pure joy on his face. Girl, he was definitely faking it a little. After getting directions from a maid, Latte turns a corner, ready to start her stakeout, and almost crashes right into Crown Prince Rondimio. She immediately bows with a formal, "Greetings, Your Highness, the next son of the Empire," while her mind races. Crap, if he's here, did she miss the main event with Ebeline? The prince looks down at her and asks, "Are we in public right now?" before telling her she can rise. Latte's confused, but he clarifies, saying he figured she wouldn't be so polite if they were in private. She glances around, sees that they are completely and totally alone, and a devilish grin spreads across her face. Oh, it is on. Armed with her two ultimate shields, her friendship with Ebeline and the princess's royal handkerchief, she is ready to cause some problems. She looks at his unfairly handsome face and launches into the most dramatic performance of her life. Clasping her hands over her eyes, she wails, "Oh no, it's all gone dark, Your Highness. What should I do now?" But instead of getting annoyed, Rondimio is completely unfazed and actually teases her back, offering to fetch her a doctor. Our girl is shocked. Her teasing isn't working because he's playing along. She recovers quickly, telling him not to worry, because she can now see with her heart's eyes. He leans into the joke, asking if she really knows how to do something like that. Their banter becomes a full-on psychic battle, a Star Wars-level duel of sass with imaginary lightsabers and laser eyes, and she realizes with horror that he's learned how to fight back. He then spots the cute pouch on her dress and asks what it is. It's her popcorn, of course. He's never seen anything like it, and her inner capitalist awakens. She tells him he'll have to pay first. How much? He asks. She looks him dead in the eye. 1 gold. He calls the price ridiculous, but she just smirks, explaining that since he's royalty and probably doesn't carry loose change, she's giving him a specially raised price out of consideration. He flinches, telling her she's the first woman to ever try and scam him so openly. She just beams and says, "What an honor." He sighs, saying he'll let this one slide since she's Ebeline's friend. At this, she launches into a new performance, bowing dramatically and shouting, "Oh my goodness, Your Highness, I'm so grateful." This completely breaks him. He turns away, his shoulders shaking, and finally bursts into a full-on laugh at her over-the-top antics. Handing over the gold coin, he smiles and says, "You really are an odd one." And that's when our girl's brain short-circuits. Odd one. Isn't that the classic line male leads use right before they fall in love? This is it. With a hopeful blush and the most ridiculous kissy face imaginable, she looks right at him and says out loud, "Could it be? Are you beginning to fall for me?" His response? A look of pure, unadulterated disgust that could curdle milk from 10 paces away. And just like that, her romantic delusions come crashing down. With that brutal takedown, the prince just turns and says he's loitered long enough before walking away. Our girl just thinks to herself that he doesn't even know her name. His notice of her was like seeing a weird-looking pebble on the street and mumbling, "Oh, that's an odd one." The glamorous life of a side character. With the prince finally gone, she continues to the library, wondering if Ebeline will still be there. And of course, she is, looking as bright and angelic as ever. Ebeline is so happy to see her, and Latte thinks that at this point, the heroine could reasonably assume she's a stalker. But Eveline probably doesn't suspect a thing. After all, she runs into 3 ridiculously handsome men every other day. What's one more person joining her little school of fishes? Our girl fidgets, telling Eveline she has something important to say. She awkwardly explains that she's thought about it, and she thinks Duke Kenneth is actually kind of a nice person. She mumbles some stuff about how he helped them and is rather fetching, adding that his crankiness is probably just because he works so hard for the country. To Latte's immense annoyance, Eveline just calmly agrees. That's right. She probably just thinks of him as her quiet, brooding knight who always shows up to save her. As they walk and talk, Latte gets lost in thought, trying to rank the 3 male leads by how many times they've saved the heroine, when Eveline interrupts her. Oh, and Latte? I think we're lost. Our girl is completely shocked. Lost? In the middle of the palace? They've been so busy talking they completely lost their way. But then a light bulb goes off in her head. Wait a minute, getting lost in the palace? Her fangirl senses are tingling. She whips out her popcorn because she knows exactly what's coming next. Right on cue, the crown prince appears. Latte immediately gets to work, sniffing her popcorn and whispering, "How have you been, my babies?" While the main couple has their moment, with the prince teasing Eveline that he can't take his eyes off her for a minute, our girl is having a full-blown love affair with her snack. She's completely lost in a romantic sonnet to her popcorn, marveling at how crunchy it is and contemplating her next flavor innovation, spicy cheese. As the prince tells Eveline he'll show her the way and that she can pay him back later, Latte is still in her own world, analyzing his aggressive flirting style and how Kenneth and Arwen need to step up their game. She's so absorbed, she doesn't even realize the main couple has started to walk off without her until she's all alone. She shouts, "Your Highness, I'm here too." The prince flinches, clearly having forgotten she existed, and just mutters that he was aware. Oh, sure you were. Deciding not to interfere with their date, she leaves the palace with Bishot, complaining that the place is more like a rabbit farm than a palace. Bishot, however, has only one thing on his mind, that delicious snack she shared with him earlier. Our girl tells him she has more at home in other flavors, and the poor guy gets so excited he actually offers to use teleport to get them there faster. Of course, they arrive and he looks like a zombie again, with blood dripping from his mouth. She just sighs, thinking she should have known better. Still, she rewards his hard work with a mountain of popcorn bags in every flavor, and he looks like he's just seen heaven. He's so easy to please. A week flies by, and our girl gives us a quick progress report. The prince now tries his best to notice her but still occasionally forgets she's there, which is pitiful. Kenneth no longer frowns when he sees her, which is a massive improvement. And last but not least, Arwen, surprisingly, actually talked to her even with Eveline present. His idea of a friendly chat, however, is asking how Eveline's doormat is doing, leaving Eveline completely lost while our girl has to translate his psychospeak. Besides her encounters with the 3 main fish, she also spends some quality time with Princess Rosalia. The food at the palace is absolutely divine, but the price of admission is having to listen to 2 hours of passionate praise for her BL novels. This includes a full-on university-level lecture from the princess about the intricate dynamics of her characters, explaining how she's even made her own categories for the tops and bottoms. The princess gets so intense that our girl thinks if she were a male lead and Latte was the heroine, the story would definitely turn into an obsessive imprisonment novel. She even imagines herself as a captive, thinking, hey, at least her kidnapper is pretty, right? Meanwhile, back at home, Bishot has fully embraced his new life. In just 1 week, he's joined the Spicy Alliance, one of the many popcorn flavor fan clubs in the mansion, and can be seen at all times with his mouth stuffed like a hamster. Our girl is deeply annoyed that he has a blessed metabolism and doesn't gain any weight. He now acts as her personal guard, and usually just ends up having to rest in a corner at their destination. Our girl originally thought she'd hit the jackpot, planning to have him make magic scrolls for her, but it turns out that's not possible since there are a lot of things required to make one. When he admits this, the poor guy gets completely terrified. She quickly reassures him she won't return him to Arwen, which is basically the only thing keeping his poor heart beating. After a few peaceful days, Isola bursts in with some exciting news. Tomorrow is the Night of Airing, a massive festival for the goddess of summer where the entire city parties from dusk till dawn. Latte knows this means one thing. Eveline will be there, and so will all her fishes. But just when you think the drama can't get any spicier, Isola drops a bombshell. Lady Peridot Garnet, who's been studying abroad, is returning for the festival. Latte's fangirl brain goes into overdrive. The final rival is entering the game. Peridot is the infamous daughter of a marquis, known for being arrogant, powerful, and so ridiculously beautiful that Latte jokes her own hair probably looks like paradots if it got burnt. This woman is the typical Villainess, a one-woman drama machine who is an expert in betrayal, framing, rumors, kidnapping, and even assassination. She's the one who orchestrates Abeline's friend betraying her, which only gives the three male leads more chances to swoop in and save the day. In the end, the fans just nicknamed her the Cupid of Love because all her evil plans just made the main couple stronger. Apart from her fear of becoming Abeline's human shield, our girl is absolutely buzzing with excitement for the show to begin. She starts thinking about how curious she is to see Peridot in person, and Isola, completely misunderstanding, thinks she wants to compete for the title of prettiest girl at the ball. The maid's eyes start glowing. This isn't just a makeover, it's a spiritual transformation. With a fiery aura, she declares she will make Latte into the goddess of summer herself. The room practically explodes with energy, maids chanting goddess of summer, as Isola goes completely berserk. After what feels like an eternity of focused, terrifying tenacity from her 16-year-old maid, the transformation is complete. Latte looks in the mirror and is completely stunned. She is gorgeous. With a breathtaking dress and flawless hair and makeup, she looks like a true goddess. She turns to her maid, who is beaming with pride, and says, "Zola, you are dangerous." Our girl is still speechless, staring at the goddess in the mirror and asking, "Who are you?" She's so shocked. She literally bangs her head on the glass, unable to believe the reflection is her. Isola, meanwhile, is the picture of smug satisfaction, her nose held high as if to say, "I told you to trust me." Our girl is so impressed. She showers her maid with praise, giving her a big thumbs up and calling her the best, a beauty genius. But all this beauty comes at a price. She realizes it's already sunset and wobbles down the stairs, struggling to walk in her heels. The real culprit? A massage from hell she endured the day before, where the maids basically beat her legs into submission to make them look thinner. As she reaches the bottom, she calls out for Bichot, who is also dressed to the nines for the ball. He playfully pretends not to recognize her, asking who this beautiful lady could possibly be, but then his jaw hits the floor when he realizes it's actually her. Isola's skills are just that good. Our girl asks why he's attending, and he blushes, admitting that while he doesn't usually go to balls, he tries not to miss the night of airing. Latte's eyes glint with understanding. She knows it's because all the most beautiful ladies in the Empire will be there. As Bichot hums happily to himself, she decides to pour a little rain on his parade. "By the way," she says casually, "did you know Arwen will be at the ball?" The change is instantaneous. Bichot's happy, relaxed expression vanishes, replaced by his signature look of pure, slack-jawed terror. The poor guy slumps down, so disappointed he actually starts taking off his fancy suit, ready to call it a night. Our girl has to stop him, telling him it's fine and he can just hide behind her if he gets scared. Since they'll be using his magic to get there, they decide to rest for a bit. Latte immediately breaks her diet with a cookie, justifying it because she'll need energy for all the popcorn she plans to eat while watching the drama unfold. After a while, it's time to go. She grabs Bichot's arm, and they teleport to the palace. He explains that he can't teleport directly into the palace due to a magic barrier. There is a huge queue to enter, because even uninvited nobles can attend in this special night. Bichot immediately asks a servant if the master of the magic tower will be joining them, and the servant says he's not sure. A hopeful glint appears in Bichot's eyes. Maybe Arwen won't come after all. Oh, sweet summer child. Our girl knows better. Arwen never attends royal events, but she knows he'll be here tonight. Why? Because this is the night the beautiful Villainess, Peridot, sees him for the first time and falls for him instantly. Latte thinks about how greedy Peridot is. She wants the prince for the Empress's crown and Arwen for the sheer power of having the notorious Tower Master under her thumb. But as beautiful and villainous as she is, there were 3 little problems Peridot didn't count on. First, she dreams way too big. Second, she dreams way too big. And third, you guessed it, she dreams way too big. This woman actually wants the master of the magic tower to kneel before her. Our girl finds this hilarious. She can't even imagine Arwen kneeling to someone. The only reason he'd ever kneel is to get enough momentum to jump up and kick someone's head clean off. She gets so lost in a detailed daydream about Arwen's potential fighting style. Would he go for the neck? Or would he prefer to prolong the pain? That Bichot has to literally drag her into the ballroom. As they enter, the palace is alive with nobles watching a beautiful fireworks display. Our girl immediately starts scanning the crowd, looking for her friend Canola, when she hears a weird noise. She turns around and sees Bishot, looking pale, terrified, and on the verge of a full-blown meltdown. Before she can even ask what's wrong, he starts crying and just sprints away, disappearing into the crowd. Our girl is completely bewildered. What was that about? But then she sees it. A bright light appears in the middle of the room as a teleportation portal rips open, and out steps Arwen, looking ridiculously dashing in a white suit. So that's why Bishot ran for his life. Arwen has arrived at the ball, and he made sure everyone knew it. Latte has a sudden flashback to Bishot, explaining that there's a barrier that disables magic inside the palace. And yet, this man just teleported directly into the center of the party like he owns the place. Oh dear, she thinks, the darn terror, master of the tower. His sudden appearance catches everyone's attention, and his aura is so bright that all the noble ladies are already falling in love. But our girl is just confused. Why is he here so early? The prince isn't here, and Peridot hasn't even arrived yet. Just then, Arwen looks over and spots her. To her absolute shock, he starts walking right towards her. As he gets closer and closer, she gets flustered, her mind racing. Why is he standing so close, she thinks. Is he trying to get a better look at me? Is he surprised by how pretty I look? He leans in, his face just inches from hers, and delivers the most savage takedown imaginable. Did you just wake up before coming here? Our girl is so annoyed she wants to scream. You darn jerk. She thinks that, sure, compared to a literal magic god like him, she probably looks like her face was put together wrong. But that's because his standards are ridiculously high. Arwen just laughs, the infuriatingly charming laugh of someone who has it all. Trying to contain her rage, she talks back to him informally, thinking that if Eveline can do it, she can too. Don't get scared, Nala. Our girl is not taking this slander sitting down. She sarcastically fires back that she looks tired because she was clearly busy mining coal all day. Arwen, utterly unbothered, just tells his customer to cheer up, grinning like he's having the time of his life. Latte tries to maintain her composure, internally chanting a mantra that she is beautiful and pretty, desperate to salvage her self-esteem. She even tries to convince herself that a guard looked at her sideways earlier, which definitely means she's stunning, right? But before she can finish her confidence-boosting pep talk, Arwen leans in close, way too close. Our girl freezes, blushing furiously and squeezing her eyes shut. Her heart is racing. Is this it? Is this the romantic moment where he confesses? Nope. He backs off, holding up a prize, her hair tie. He literally just swiped it off her head like a mischievous elementary school bully pulling a prank on the playground. Latte stares at him, appalled, thinking the only difference between him and a bratty kid is that he's the terrifying master of the magic tower. She wants to hit him, but she also enjoys being alive, so she just fumes silently. Arwen chuckles, twirling the stolen hair tie, and then, because he's a pyromaniac show-off, he incinerates it with a snap of his fingers. Latte watches her accessory turn into ash and sarcastically mourns its loss, thinking the man is completely out of his mind. But she decides to spin the narrative. She flips her hair and claims he must just have an eye for beauty and wanted to see her with her hair down. This breaks him. Arwen bursts into genuine, uncontrollable laughter. Our girl is annoyed, telling him not to laugh, but the damage is already done. His laughter is so devastatingly handsome that it triggers a mass casualty event in the ballroom. Random ladies are swooning left and right, and one poor guy in the background gets a nosebleed so severe he looks like a fountain. Arwen is literally knocking people out with his face while laughing like a maniac. He finally wipes a tear from his eye, tells Latte she is so funny, and then casually teleports away. Latte is left standing there, realizing she's not the romantic interest, she's the court jester. She wonders why he even came here if he was just going to leave immediately, but decides to mentally send him a few colorful curses via the stars. To make matters worse, she overhears two noble ladies gossiping nearby. They recognize the silver-haired mage, but when they look at Latte, they dismissively call her plain-looking. Excuse me? Isola worked for hours on this look. Latte bristles at the insult but decides to let it slide, knowing these gossips will have something else to talk about very soon. The ladies continue chatting about Arwen's edgy nickname, the Silver God of Death. Latte internally cringes, thinking that God of Death is the cheesiest thing she's ever heard. But the gossip is cut short by a booming announcement. The doors open and the name rings out, Lady Peridot Garnet has arrived. The real Villainess has entered the chat. As the name rings out, the crowd goes absolutely feral. Our girl has to practically elbow her way through the mass of murmuring nobles just to get a glimpse, thinking it's like trying to see a celebrity at a movie premiere. And then she sees her. Lady Peridot Garnet stands there in a striking red dress, her sparkling blonde hair flowing like water and her amber eyes shining with a mysterious light. Her face is absolute perfection. Latte is immediately struck dumb, mentally opening her savings account and thinking, "Shut up and take my money," even though she can't actually transfer funds to a villainess. She realizes that if Peridot commanded everyone uglier than her to kneel, the entire ballroom would be on the floor. Latte honestly questions the sanity of the three male leads. How did those three fish treat such a beautiful woman like she didn't exist? She isn't just a doll. She's better than a doll. In fact, Latte admits that if she didn't know the original story, she probably would have tried to befriend her first. But approaching Peridot is like a moth flying toward a flame while wearing a sign that says, "Please kill me." Because behind that gorgeous face is a woman who whips her servants for the smallest mistake. Rumor has it she chased one out naked and even chopped someone's hand off. She wasn't normal to begin with, considering the first thing she does to a love rival is attempt murder. Approaching her is a death wish. Suddenly, the announcer declares the arrival of the crown prince. He walks in, and a girl in the crowd gasps that he is the light itself, while a guy in the background is so stunned he practically drools into his drink. Latte looks at him and realizes the fangirls aren't joking. He is literally absorbing all the light in the hall, shining so brightly it's blinding. She thinks their eyes meet for a split second. Deciding to be bold, she gives him a cheeky little wink. But instead of the prince reacting, a random guard standing nearby winks back at her. Our girl immediately shrivels up in embarrassment, screaming internally that she absolutely should not have done that. Talk about a misfire. The chubby emperor gives a generic speech hoping everyone enjoys the ball, but the prince is clearly distracted. He's scanning the room, obviously looking for Ebeline. But before he can find her, Peridot makes her move. She beams, approaching him with the confidence of a woman who knows she's hot. In the background, Latte metaphorically puts on her 3D glasses, torn between thinking, "No, don't do it," and "Wait, keep going, I want to watch." Peridot greets him, saying it's been a while. The prince replies dryly that it has. Peridot tries to lower the barrier, complaining that she can't stand such formal greetings and giving him a flirtatious look. She unleashes her ultimate move, the dazzling eyelash batting attack. It's super effective against most men, but the prince? He doesn't even flinch. He just looks at her coldly and says, "I'm fine with it." Peridot smiles, but the rejection stings as she notes he's still the same as ever. Ouch. Our girl watches Peridot's reaction closely, expecting a meltdown, but she's impressed. Instead of crying, the villainess just grins and says that his rejection only makes her more tempted. Peridot immediately switches tactics, speaking in a sweet, charming voice. But Prince Rondimio is apparently made of brick because he is even denser than she imagined. His expression remains completely unmoved, proving that his poker face is as good as he believes it is. Latte figures Peridot must be internally screaming, "How dare you reject me?" But on the outside, she's keeping it cool. Meanwhile, our girl has fully committed to the bit. She's happily munching on some royal cakes, wishing she had popcorn, all while wearing her imaginary 3D glasses in the background. The royal cookies are delicious, by the way. Peridot, refusing to give up, smiles and asks the prince to remember that she spent years suffering in a foreign land. She's clearly trying to evoke pity for a certain someone, playing the part of a sensitive, innocent lady. Latte, with cake crumbs probably on her face, thinks the woman deserves an Oscar. She should go to Hollywood with acting skills like that. The rest of the ballroom buys it hook, line, and sinker. Random nobles are blushing with hearts in their eyes, begging to be taken by her. Everyone is smitten by Peridot's charming passing, except, of course, for Rondimio, who doesn't even bat an eye. Instead, he looks around for an excuse to leave and locks eyes with our girl. Latte freezes, desperately hoping she's mistaken or just being too self-conscious. But nope, he starts walking straight toward her. She panics, realizing that Peridot is standing right there watching. If he talks to her now, in front of the jealous villainess, our girl is dead meat. Survival instincts kicking in. She suddenly clutches her head, feigning a dramatic medical emergency. She loudly wonders why she's getting such a headache and declares she needs fresh air immediately, dashing toward the terrace to save her own life. As she runs, she furiously wonders why the prince usually ignores her but chooses this specific, life-threatening moment to notice her. She bursts onto the terrace and collapses into the first chair she sees, relieved that she barely escaped being Peridot's next target. She touches her forehead, genuinely stressed by the close call. It's a bit disappointing that she can't watch the rest of the Peridot show, but hiding out here is definitely better than becoming collateral damage. It's a little cold, but the view is great, so she settles in to wait for Ebeline to appear in the hall. She wonders if the heroine has met up with Arwen yet. Just as she thinks this, she looks down over the railing and spots two familiar figures below. It's them. But before she can even react, she feels a strange sensation. Why is she suddenly floating? She realizes with horror that this is exactly what she thinks it is. She drifts through the air like a lost balloon and floats right down in front of Arwen and Ebeline. Ebeline looks up, surprised to see her friend hovering in the sky, and casually asks if the two of them were together. Arwen, the culprit behind this anti-gravity stunt, looks at Latte and deadpans that it was just pitiful seeing her all alone up there. Our girl thinks, wow, how thoughtful, dripping with sarcasm. She awkwardly asks if he can put her down because she kind of misses the ground and would like her feet to touch something solid. But Arwen just stands there holding his chin in thought, completely ignoring her request while she dangles in the air. Can you at least answer me, you jerk? Our girl is currently hovering in the air, terrified and confused, asking what in the world is going on. Arwen, looking entirely too pleased with himself, simply says he wants to play with her. Latte tries to politely decline this psychotic offer, explaining that while she appreciates the gesture, she really doesn't need this kind of excitement in her life. But Arwen just smiles that creepy, beautiful smile and lets her know that she doesn't actually have a choice. Great. Latte immediately starts panicking, wondering if forced play is code for shredding the customer into confetti. She frantically thinks that if he wants to see her clown performance, she kind of needs to be alive to do it. Doesn't he know that? Before she can file a formal complaint, she is launched higher into the night sky, floating amongst the stars. It's a beautiful view. Or it would be, if she wasn't currently fearing for her life. Down on the ground, Arwen asks if he should do a countdown. He barely gets to 1 before gravity kicks in. Latte realizes she has stopped moving upward, and then, whoosh, she plummets toward the ground at breakneck speed. Just as she's about to become a very flat pancake, Arwen stops her inches from the floor. Her soul practically leaves her body. She opens her mouth to scream at him to stop messing around, but before she can get the words out, he flings her back up into the sky again. He turns to Ebeline and asks, "Isn't this fun?" And Ebeline, the supposed angel, the kindest heroine in the land, she just smiles and says, "Yes." Latte looks down in pure betrayal. You bastards. She thinks about poor Isola, who worked so hard to turn her into the goddess of summer, only for her to end up looking like a disheveled mess tumbling through the air. Sorry, Isola, your masterpiece is ruined. But as she hangs there in the sky, the fear suddenly fades into something else. It reminds her of her past life. She has a flashback to her uncle tossing her high into the air when she was a baby, asking if she was enjoying it, right before her aunt came in and drop-kicked him for being reckless. It's so nostalgic she almost tears up. She yells down that she's so scared and begs them to save her, but her face betrays her. Arwen calls her out immediately, noting that for someone who claims to be terrified, she's grinning ear to ear. Caught red-handed, she lands and immediately sprints behind Ebeline for protection. Ebeline asks if she's okay, and Latte feels exactly like a tattletale child running to her mom to complain about a bully. Ebeline scolds Arwen, telling him not to be so rough and to treat her friend more gently. Latte thinks the word friend sounds a little weird coming from her, but she'll take the protection. Arwen looks at Latte seriously for a moment, then turns his gaze to Ebeline. With a smirk, he tells the heroine that she has truly piqued his interest. Latte watches Arwen hesitate, looking like he wants to argue, and she is just done with him. She thinks, come on, she's just asking you to stop bullying a side character. Don't be so stingy. She genuinely wonders if this man has ever read a romance novel before. If he keeps behaving like a brat, he's going to lose the heroine to the prince or Kenneth in record time. Why is he sabotaging his own love life? But Arwen isn't one for self-reflection. He snaps his fingers, asks if they didn't need to get inside anyway, and boom, magic. They teleport instantly into the ballroom. And where do they land? Right in front of Peridot. Latte is thrilled. The timing is immaculate. She can see Peridot literally shaking from the shock. Latte admits that, yeah, having a face that handsome pop out of thin air would give anyone a heart attack unless they were a main character with plot armor. She puts her mental 3D glasses back on, realizing that despite almost being murdered by gravity earlier, she might actually be a card-carrying member of the Arwen fan club. She is ready for the main event, Arwen walking all over the Villainess like she's nothing. But before the drama can start, Eveline pulls her aside to apologize. She explains that it's her fault. She was the one who asked Arwen to bring Latte down from the terrace because she was just so glad to see her. Latte has a realization, so he does listen to her. He just chooses to be a jerk about it. She reassures Eveline that it's fine, joking that it's not like her arm got chopped off or anything. She tells the heroine not to mind Arwen's attitude, knowing full well that Arwen is unfixable. Latte's internal narration then gives us a hilarious visual. She pictures Eveline feeding the 3 male leads as if they were actual fish. She wonders if Eveline feels responsible for their bad behavior, because she instinctively knows she is the owner of the fish tank. Is she trying to train her pets? Latte laughs it off, deciding that Eveline is just too angelic for such 4D chess moves. Suddenly, the music changes. The musicians play a rhythmical tune, and right on cue, the prince appears. He extends his hand to Eveline. Latte glances at Peridot, and yup, she is shook. The villainess has to watch the man who just rejected her flirtations ask a random girl, who she doesn't even know, to dance. Latte notes with glee that Peridot is trembling with fury. This night is going to be remembered as the worst festival ever for her. But what about Arwen? Is he jealous? Is he plotting murder? Latte looks over and sees him, just sitting there. He's watching them dance, but he looks totally bored. Latte notices that Eveline is actually a great dancer, defying the usual clumsy heroine steps on his toes trope. She tries to read Arwen's mind to see if he's ticked off, but the man lets out a massive yawn. He couldn't care less. According to the original novel, tonight is supposed to be the absolute turning point for the Magic Tower Master. This is the moment where Arwen, seeing the heroine Eveline surrounded by other men, is supposed to feel a surge of possessiveness. It is basic market economics. A product that is sought after by others suddenly seems much more desirable. The 3 main love interests are supposed to realize they are rivals, and the free fishes should start yearning for Eveline's heart. That is how the script goes. He should be head over heels for the heroine right now. But apparently, Arwen didn't get the memo because he is staring directly at our girl. He walks right up to Latte and asks what she is doing to her chin, questioning why she is tilting it like that and asking if she got hit by something. Our girl looks at him, completely confused, wondering what in the world he is talking about. She realizes she was just stretching her neck to get a better look at the drama. She quickly lies, claiming she is just doing some essential spinal health exercises. But then her survival instincts kick in. She spots Peridot nearby and realizes she is not safe. She has to get away from Arwen immediately before the villainess decides to turn her into a charred side dish. She starts swirling and turning around to escape, but Arwen just follows her, asking why she is suddenly backing away. He smiles, noting how good it is that she is dancing. Latte blushes, panicked by this sudden spotlight, and blurts out the most ridiculous lie she has ever told. She claims she is top of the top in terms of dancing, having earned her status as a noble through dance battles, so he should stop talking to her. Arwen smiles, saying he does not really get it, but assumes that means she is good. Seizing her chance, she dashes away to hide herself in the mix of people, thinking she might as well watch the protagonist since she is stuck in the audience anyway. From the safety of the crowd, she watches the prince and Eveline dancing. Our girl thinks Eveline is so pretty, and the prince is looking his best too. A random side character next to her sighs, blushing as she says they are so beautiful and a perfect pair. Latte looks at this random lady and thinks she is going through an identity crisis, wondering if she is a fan of them or just confused. Eveline's beauty is shining glamorously tonight, probably thanks to her passive protagonist ability that makes her mysterious aura activate during important moments. This is exactly why Eveline was said to be the better match for the prince, instead of the glamorous beauty Peridot halfway through the novel. Just as the dance finishes, we cut to the girl who is definitely not happy about this, is watching with fire in her eyes, clearly ready to burn a hole through someone's hair. Suddenly, another girl in the crowd faints from the excitement, screaming "Lady Finger," while a girl with huge teeth, who looks disturbingly like a rabbit, tries to help her. It is absolute chaos. Our girl watches the rabbit-toothed extra tell the fainting lady she cannot retreat here. Latte realizes just how much power the prince holds, seeing multiple people looking at him like he is a weapon they want to acquire. She glances back at Peridot, who is trembling with anger. But then, the villainess turns around and locks eyes with Arwen. Latte's stomach drops. Peridot is eyeing Arwen with clear interest after their short meeting earlier. At this rate, Peridot will definitely try to approach Arwen soon. As people surround the prince to chatter and share introductions, Latte looks for the other players in this game. She spots Arwen in the background and wonders who he is looking at. She assumes he must be watching Eveline, but they are standing a bit far apart. At a glance, it looks like the heroine is standing by herself. But then, Latte spots a lady sneaking up behind Ebeline. She wonders who that is, seeing a woman clearly angry and jealous, holding a glass of liquid she is definitely not planning to drink. It looks like this lady is about to splash the protagonist, and Latte realizes with shock that the attacker is Kano. Our girl glances over and realizes the stakes have just skyrocketed because Arwen is watching. If Kano splashes wine on the heroine in front of the prince, it would be a scandal. But if she does it in front of the Magic Tower Master, that is not a social faux pas, that is a death sentence. Latte realizes that if Arwen gets involved, someone is genuinely going to die today, and she has no choice but to intervene. Just as Kano steps up behind Ebeline, ready to unleash the Cabernet Sauvignon, our girl launches herself through the air like a heat-seeking missile. She lands right on top of Kano, and the wine goes flying, all over Latte. She is instantly soaked, flipping her wet hair and sarcastically thinking that this is just a new, innovative way of cleaning the floor using a dress. She calls herself a cleaning fairy who just could not leave the carpet dirty, which is a total lie because she definitely just made a bigger mess. Ebeline turns around, completely confused but miraculously dry, safe without a single drop on her dress. As the wine drips from her head, Kano stands up, looking horrified, but Latte immediately goes into damage control mode. She grabs Kano and loudly exclaims how glad she is that she is alive, acting like a long-lost friend who just got a little too excited. She smiles manically, asking if Kano is alright while whispering for her to just play along. She starts spewing absolute nonsense to cover the awkward silence, asking if Kano lost weight and claiming she was just so shocked by some imaginary news that she couldn't control herself. She babbles that she wanted to tell her first and was just so glad to meet her here that she threw herself at her. It is the performance of a lifetime. She loudly blames herself for being clumsy, begging Kano to hear her out because she knows she is kind. Before anyone can ask questions, she grabs Kano and they dash out of the ballroom. Latte hopes that since she made such a massive scene, everyone will focus on her crazy theatrics and forget that Kano was holding a weaponized glass of wine. One snooty extra in the crowd mutters about how disgraceful her behavior was, calling her an animal. Latte thinks she does not care about her honor in society anyway, so a few rumors cannot hurt her, but Kano is in a different position and needs to be protected. She mentally notes that she really needs to work on her running speed for next time. Once they are safely outside in a quiet spot in the garden, a bewildered Kano finally asks what in the world that was. Latte, still dripping wet and looking like a grape-scented disaster, looks her dead in the eye. She drops the act and asks Kano what she was thinking trying to spill wine on Ebeline when the master of the magic tower was standing right there. She explains that Arwen has taken quite a liking to the heroine, and Kano needs to understand the gravity of the situation. She bluntly tells her that she almost got herself killed in an instant. Kano admits she does not understand why she did it, confessing she was suddenly blinded by jealousy. Latte sighs, completely done with this drama, and asks if she hasn't read a romance novel recently. She grabs Kano's hand and gives her the ultimate fangirl advice. Think of the prince as a man from a book. He is someone she can see and admire, but he is not real. She can't touch him or get close to him because his partner has already been decided by the author. She gently explains that they have nothing in common with the prince, so it is better to just enjoy the visuals from afar. Our girl continues her masterclass on how to survive as a side character, telling Kano that in the end, nothing will happen between them and the royals, so there is no point in even getting jealous. She insists that they need to treat the main characters like stories in a book. Basically, they are just the audience munching on popcorn while the drama unfolds, living lives completely unrelated to those glittering, high-maintenance people. She argues it is easier to think of them as beings from another world, or frankly, an entirely different species. But Kano, who is clearly not ready to give up on her fangirl dreams just yet, interrupts to ask the million-dollar question. She asks if Latte really has zero feelings for the prince when she sees him. Does her heart not beat like she just met the prince of her dreams? Our girl almost laughs out loud. Is that even a question? Of course she doesn't. In her mind, the prince is basically a handsome pillow. We're talking about a dakimakura, one of those life-sized anime body pillows otaku keep in their bedrooms. She internally declares she would rather die than fall in love with a piece of bedding. She looks Kano dead in the eye and says she is simply not attracted to otherworldly beings. Talk about a rejection. Meanwhile, back inside the palace, the maids are busy cleaning up the wine spill our girl, so gracefully created. Ebeline, ever the angel, is checking to make sure everyone is alright, but her moment of peace is interrupted when Arwen approaches the trio. The prince, clearly annoyed that his date is being crashed, asks Arwen if he has something to say to him. Arwen just looks at him and coolly replies that he doesn't have any business with the prince, basically telling him to stay out of it. He turns his attention to Ebeline and asks for a dance. Ebeline accepts, and just like that, they are sweeping across the dance floor while the prince is left standing in the background, watching them like a discarded toy. But his mind isn't on the dance. He is thinking about Latte Actree and wondering why on earth she threw herself on the floor like that earlier. We then get a little flashback to reveal what the prince was actually doing while our girl was giving her pep talk in the garden. It turns out he was lurking in the bushes like a creep, strolling, and overheard the entire conversation. He heard Kano ask if Latte's heart beats for him. And he heard, loud and clear, our girl's savage response that she is not attracted to otherworldly beings. Upon hearing himself described as an alien species, he just chuckles. And then, he bursts into genuine laughter. Latte hears this rich, male protagonist laugh echoing through the garden and whips around, demanding to know who is laughing like a main character. Lo and behold, it is His Royal Highness himself, having the time of his life. Kano immediately panics and bows, greeting him, but the prince tells them to stand. He is still smiling, clearly amused by the girl who thinks he is a body pillow. Our girl immediately switches into coach mode. She whispers to Kano not to look at her, but to look to the front. She tells her she must overcome this. The prince stands there, watching them, completely confused and wondering what exactly she is supposed to overcome all of a sudden. Latte continues her aggressive motivational speech, cheering Kano on, telling her she can do this and that she can win. Win what? The prince is baffled. But then Kano manages to look at him while blushing furiously, and Latte celebrates like they just won the World Cup. She is thrilled that Kano managed to look at the handsome pillow without passing out. The prince, meanwhile, is left staring at them, utterly bewildered, thinking, what is going on? Seriously. He actually says it out loud this time. Our girl squeezes Kano's hand, feeling like an absolute hero for saving her from the depths of despair. She successfully prevented her friend from becoming a pathetic side character whose only purpose is to harass the protagonist. Thanks to Latte's teachings, Kano was able to overcome the prince's blinding beauty and treat him like a fictional character from a novel. Latte realizes she cares for Kano more than she thought. After all, she has known this character for years, so getting attached was bound to happen. But now that the emotional moment is over, reality sets in. She is covered in sticky alcohol and needs to go home immediately. She looks around for her free taxi service, the magician, but instead, Arwen pops up out of nowhere like a jump scare in a horror movie. He cheerfully greets his dear customer, while our girl internally screams for him to stop giving her heart attacks. She asks him to step back a bit, acutely aware that she looks like a complete disaster zone. She knows she is a mess without even looking in a mirror, and she silently blames him for at least half of the damage done to her hair. She is also terrified of what her maid Isola will do if she sees her in this state. Arwen, however, just grins and tells her she has quite a talent, calling her confusing. Our girl asks what exactly is confusing, but he just offers to fetch the magician for her. She agrees a little too enthusiastically, fantasizing about a magic spell that could wash her in an instant because she is just that lazy. She briefly wonders if she is the only person who thinks that way, but hey, efficiency is key. As Arwen turns to leave, she hurriedly yells out a very important condition: bring him back alive. She emphasizes that the magician needs to be able to talk and move by himself, because with Arwen, you never know. He disappears, and moments later, the magician pops into existence, trembling with fear. Our girl cheerfully says bravo for his safe return, while the poor guy looks like he thought he would never see the light of day again. In the background, Arwen briefly reappears to tell her to take care of the doorman before vanishing again. Latte thinks she should thank him, considering he is the one who messed up her hair in the first place, so they can call it even. The magician dusts himself off and, surprisingly, he has a sparkle in his eyes despite the trauma. He explains that while the master is terrifying, the training actually works. Before entering the tower, he couldn't even teleport short distances, but now he can handle long-distance travel just fine. Latte briefly wonders if Arwen is the tough guy who is secretly soft on the inside type, but immediately corrects herself, thinking she should apologize to all the people he killed for even having that thought. The magic tower is truly a place for those willing to sell their souls for power. She tells him she gets it and wishes him luck getting even stronger. Watching the magicians vanish, our girl comes to a firm conclusion: she would never want to live under the same roof as them. Even if they could teach her how to shoot lasers from her hands, she would refuse. Why? Because she values her beauty sleep way too much. She imagines going to bed for an ordinary night of sleep and suddenly waking up to find out decades have passed and she never woke up. It is understandable since these people devote their entire lives to magic, but frankly, she prefers a solid 8 hours. Her internal debate is interrupted by Bishat, who finally asks the question that has been on everyone's mind. He asks why she looks like that. He hands her a magic mirror, noting that she looks like something serious happened to her. Our girl takes one look at herself and almost screams. What the heck is this? She is a disaster. Now she understands why Arwen called her confusing earlier. She wonders if she rolled on the floor of the palace without realizing it. She also realizes that the prince is actually kinder than she thought. If it were her, she would have pointed out the mess immediately, but he didn't say a word. Desperate to fix her look, she asks Bishat if there is a magic spell that can clean her. He says to leave it to him and casts a spell. Just like that, our girl is sparkling clean. She is amazed that a washing spell actually exists and feels refreshingly nice now that the champagne and dirt are gone. She thanks him and suggests they go back inside, but Bishat still looks terrified. To comfort him, she drops some intel. Lady Peridot has already gone home. She tells him to cheer up because the night is still young. We then get a little exposition about the festival. The Night of Irene goes on for 10 whole days, which our girl correctly identifies as a massive waste of tax money. The street festival runs at the same time, meaning the royal ball usually gets less crowded after the 5th day. Apparently, banquets turn into networking events towards the end, so people of higher status show off their power by simply not attending. It is a weird flex, but that is how this world works. She figures it is unlikely Peridot will attend the ball again since the prince won't be there. He will be too busy chasing Ebeline, who will be wearing a mask and enjoying the street festival starting tomorrow. That goes for Kenneth and Arwen too. Realizing this, she tells Bishat the good news. Arwen won't be at the ball starting tomorrow. The magician instantly becomes lively again, and our girl thinks he is just so easy to manipulate. She returns home safely with a cheerful Bishat, deciding that the ripped dress isn't important. Instead, she immediately starts gushing to Isola about Peridot. She describes how fair Peridot's skin was, comparing her hair to silk and claiming her face looked like a door made by a master craftsman. Isola, however, is not impressed. She complains that Latte's makeup is all gone and asks if she knows how much her muscles aged after doing that hairstyle. Our girl brutally replies that that is not her problem. She continues raving about the Villainess, mentioning that her amber eyes even shine in the dark. Suddenly, Bishat pops up with sparkles in his eyes, asking to hear the gossip too. Isola scolds him for interrupting, but he insists he wants the details. It turns out, the magician has befriended most of the people in the mansion and is on good terms with the maid. Isola then decides to drop a bomb. She reveals that she learned some personal secrets about Bishat, specifically that the magician is 19 years old. Our girl freezes. She nearly throws the table with the tea outside. 19. She stares at him in horror. He looks like he is 30. Isola confirms he is only 3 years older than her. Latte remembers him always chewing on popcorn and thinks he must have had terrible karma in his past life to age like that. She wonders what he did to the author to deserve such a face. Isola adds that she accidentally called him Uncle Magician and he corrected her. Our girl tries to process this shocking information. She needs to stop thinking about his face and think of something positive. If he is young, that means he is a genius, right? She previously thought the only thing he was good at was screaming, "Hey master," but apparently, he is a prodigy. She decides to stop comparing his age to his looks and focus on his talent. Isola then interrupts her spiraling thoughts to ask where she will be going today. The next morning, Isola asks if our girl will be visiting the palace again today, but Latte has a different plan. She announces that today is market day because it is the second night of the Night of Airing, which means the street market festival is in full swing. Our girl knows exactly how the plot works. Today is the day the heroine, Ebeline, strolls through the market wearing a cheap, poorly made mask. And by some miraculous miracle, the 3 main fish will loosely and totally accidentally bump into her and start following her around like lost puppies. Latte figures Kenneth will definitely appear tonight as well, meaning the boys will be facing off with each other. This brings a giggle to her lips as she remembers the original novel, where Princess Rosalia would attend this festival just to sadly watch Kenneth and Ebeline have a romantic date from afar. But in this timeline, the princess has taken a very different, much more cultured route. Instead of pining over a man, she is busy categorizing men into strong tops, pretty prideful bottoms, and cheesy tops. Our girl thinks the princess will be much happier if she refrains from involving herself with Kenneth as much as possible. After all, Kenneth is basically a sick fish who falls for one woman and hates literally every other female on the planet. Latte decides she should keep this BL obsession going just so the princess can stay happy and single. Isola then continues the gossip session, announcing she is going to take a day off to go to the festival tomorrow. She mentions that Lele and Chumsy are coming too. Apparently, Chumsy is the miller's son across the road, and Isola thinks he and Lele like each other. However, Isola confesses she thinks he isn't good enough for Lele, and our girl internally agrees, noting that Chumsy sounds like the name of a man who can't satisfy anyone. Isola then drops the best news of the day. Their popcorn cart will be participating as a merchant at the festival. Latte is practically salivating at the thought, realizing she can buy her own popcorn on the spot. Ready to go, our girl checks her supplies, noting she has her scrolls, but wonders where her transportation is. She glances around coldly, but Bishot cuts in, announcing he is here and all dressed up. Latte looks at his face and immediately fixates on his massive eye bags, chanting 19, 19, 19 in her head to remind herself he isn't actually a senior citizen. She decides to be nice since he wore a fancy tailcoat, complimenting him and saying it looks marvelous. Bishot beams, thanking her, and our girl laughs, feeling her authority grow with his praise. She notes that her mother used to be worried sick about her going out, but ever since she started dragging Bishot along, her mom has been totally relieved. He is so useful that she honestly wants to extend his contract. With a snap of his fingers, Bishot teleports them to the market, glancing around with way too much excitement. He seems confused why they aren't going to the palace and seems to want to watch the festival, but our girl isn't having it. She leans in and whispers the magic words into his ear. Arwen will be here. The effect is instantaneous. Bishot dashes away in terror. Latte smiles, thinking it was super effective, because nothing good comes from a noble walking the streets. She starts scanning the crowd, figuring that even if the fish don't care about Ebeline's mask, they definitely left a trail. She suddenly feels dizzy because everyone in the crowd looks like a squid for some reason. There is a massive commotion, with people yelling, screaming, and clutching their heads. Our girl realizes this devastation isn't a disaster. It is the aftermath of the group of fish. The women look like they are in shock, and honestly, the men are the same. Deciding to follow the trail of dead bodies, she finally spots them. There is Ebeline, with the 3 fish behind her, and they are so shiny it is actually blinding. Our girl is almost mesmerized, wondering if it is daytime right now. She decides if she had to record this moment, she would describe it as a powerful light bulb letting out a roar. It is the strongest light bulb ever, with a face on it, attacking the crowd with pure handsomeness. People are falling over whenever the light bulb turns, screaming that their eyes are being destroyed but begging to see more. The streets have officially turned into a city of the blind in an instant. As our girl stands there, practically blinded by the holy light radiating from the main characters, Arwen spots her. He greets his customer and sees that she has her eyes half closed, asking why is that. Latte wonders if she is just sleepy, or if her eyeballs are simply too weak to handle the protagonist's blinding halo. She clearly needs time to adjust to this level of main character energy. But before she can diagnose her optical issues, Ebeline turns around, gasping, and asks how in the world Latte recognized her with the mask on. Our girl is internally screaming. Girl, you have 3 neon signs shaped like incredibly handsome men standing directly behind you. Everyone in the market knows it is you. But out loud, she just flips her hair and claims she has a third eye that sees through all disguises, joking that even she is scared of her own power. Ebeline buys it because she is sweet and naive, while Latte thinks she should at least try to entertain them since she is stuck here. She glances at the 3 fish behind Ebeline and notes that they look absolutely miserable to be stuck together. Our girl finds it hilarious, thinking they better get used to it because they are going to be a package deal from now on. In the original novel, these 3 actually got along okay, until the protagonist showed up and ruined the bromance. Ebeline suddenly interrupts her thoughts with a sweet invitation to enjoy the festival together. Latte politely says she would love that, but her eyes dart to Kenneth, who is glaring at her with the intensity of 1,000 suns. He looks so gloomy our girl mentally scolds him, telling him to stop being a soft pudding for the heroine while treating everyone else like dirt. She silently tells him to step up and take care of the other fish because there is no room for his attitude here. Despite the death glares, the group starts walking, but our girl can't shake the feeling that something is off. The whole gang is here. She has everything she needs. So what is missing? Ebeline suddenly asks if she likes plays. Latte instinctively replies that plays are fun, but then Ebeline drops the bomb. She wants to go see a specific play titled Tainted with Blood rather than Roses. Our girl stops dead in her tracks, looking like she has physically been struck by lightning. She remembers this play. It is sponsored by Count Liboring, and the name is horrifyingly accurate because it is a weapon of mass boredom. She watched it years ago, and it was 2.5 hours of pure pain and suffering that felt like an eternity. It was ridiculous, it sucked, and she refuses to do it again. Our girl immediately tries to pivot, stammering that she thinks she took a wrong turn and needs to leave. Ebeline looks confused, asking her to pardon, but Latte is already halfway into her excuse. She desperately tries to come up with a lie, nearly blurting out that the popcorn she left at home is sick. She corrects herself just in time, claiming she forgot she was supposed to meet up with someone else. She tells them she unfortunately has to part ways here, thinking that if she could run, she would, but looking suspicious in front of these guys is a bad idea. She almost got a first-class ticket on the express train to hell, and she is not taking it. Our girl recalls why this play is such a trap. In the novel, the title has nothing to do with the story. It is basically false advertising that would get you sued in the modern world. The plot supposedly follows a protagonist framed for murder, but 90% of the runtime is just the characters deciphering ancient glyphs and studying. It is basically a university lecture with costumes. The audience usually hates it, but Ebeline, being a total nerd for ancient languages, watched the whole thing with a sparkle in her eye. This impressed Count Liboring, who happened to be watching, and made the male leads fall even deeper for her unique intellectual charm. But Latte also remembers that Arwen almost murdered the director out of sheer boredom during the performance. Deciding she doesn't need to see that carnage or sit through a history lecture, she decides to skip this plot point, save her sanity, and leave Bishot to fend for himself. Our girl shakes her head as she walks away, thinking that while the director doesn't exactly deserve to die, the play was so mind-numbingly boring that anyone would want to punch him in the face. She figures Arwen might actually send the man to high heaven out of sheer boredom, so she decides to stick to the plan, wander near the theater until the show is over, and pretend meeting them was a total coincidence. She wonders where to go, glancing around at the festival crowds and realizing that since she doesn't remember much from last year, it probably wasn't that impressive to begin with. The best thing about festivals is obviously the street food, but our girl immediately worries about gaining weight, clenching her fist and desperately wishing for a magic spell that deletes calories. Just as she is contemplating the injustice of metabolism, she hears a shout inviting people to watch and participate in a competition. A man holding a sign announces that this is the world's most ridiculous competition, a contest never seen before where you can win a prize and make special memories. Our girl stares at the sign, thinking she doesn't know what it is, but her curiosity gets the better of her and she decides to watch. The presenter shouts for participants to come take a number, and before our girl even realizes what is happening, she looks down and sees a ticket in her hand. She panics, asking herself when she got this number and realizing she unconsciously volunteered herself because she is helpless against a crowd. Resigning herself to her fate, she figures she has all the time in the world anyway, so she might as well kill some time here. The presenter lines everyone up and demands a great show before unveiling the grand prize, a monocle. It is shiny as sure, but it looks old and kind of random. A guy in the back asks the obvious question, why is the prize a monocle? The owner shamelessly admits it is because he found it while cleaning out his warehouse yesterday. Our girl looks down, sarcasm dripping from her thoughts as she calls it a sensible prize, but the show must go on. The competition begins with the rule to tell the most ridiculous story, with the winner decided by the audience's reaction. Participant number 1, a lady who looks very serious, steps up to the mic, and our girl prepares herself for the first contender. The lady begins a tale about a miller's son meeting a woman. Our girl puts her hand over her mouth, wondering if the miller's son is named Sparrow, but the lady introduces him as Wheat. Wheat met a girl named Twin, and brought her flowers every day until they finally promised to go on a date. On the day of the date, Wheat walked down a deserted alley with Twin in excitement, but suddenly, she began stabbing him when nobody was looking. Plot twist. It wasn't Twin doing the stabbing, it was her twin sister, Wins. Twin was already dead because one of the flowers Wheat brought was actually poisonous, and she used it to make tea. After Twin died from the poison, Wins pretended to be her sister to meet Wheat and get revenge. But wait, there is another side to the story. Twin actually cultivated the poisonous flower herself to frame Wheat. Why? Because a few years ago, a drunk Wheat bumped into a stranger and accidentally killed him, and that stranger was Twin's lover. Twin knew her sister Wins would take revenge on Wheat if she died, so she chose to end her own life to set the trap. But there is another side to the strategy. Wins was secretly in love with her twin sister. After getting her revenge, Wins takes her own life to follow her sister into the afterlife. The story ends, and our girl looks completely shocked, pale as a ghost, wondering what on earth just happened. The crowd bursts into tears, sobbing about how tragic it was, and even our girl finds herself crying, calling it ridiculous but sad and cursing Wheat for being a stinking jerk. The presenter calls it an amazing start, and the next few contenders try to follow up, but the second, third, and fourth stories don't get much applause. Finally, the presenter calls for the fifth contender. It is already her turn. Our girl steps up, wondering why she is so nervous, but decides to show them what a professional author can do. Our girl is standing on stage, trembling like a leaf and wondering if she should have taken up gardening instead, because this is terrifying. But the clock is ticking, so she decides to just wing it and tell a story based on a soap opera with the craziest plot twists imaginable. She starts with a classic setup, a poor yet proud woman and the only son of a millionaire. Realizing she forgot to prepare names, she panics and improvises, naming the woman Eniora and the man Ora. As she speaks, she realizes their names sound suspiciously similar, so she decides to just roll with it and make them long-lost siblings who didn't know about each other. The crowd is entranced, so she feels calmer and decides to spice up the dialogue. When Ora asks if she likes him, Eniora doesn't blush. She snaps back, asking how she would know and calling him a F***er for asking such a stupid question. Our girl notes that Eniora actually had quite a foul mouth. The drama escalates when Ora's mother finds out her precious son is dating a poor girl. She meets Eniora and slides a pouch of money across the table, telling her to take it and leave her son. Eniora, proving she is the smartest character in the story, says she has been waiting for this day. She flashes a mischievous smile, says, "Adios," and promises to break up with Ora immediately, thanking the mom for the cash. But just as Eniora tries to leave with the bag, Ora's mother suddenly yanks her back. The mother screams that if she really loved her son, she should have refused the money, and proceeds to drag Eniora by the hair. The crowd is confused, and honestly so is our girl, wondering how to fix this plot hole now that the wig has theoretically come off. She decides to drop the biggest bomb yet. Eniora was actually a man disguised as a woman. Ora's mother is furious that her son is dating a cross-dressing man, so she grabs a cup of water and splashes it on Eniora's face. But when Eniora turns around with wet hair, he is surprisingly sexy. The mother immediately forgets her son and demands that Eniora marry her instead. When Eniora asks about her husband, the mother casually reveals that he died ages ago, and her current husband is just a living doll moved by sorcery. Our girl wonders when this turned into a horror genre, but she keeps going. Eniora marries the mother instantly, and our girl is sweating bullets, wondering if this still counts as a soap opera. But the marriage doesn't last long because Eniora secretly poisons the mother. Why? Because the mother was actually a murderer who killed Eniora's parents. It turns out Eniora was the bastard son of Ora's father, and the mother had poisoned the mistress, Eniora's mom, out of jealousy. Just as Eniora tries to flee with the money after getting his revenge, Ora appears to stop him. The crowd asks if he is still around, and Ora begs his brother not to leave, saying he loves him even if he is a man. Eniora argues they can't be together because they share a father, but Ora drops the final plot twist. They aren't related at all because Ora was born from an affair his mother had with a random man. Since they don't share a single drop of blood, they can be together. So, Eniora and Ora run off to live happily ever after. The crowd is stunned, calling it ridiculous, and our girl decides to wrap it up there. The competition devolves into total chaos after that because the other competitors got too greedy and started telling true stories. One guy accidentally exposes his own cheating scandal in front of the actual person he was cheating on, who happened to be in the audience. People involved in the stories start storming the stage, turning the event into a massive brawl. Amidst the carnage, the presenter declares our girl the winner because her story was amazing. She accepts the monocle and flees the scene, thinking she needs to get out of this zone as fast as possible. She mentally thanks Eniora for the award and hopes he is happy somewhere, feeling vindicated in her choice to skip the boring play with Ebeline. She realizes she still has time to kill and spots a new sign, acting competition. With a grin, she declares she has found her next target. Just like that, someone welcomes number 7 to the stage, and our girl realizes this acting competition was practically made for her. She sighs, thinking that here she is again, questioning just how social she actually is. Before she can step up, though, she has to watch the current performer, an actress sobbing her heart out and begging a man not to leave her. Our girl puts on her critic's hat, admitting that the performance was pretty good, but it had some major flaws because it just wasn't realistic enough. In her expert opinion, a woman dumped by a man doesn't just cry. She goes full Jekyll and Hyde. She internally acts out the scene the way it should be done, oscillating between sobbing, "Please come back," and screaming, "You freaking jerk, I'm going to kill you." It needs that chaotic energy of, "I still love you, but you should die, asshole," to really sell the heartbreak. The man on stage thanks the actress for her sad and beautiful performance, while our girl furiously thinks that if it were her, she would have murdered him for the audacity. The judges seem surprisingly legit this time, handing out scores of 8, 9, and 7, unlike the previous scam competition. Next up is participant number 2, who is screaming for help because a murderer is chasing him. The problem? The murderer is chasing him with a flower in their hand. The judges are unimpressed, giving him a measly 3 points because there was zero desperation. Then comes number 3, who decides to roleplay a stalker turning into a murderer. Our girl is thoroughly impressed, giving him a mental score of 9 because he genuinely made her stomach hurt from fear. She decides this competition is actually fun. Finally, they call for participant number 7. Someone notes that she is wearing a mask, and our girl realizes it is already her turn. The host asks what she will show them today, and she decides there is nothing better than her classic fainting spell. She thinks it is a pity she can't show her face to really sell the drama, but she prepares to unleash her legendary acting chops. She clutches her chest, ready to scream, "Oh my chest," but suddenly stops mid-act. She spots someone in the crowd. At first, she wonders if she just discovered the love of her life, but nope, it is much worse. Someone in the crowd yells, "That bitch from that time," and our girl realizes it is the head of the thugs she scammed earlier. They recognize her immediately and yell to get her, specifying they want her brought in alive. Our girl dashes off the stage, cursing her luck and wondering why she had to run into them here of all places. She realizes she can't use teleportation because the crowd might get swept away with her. She considers a magic attack but worries about hurting innocent bystanders. She sprints into an alley where she can't hide, panting and out of breath. One of the thugs corners her, yelling that he has got her now and she has nowhere to hide. But our girl just smirks, thinking these idiots exhausted themselves chasing her, which makes this perfect. She tells them they are the ones who can't run away now. The thugs look confused, wondering what she is on about, while she prepares to give them a taste of her cigar magic, or whatever terrifying scroll she has ready. One thug yells to stop her because she is using that fun thing again. They rush at her, but just as they are about to attack, someone trips them. Our girl watches in confusion as they all collapse into a pile on the ground without her even activating a scroll. She wonders if they are cosplaying as laundry, or if they are trying to distract her by playing the hamburger game from her childhood. She gets totally distracted by nostalgia, remembering how dangerous that game was and how she used to look up symptoms of broken ribs because of it. While she is lost in memories of childhood injuries, a voice suddenly asks if those are the guys she was supposed to meet. Confused, she wonders who said that and looks up. Floating casually in the sky above the alley, looking down at her, is Arwen. "Up here, customer," he says, having apparently decided to crash the party. Our girl looks up at Arwen, who is just floating there with a smile that is way too cheerful for someone who essentially crashed an alleyway brawl. She has to ask herself what he is doing here and why he is even bothering, though she reluctantly admits that even from this awkward low angle, the man is frustratingly handsome. Her thoughts are interrupted when Arwen drops down and cheerfully greets his favorite customer, looking completely unbothered by the chaos. He tells her that she looks fine, adding that he was actually worried she might be bawling in a corner like a fool after getting lost. Our girl narrows her eyes, thinking that his tone sounds less like genuine concern and more like a disappointed prediction. She is convinced that if she actually had been crying, he wouldn't have comforted her, he probably would have recorded it just to replay it for her every time they met. She realizes this man is definitely into public humiliation. But she mentally scoffs, reminding herself that she never cries in public, so he will never get that satisfaction. Her attention shifts to the thugs, and she realizes Arwen must have been the one to stack them up like a human Jenga tower. She feels a little conflicted because, on one hand, he kind of stole her prey just as she was about to unleash her scroll magic, but on the other hand, he did save her from a beatdown. Deciding to be the bigger person, she chooses to show her appreciation with a dazzling, shiny wink. Arwen just stares at her, and our girl wonders if he is touched by her charming gesture. Instead, he asks if she is trying to make him laugh. He actually starts clapping, praising her for going that far to entertain him even in a dangerous situation, and says it is nice to see how passionate she is about her dreams of being a comedian. Our girl is stunned, wondering why he always interprets her genuine moments as a stand-up routine. She internally screams that she is not trying to be a comedian, calling him a punk. Suddenly, the pile of thugs groans, with one of them complaining that he can't move because the guys on top are too heavy. Our girl looks at the sad stack of villains and thinks they look pitiful, noting that the arrangement reminds her of a certain burger jingle about beef patties and sesame seed buns. Arwen interrupts her culinary musings by asking his dear customer if she has misplaced her conscience. Our girl is confused, thinking she always keeps her conscience close to her heart, but he clarifies that if she knew the play was going to be trash, she should have said so instead of slipping out by herself. He looks genuinely annoyed that he was left behind. Our girl tries to deny it, but she realizes he figured out her lie immediately. She guesses it was obvious since the original plot involved everyone nearly dying of boredom. We get a quick mental image of the theater right now. Eveline is deeply moved by the ancient languages, but literally everyone else has fled the scene, except for poor Kenneth, who is fast asleep with saliva dripping from his mouth. Back in the alley, our girl realizes Arwen must have ditched the play to come find her, meaning she is now dealing with the director of her own demise. She decides the best survival strategy is to apologize immediately, putting on an innocent face and begging for mercy. But before Arwen can respond, the thug at the bottom of the pile yells out, asking them to have mercy on him first. Our girl looks at the thug like he has lost his mind. Did he really just shout at the master of the magic tower? The thug doubles down, demanding that the weirdo with the silver hair do something about this. Our girl immediately starts backing away, thinking she needs to evacuate the blast zone because Arwen is about to explode. If she gets swept up in his rage, she is toast, so she considers wasting a scroll just to escape. Arwen simply raises a finger. Our girl flinches, closing her eyes tight and bracing for gore, wondering if they are going to blow up. But there is no explosion, just silence. She opens her eyes to find Arwen leaning in uncomfortably close, asking what she is so scared of. She is relieved but points out that anyone would be scared if someone leaned in like that, though she guesses he lacks that basic human reflex. She looks over and realizes the thugs are gone. Vanished. Did they disintegrate? Arwen casually mentions he doesn't use disintegration often because it is too much of a hassle. Our girl thinks magic is honestly terrifying. When she asks what happened, he says he just sent them away somewhere, vaguely mentioning heaven. Our girl assumes he means he sent them to the afterlife, noting that he basically has the power of angels. She has a feeling they aren't in a normal place, realizing just how overpowered this man is to transport multiple people with a lazy wave of his hand. It hits her that if the three male leads ever started fighting each other, the world would probably end the moment they clashed. And an ordinary citizen like her would be swept away like a plankton in the ocean, albeit a slightly bigger plankton. She decides she needs to break away from the physical dangers of this world and find her own happiness, praying that everyone else stays friends for the sake of world peace. Back to the present. Arwen warns our girl to be careful. She looks at him, completely confused, asking if he means she should be careful about not ending the world. Arwen clarifies that he sent the thugs away in one piece specifically because of her. He points out the four men who were stuck on top of each other, casually admitting he was debating chopping their heads off. Our girl freezes. He let them go in one piece just because of her? Arwen explains that she looked afraid, like a fool, so he decided to let them go instead of turning the alley into a butcher shop. He then leans in, teasing her by asking if she cried a little, because she looked beautifully pitiful. Our girl denies it instantly, forcing a laugh and asking if she really looked that scared. But internally, she feels her gratitude dissolving into thin air. The fact that Arwen changed his mind just because someone else looked scared is unthinkable. She wonders if he is pretending to be kind in front of her, but she knows his character hasn't actually changed. Is this part of his customer service? If so, it is impressive but terrifying. She looks at him, smiling and shiny, almost thinking of him as an angel for a split second before remembering who he actually is. His whole appearance when he smiles is just too much, and she realizes she can't predict a single thing he will do. She wonders why the fish left the other fish to walk out into the wilderness alone. She finally asks the big question. Why did he leave during the play? Arwen just shrugs and says he will tell her anything, but when she presses about why he didn't stay with Eveline, he snaps. He calls the play garbage. Our girl is stunned by his frustration. She wonders what his evaluation of Eveline is, thinking it is kind of cruel compared to the original novel. In the book, Arwen wouldn't dare harm even a hair on Eveline's head, but he has been acting weird since yesterday. She asks what he is going to do now. When our girl says she doesn't know and tells him he can go do whatever he wants, she tries to say goodbye. But Arwen thinks about it for a second and decides he knows exactly what to do. He will follow his thankless customer around. He says this while smiling, and our girl is shocked, asking who exactly is thankless. Arwen answers that she is the thankless one. She is confused, but he points out that she is trying to leave by herself even though he just saved her. Our girl is exhausted, realizing he is basically saying she should be entertaining him now. She doesn't want to go along with it, but he declares that they will go together and she can be his camera. She gives up, muttering whatever, and Arwen follows her as they walk through the streets of the market. Our girl thinks it is weird that he is so quiet when there are so many people around. She glances at him and notices that literally every girl they pass is falling in love with him. She thinks she is lucky she is wearing a mask right now so she won't have to be compared to him directly. But just as she thinks she is safe, a little girl points at them and asks her mom if Arwen is a fairy. The mom agrees, and the little girl asks if the one next to him is also a fairy, reasoning that fairies only hang around with other fairies. The mom plays along, calling them a little fairy and a big fairy. Our girl is internally screaming, "No, not me." But Arwen pauses. He looks at her and suggests she take off her mask, clearly teasing her. Our girl starts getting angry, thinking this is the most humiliating moment of her life. Arwen laughs, noting that they are fairies now and asking why she is suddenly walking faster. He tells her that if she is going to be like this, she should just go back to Ebeline and have fun with the protagonist instead, while our girl tries her best to leave him in the dust. Our girl is physically exhausted, thinking her thighs are on fire, while Arwen is just strolling along asking what they should do now. He keeps calling her your fairy, and she whips around, begging him to stop because she hates it. Arwen, being the menace that he is, giggles and admits that her hating it is exactly why he is doing it. Our girl is officially done, mentally wishing him dead, but since she can't kill him, she tries to run away again. She desperately wishes Ebeline would magically appear and take this man away, noting that the fish seems to have changed and wouldn't even follow the heroine right now. Arwen keeps chanting your fairy, behind her like a broken record. She is furious, thinking the only reason she is holding back her rage is because of the mask. Okay, mostly because he is Arwen, but let's blame the mask. Suddenly, her survival instincts kick in. She smells food. It is a food alley. She looks at the deliciousness, but immediately worries that one bite will send her spiraling into another diet. Arwen interrupts her internal calorie counting to say she looks like she is going to drop dead if she doesn't eat. She snaps back that she won't eat everything or she will explode, but realizes she almost cursed at him and narrowly avoided a one-way trip to the afterlife. Being hangry is dangerous. To distract herself, she suggests a rhyming game, but Arwen just scoffs at her pathetic attempt. She spots a stall where the girl working there is completely distracted by Arwen's face, proving once again that his smile is a public hazard. Our girl decides she deserves popcorn as compensation for the suffering of having Arwen follow her. Arwen asks why she doesn't just eat her favorite, but when she says she is fine, he smiles and says a chubby fairy would be rare in itself. He is literally imagining her as a fat fairy. The audacity! Just then, someone at the stall orders a large bag. Our girl recognizes that pure voice and that hair immediately. The vendor calls the customer a beautiful lady, and our girl confirms it. It is the princess. She wonders how to greet her without shouting princess in the middle of the street, but the princess looks right at her and just says, Latte. Our girl is stunned. How did she recognize her? Is the mask made of glass? The princess notices Arwen and politely asks if he is enjoying the festival. Our girl tries to introduce him, but she knows he is uninterested and won't be surprised by royalty. To her surprise, the princess says it has been a while, and Arwen actually replies, they know each other. The princess explains she visited the magic tower with her brother on official business. Our girl realizes everyone is trying to keep their identities low-key, but then some random person shouts asking if that is the master of the magic tower. Arwen is totally indifferent. Our girl thinks he is a jerk for not even trying to hide his shine, thinking there should be a law forcing handsome people to wear masks for public safety. Then, Arwen turns the tables and asks our girl the million-dollar question. How do you know her? The princess looks completely confused by Arwen's nonsense, so our girl turns back, silently begging him with her eyes not to embarrass her any further. But Arwen, who thrives on chaos, just points at her and casually announces that she is the fairy. Our girl is internally screaming, feeling her soul leave her body as she prepares for death by humiliation. She wonders if this is how it ends, a life well lived, cut short by a nickname. But then the plot twists. The princess claps her hands together and wholeheartedly agrees. She asks Arwen how he came up with such a perfect description, gushing that Latte is small, cute, has beautiful glowing yellow hair and round eyes, just like a real fairy. Arwen is left completely dumbfounded. He stares at the princess with a look that screams, "What is wrong with you?" because he was clearly mocking our girl, but the princess took it as a genuine compliment. While the princess asks if he agrees, our girl has fully disassociated. She imagines herself standing at the gates of a new world, the world of humiliation, where only those who have truly suffered can enter. She mentally asks the gatekeeper to let her pass because she is ready to die from embarrassment. Back in reality, she feels like she just returned from the underworld, yet somehow feels even more embarrassed than before. Arwen, still baffled, actually asks the princess if her eyes have gone bad. The princess ignores the insult and excitedly asks our girl if she can call her fairy too. Our girl immediately shuts that down, screaming internally that she will never be okay with that. But before she can protest out loud, Arwen steps in with a sudden, weirdly serious tone and declares that only he is allowed to call her that. Our girl is appalled. This crazy magician needs to stop being possessive over a nickname he invented to bully her. The princess looks disappointed, and our girl feels bad, but honestly, her mental health comes first. She wonders how long Arwen plans to follow her around and torment her. She briefly considers pretending to like the nickname to make him bored, but Arwen immediately ruins that plan by asking what is up with her face, telling her she looks scary enough to make children cry. Our girl prays for a dragon stronger than him to appear and beat him up. Arwen smugly adds that a real fairy is beautiful regardless of her expression, so she obviously doesn't qualify. The princess jumps to her defense again, claiming Latte is prettier than a fairy. Our girl appreciates the support, even if it is factually incorrect. Trying to change the subject before she dies of cringe, she asks if the princess came out alone, noting that it could be dangerous given her status and the recent attack. The princess smiles and reassures her that there are strong people following her, even if she can't see them herself. Our girl realizes she must have secret ninja bodyguards. Arwen, without batting an eye, casually mentions that there are 5 of them hiding nearby and asks if he should catch them to show her. Our girl panics, screaming no, because she knows exactly what catching them looks like in Arwen's world. She imagines him giggling while decapitating the royal guards. The man really doesn't know when to stop. Even if they were guarding the princess's grandfather, he would probably still take their heads off. The princess explains they are just in their positions as usual, but Arwen suddenly gets a dark look in his eyes. He takes offense to the idea of people hiding and threatening him with their presence. His killing intent spikes as he asks if they have that much pride to oppose him. Before he can wipe out the royal security detail, our girl literally tackles him. She wraps her arms around him in a desperate hug, begging him to be careful and have mercy. She feels like she is going to disappear from embarrassment, but stopping him from killing everyone is the priority right now. She frantically babbles, telling him to let them be and to help people once in a while so he can build up virtue. She rambles that if he is virtuous, he will be born perfect again in his next life, basically begging his ego to stand down while she desperately tries to restart her brain. Our girl is still clinging to the master of the magic tower like a koala on a eucalyptus tree, desperately trying to negotiate for the lives of the hidden guards. She rambles that everyone makes mistakes and he should be generous and overlook it this time because he will surely be rewarded in the future. Arwen just looks at her, completely confused by this sudden burst of wisdom. Internally, our girl is screaming. She doesn't know how strong the princess's ninja guards are, but she definitely doesn't want a front row seat to a beheading right here in the street. So she plays her trump card. She looks him dead in the eye and promises that if he drops the killing intent right now, she will be his crush in her next life. Arwen pauses, clarifying, "As your crush? Like a future boyfriend?" Our girl nods, thinking she has made a generous offer. Arwen's response? A flat, immediate, "That's horrible. All right. I won't kill them." "Excuse me." Our girl is left trembling while he pats her on the shoulder, realizing he literally decided that sparing their lives was less painful than the concept of dating her in the next life. He brushes off his clothes and adds that she is more fun than them anyway, so he will let this one slide. Our girl quickly agrees that it is great, mentally wiping the sweat from her brow because crisis averted. If her worst fears had come true, she would have been stuck clutching the princess and trembling amidst the chaos of a royal massacre. But, of course, the drama isn't over. The princess, who has been watching this intense, physical whispering session, looks at them with sparkling eyes and says, "You two are quite close." Our girl is horrified. Close? Who? Her and the psychopath. Before she can correct the record, Arwen says he won't kill the guards, but he does need to give them a warning. And just like that, he vanishes for a split second. The temperature in the street suddenly drops to freezing, sending a literal chill down everyone's spine. Our girl asks what he just did, noticing he isn't using his polite begging tone anymore. Arwen coolly asks if she would like him to, and she quickly backtracks, saying nope, it is fine. He explains that he just sent a small warning. Our girl translates small warning to blasting them with a terrifying aura of death. The princess, shivering, asks if Arwen is angry because of her guards and immediately apologizes, promising to talk to them. Our girl thinks the guards definitely won't be picking a fight with him anytime soon. She feels bad because it wasn't even the princess's fault, yet she is apologizing so politely. Then it hits her. What exactly was the princess thinking when she saw Latte whispering to Arwen just now? Our girl leans in and frantically whispers to Her Highness that they weren't being friendly. That was a desperate plea for survival. The princess just looks at her and apologizes again for everything. Our girl sighs, figuring it is fine since nobody died. She looks around and realizes that Arwen's warning might have scared the guards, but his face is having the opposite effect on the general populace. All the girls in the crowd are staring at him, blushing and shiny-eyed. Our girl feels uncomfortable gathering this much attention. With the mix of women and this handsome menace, she realizes this is perfect material for a spicy soap opera. She immediately hallucinates a dramatic scene where a woman cries, "If you leave me, I'll die," and Arwen, with a maniacal grin, just replies, "Then die right now." Yeah, that sounds about right. It is a mess even by her standards. Desperate to escape the spotlight, she suggests to the princess that they go watch the festival instead of standing there like statues. She tries to be charming, and the princess giggles, telling Latte she is so cute even when she winks. The narration dubs this Season 2 of a series of unexpected and humiliating situations. They start walking through the streets, and it is like the parting of the Red Sea. Everyone is mesmerized by the blinding beauty of the princess and Arwen, instinctively making a path for them. Our girl just trots along, tired of the humiliation and ready to move on. The princess spots a stall and calls Latte over to look at a ceramic doll, marveling at how pretty it is. Our girl pragmatically wonders if a ceramic doll that size is heavy. She realizes the princess has clearly never experienced a street festival before and is curious about literally everything. Interestingly, the princess has stopped questioning Latte's relationship with Arwen. Our girl wonders if she is just assuming things now, but honestly, she decides it is probably safer to just let her think whatever she wants rather than trying to explain the chaos again. Our girl looks at the princess and immediately starts spiraling into a worst-case scenario panic attack. She realizes that she needs to clear up any misunderstandings about her relationship with Arwen before rumors start flying. While she trusts that the princess isn't the type to spread gossip, the mere possibility of word getting out is terrifying. If the crazy villainous Peridot catches wind of this and thinks Latte is getting cozy with the main cast, our girl knows she will go from a regular sidekick to a wholesome meal for the Empress wannabe. She has a vivid, terrifying hallucination of herself as a roasted dumpling being served on a platter. Yeah, no thanks. She decides she definitely does not want to end up as human roast on the menu. She makes a mental note to clarify things the next time she is alone with the princess. But her internal panic must be showing on her face because the princess looks at her with confusion and asks if the food tastes bad. Latte decides the best survival strategy is to lay low and refrain from standing out until Peridot inevitably destroys herself trying to fight the protagonist. But just as she resolves to be invisible, the princess grabs her hand and drags her toward a stall, pointing out that the ha of the shop owner is cute. But then Arwen spots it. With a grin, he points out a plushie that looks like a biological disaster and cheerfully asks our girl if she was the model for the design. Our girl stares at the thing. It has blonde hair, sure, but its eyes are lopsided, one up and one down, and it looks completely deformed. She looks at the shop owner with pure frustration, wondering why on earth this monstrosity has blonde hair. The princess, trying to be helpful, chimes in to say that Latte is much cuter than the doll. Our girl thinks that is a low bar to clear, considering her eyes, nose, and mouth are actually in the correct positions. She wonders how Arwen could possibly think this potato-looking thing resembles her. Seeking revenge, she furiously scans the stall for a silver-haired, red-eyed doll so she can return the insult. But tragically, she can't find one. In her frantic search, she ends up making a mess of the display, leaving the poor shop owner whimpering in the background while the princess tries to comfort our girl. The princess picks up a rose pin and decides to buy it as a gift for Latte. Our girl accepts it, calling it cute. The princess muses that the rose looks a bit lonely and suggests finding a pin to decorate it with. Latte smoothly suggests that since it is a rose, the princess should just think of the flower as her instead. But the flirting is cut short when the princess spots someone and smiles, calling out brother. Prince Rondimio approaches them, asking what she is doing here since he didn't know she was coming. He admits he didn't expect to meet her in a place like this. Our girl looks at the prince and is immediately blinded by his protagonist aura again, feeling her vision growing dim from the sheer wattage of his face. The prince scolds his sister, telling her it is dangerous out in the streets and that 5 guards aren't enough to protect her. While he lectures her, Latte wonders if this guy is actually a worrywart. Then, the prince turns his attention to the odd couple in the room, asking why Latte and Arwen are together. Before she can explain, she notices Kenneth is standing there too. The princess greets him, saying it has been a long time. Our girl watches closely, waiting for the drama, but nothing happens. The princess is totally chill. The prince then introduces Ebeline to his sister. Ebeline politely greets the princess, apologizing for any rudeness. The princess recognizes her immediately as the person who went missing earlier and says she was worried. Ebeline then turns her gaze to Arwen and tells him she was worried since he disappeared so suddenly. Arwen just stands there, completely speechless with a deadpan defense. Our girl watches this and feels secondhand embarrassment, wondering why Ebeline is asking him that. She realizes that Ebeline is the type of character who genuinely assumes everyone enjoys what she enjoys, so she doesn't understand why he left. Arwen finally looks at the heroine and bluntly states that the play was boring. Our girl smiles to herself, noting that he simply called it boring to Ebeline, whereas he told her it was garbage earlier. The double standard is real. Ebeline apologizes, saying she had no idea. Our girl looks between them, confused by the apology and wondering if this novel's plot is really going to be okay with everyone acting so weird. Kenneth steps into the conversation to check Arwen on his manners, asking if there is really a need to be so rude. Arwen, completely unbothered, simply replies that he doesn't recall asking for an apology, so he isn't sure why he needs to give one. Kenneth snaps back that the mage lacks consideration for others, but Arwen just counters by asking if stating the factual opinion that a play was boring makes him the bad guy. Our girl watches the sparks fly and realizes exactly what is happening. This is the rival fight event. She knows this happens 2 or 3 times in every romance novel, but she can't watch this dry. She grabs her 3D glasses and sprints to the popcorn stand. She slams her hand down and demands 5,001 worth of the basil flavor, flexing her status as the owner's daughter to get extra toppings. As she crunches away, she analyzes the scene. Usually, the fish fight over the protagonist with lines like, "Don't harass her," but this feels weirdly off-topic. They are fighting about theater reviews. She realizes that in the original novel, Arwen would have made up a polite excuse, but here he is just bluntly shaming Ebeline for inviting him to a boring play. His personality is definitely shifting. She spots Kenneth flinching and recognizes it as his signature expression of extreme displeasure. He is furious, but annoying as it is, he is still handsome. Panic sets in as she realizes they might actually throw hands, so she pinches the prince's sleeve and begs him to stop them. The prince looks at her and asks, "Why should I?" In a hilarious twist, he puts on his own metaphorical 3D glasses. Our girl realizes he is enjoying the show just as much as she is because, for once, he isn't the one involved in the drama. Standing side by side with their snacks, our girl nervously points out that they are standing close enough to die if the fish start fighting for real. She asks the prince if he plans to hold on to her if they get swept away by the magical aftershocks. The prince scratches his chin, says his hands are full, and generously offers to grab her with his foot if she is okay with that. Our girl is appalled. She asks what happens if he slips and only saves half of her body. The prince sighs, calls it unfortunate, and promises to pray for her soul to go to a good place. Our girl, crying fake tears, tells him to get lost. Desperate, she turns to Ebeline to intervene, but a beeping sound interrupts the standoff. It is Arwen's communication device screaming for help. A voice cries out, "Master," explaining that a prince from Pikaroa is smashing up the place and Gandalf is crying. Arwen realizes he has to leave to deal with the chaos. He brushes himself off, stares at our girl, and shoves that hideous, deformed doll right into her arms. He tells her to take good care of her door plunger, which she realizes means doppelganger, and calls her customer one last time before teleporting away. Our girl is left holding the ugly doll with the wonky eyes and yellow yarn hair, wondering when he even bought this monstrosity. The crown prince immediately chimes in, smiling and agreeing that it looks exactly like her. Even Kenneth seems to agree. Our girl is furious, thinking, "How dare you all?" The princess tries to defend her by saying the doll can't compare to Latte's cuteness, but our girl knows the princess thought it was cute earlier, so her judgment is compromised. She looks at the doll's messed up face and gets frustrated. But then she remembers Arwen's implied threat to kill her if she doesn't take care of it. Realizing she has no choice, she squeezes the doll tight. She accepts her tragic fate as the mother of this cursed object, declaring, "That's right, my child. I've become this doll's mother." She asks the doll why Arwen did this to her, but resigns herself to taking care of it, definitely out of fear for her life. Our girl gets up, takes a dramatic bow, and says she doesn't regret this life, before collapsing back onto the floor like a tragic heroine. The judges are stunned. It is a perfect 10 across the board. One judge, wiping away a tear, declares that he will follow her into the afterlife. Another claims the sound of her coughing was like music to his ears, while a third calls it a cry from the heavens. And the winner is contestant number 7, Latte Actri. Our girl bounces back to life, grinning ear to ear, and brags that this is the difference between a rookie and a pro. She has a knack for soap opera acting thanks to her past life, and she would like to thank her parents, both her current ones and the Kim family back on Earth, for their assistance in raising a drama queen. Meanwhile, Ebeline is clapping enthusiastically for the upcoming play, saying she is so looking forward to it. Kenneth doesn't say anything, but internally, he's already plotting a murder. He thinks if Ebeline brought them all the way here, it must be good, but he also makes a mental note to kill the guy who recommended it if it sucks. He is ready to let the director die a painful death. 30 minutes later, the verdict is in. It sucks. Kenneth is sitting there thinking, what the F***ck is this, and regretting leaving his sword at home. He is in agony. But Ebeline? She is having the time of her life. She laughs at the terrible jokes, calling them exciting and well thought out. Kenneth looks at her like she has grown a second head. He tells himself to endure it, clenching his teeth so hard they might crack. Just as he thinks he can't make it, Arwen stands up and leaves. Kenneth shoots him a telepathic glare asking where he is going, and Arwen just mouths bathroom before ditching them. Kenneth realizes the traitor has escaped and knows he needs a survival strategy if he is going to make it through the rest of this torture. He decides to focus on the actor's technique instead of the plot. He critiques the lead actor's posture, noting that the way he holds his sword is awful but realizing he has potential as a left-handed soldier. Before long, he is completely immersed in his own mental training simulation, imagining himself turning the entire cast into a formidable army. He conquers the play by ignoring it entirely. Back in the present, the prince looks at the ugly doll Arwen gave Latte and asks if it is her long-lost twin sister. Our girl glares at him, thinking that for a royal, he sure knows how to attack mercilessly. She laughs it off, saying that is so not funny, your highness. The prince laughs and drags Kenneth into it, asking if he agrees that the doll is her doubly-head twin sister cursed into doll form. Kenneth, ever the serious knight, nods solemnly and says he agrees. Our girl is furious. She realizes she needs to learn black magic immediately so she can curse them all. But then her savior steps in. Ebeline frowns and says it doesn't look like Latte at all, scolding the boys for teasing her. Our girl mentally weeps with joy, praising the protagonist for her kindness. She thinks Ebeline is the best and urges her to show these fish who is boss. Since Arwen already left, it is up to Ebeline to tame the other two. Thinking of Arwen, she realizes her memory of the novel was slightly off. In the book, Arwen left the play twice. The first time, he left alone without a word. The second time, he asked Ebeline to go with him. That was the day she followed him to the magic tower and learned his true nature. Currently, Ebeline is clueless about who Arwen really is, which is frustrating but classic protagonist behavior. In the novel, when she finds out, she tells him that he is still just Arwen to me. That line is the catalyst for him falling in love with her. Our girl desperately wants to see that scene play out in real life. She imagines herself interrupting the moment with a mic drop, spitting rhymes about destiny and unavoidable fate. She plans to stick close to Ebeline so that when the moment comes, she can coincidentally need to visit the magic tower too and teleport right along with them. She remembers Arwen asking Ebeline near the end of the novel if she thinks he is a monster. She scoffs at the memory, thinking he should apologize to actual monsters for the comparison. She puts on her mental 3D glasses, sitting next to 2 rabbits, and hopes she gets to watch that scene happen soon. The Crown Prince decides to ruin the fun by pulling the protective older brother card, telling Princess Rosalia that it is getting late and she should go back to the palace. Our girl watches this unfold, thinking it is just typical Rondimio behavior. The princess agrees but asks her brother to escort her back personally. Latte realizes the tragic implications of this request. It is indeed too late for a princess to be out, but if the prince leaves now, fish number 1 is going to be separated from the protagonist. She glances at Ebeline, feeling bad that the prince has to leave right after suffering through that garbage play without even getting a proper date out of it. The princess then turns to Latte and asks if she will be leaving as well. Our girl confirms it, explaining that the festival is long and she needs to head home to recharge so she can fully enjoy tomorrow's events. She notes that Eveline was the only person on Earth who actually enjoyed herself today. Rosalia calls her by her name, Latte, and asks if she intends to go home by herself. Our girl is a bit confused by the concern, and the prince looks even more confused, seemingly asking with his eyes why his sister cares. He clearly thinks Latte should hide her expressions better. But the princess is genuinely worried, asking if it won't be dangerous. She gives Latte such a sweet, concerned look that our girl is immediately struck by the sheer power of royal beauty. She feels the beauty that runs in the Beamer bloodline, hitting her like a truck. It is so effective that she gets a nosebleed on the spot, thinking that this girl is going to steal her heart. Latte assures her she doesn't have to worry, but internally, she starts regretting her life choices. She thinks she should have brought a communication orb to summon her magician slave, Bishot, whenever she needed him. But then she wonders if her conscience is weakening because she is getting too used to ordering people around. The princess then drops a bombshell suggestion. Sir Kenneth should escort Latte back home. The reaction is instantaneous. Latte and Kenneth look at each other, smiling politely on the outside while lightning bolts of pure hatred shoot from their eyes. Latte sees Kenneth's face twist into an expression that basically screams, "What the F***ck are you on about?" She is personally offended, thinking she is just as upset about this arrangement as he is, so he shouldn't look at her like she is trash. The princess insists she is just worried since she is leaving with her brother. Kenneth tries to wiggle out of it, interrupting to say that he is sure there is no need. Our girl glares at him thinking, "No need? Are you calling me stupid?" Kenneth continues his defense, arguing that carriages are running late because of the festival, and surely Latte wouldn't have come out here completely vulnerable unless she was a total idiot. He says this with a smug grin. Our girl is completely frustrated. She realizes he is trying to corner her, but she refuses to let him win. She thinks, "Do you really think I would refuse a free escort service just to save your pride?" She smiles back and drops the bomb. Actually, she did come out here empty-handed. Kenneth's face falls. He looks completely done. Latte calls him out in her head, realizing that he saw her door plunger doll earlier, which means he knows she has scrolls and can protect herself. But she decides to commit to the bit. She puts on her best acting face, looking like she is about to cry, and wails that she is suddenly afraid to go home now. She whimpers about meeting bad people or bandits attacking her carriage, asking what she should do. Kenneth, not buying it for a second, asks if she really came out here without preparing anything. The princess looks displeased at his attitude. Our girl thinks it is rich coming from him because if he is going to be disappointed in someone's lack of safety, he should be looking at Eveline. The protagonist is the one who wanders around without precautions, while Latte is actually armed to the teeth. The prince finally steps in saying, "Oh well," and that he understands the situation. Kenneth flinches, knowing he has lost. The princess begs him, and Kenneth, clearly defeated and frustrated, says, "Understood." Our girl watches him, thinking that while he is pretending to be calm on the outside, she knows he is peeling like an onion on the inside. The princess then turns to Eveline and asks if she will be returning home late too. Latte analyzes the logistics. Everyone is going home now because it is dangerous. She bets Kenneth will escort Eveline home first and then take her, which raises the terrifying possibility that he might just dump Latte in the middle of the street once the princess isn't watching. She decides she doesn't care. She will just tattle to the princess later if he does. But then, Eveline throws a curveball. She asks the prince if she can go with him and the princess. The prince is confused, asking with me. Eveline explains she thought it would be nice to have a chat while they head home. The princess smiles, clearly delighted. Our girl analyzes this shift in behavior. Eveline is usually the one being asked. She never asks to spend time with other people. Since everyone always wants to be her friend, including the three fish, she is used to just accepting offers. But now, the protagonist is actively holding her hand out to someone else, specifically to the princess. Our girl watches this unfold, feeling confused but intrigued by the change in dynamic. Being the accommodating angel she is, agrees to the plan, saying she wouldn't mind as long as it works for everyone. The prince glances at her, clearly thinking this is the perfect opportunity for fish number one to make his move on the protagonist. Meanwhile, our girl looks at Kenneth and realizes that since fish number two is stuck with her, he is probably absolutely miserable. She internally scolds him, thinking that's what he gets for making fun of others, "You idiot." Just like that, the group prepares to split up. The prince bids them farewell, telling them to take care. Our girl and Kenneth bow respectfully, and Kenneth stiffly says they will be excused. But before they can escape, The prince stops them with one last request. With a mischievous smile, he asks Kenneth to escort Lady Latte safely to her home, and to make sure he takes care of her twin sister as well. Latte hears this and practically short-circuits, wondering what on earth this man is babbling about. The prince just smiles brighter, hoping she is able to cure the curse on her little sister soon. Our girl is left dumbfounded, thinking this guy is speaking absolute nonsense, referencing anthems and curses like a lunatic. She decides that before she hammers nails into a voodoo doll of Arwen, she should probably punch this blonde, blue-eyed royal first. She notices Kenneth is clearly enjoying her humiliation, and she decides both of them deserve a punch in the stomach. But then she shifts her perspective. She tells herself she isn't happy to be going home alone with him, but she is excited to harass someone who hates her. She asks if he wants to have a sweet date, fully knowing this is nothing like a date at all. Our girl asks if their carriages are this way, assuming they are parked on the other side. But Kenneth drops the hammer. We are walking. Our girl stares at him, thinking he must be out of his mind. Walking to her place takes well over an hour, yet he is striding off at full speed in the complete opposite direction. She realizes this is his petty way of getting back at her. How childish and dirty. Huffing and puffing behind him, she wipes sweat from her brow and mutters under her breath that this is why he is a stupid half-wit. Kenneth stops dead in his tracks, turns around, and asks what she just said. Our girl immediately plays the innocent card, acting silent and wondering if the wind whispered something, because she certainly didn't. A while later, she is at her limit. She complains that her feet are going to explode and begs him to walk a little slower. She asks if he is even sure this is the right way. But suddenly, a scream pierces the air. Our girl looks up to see a woman in a dress sprinting towards them like an Olympic athlete. The woman tries to tackle-hug Kenneth, but he smoothly moves aside, dodging her completely. He mutters that it is an unlucky day. Our girl assesses the situation and realizes exactly what this is, a crazy stalker fan. The woman begs Sir not to avoid her, while Kenneth, clearly upset, tells her to let go. Our girl nods to herself. Yup, definitely a stalker. Kenneth stands in front of the store and addresses the woman as Lady Yahello, asking the meaning of this and if she has lost her mind. The stalker ignores his anger and declares her love for him. Our girl stays in the back, thinking Yahello is quite a unique name for a noble. The stalker launches into a monologue, claiming that ever since the fateful moment he saved her life, her body and heart have belonged to him. She leaps forward to touch him again, but he dodges effortlessly, coldly stating that he doesn't remember accepting any such trash. The woman looks like she is about to cry, but then jumps back, trying to grab him again. Our girl watches the scene, thinking that normally she would say he is being too mean, but seeing how unhinged this lady is, he is actually being amazingly patient. She realizes Kenny is only dodging her attacks and totally holding himself back from hurting her. She wonders if he is going easy on her because she is a lady, or maybe he just really doesn't want to touch her. Then she pauses. Wait a minute. Didn't he try to kill her before? She feels personally victimized by this discrimination. Suddenly, the stalker spots our girl and snaps, asking what that wench is doing here. Our girl points to herself, confused and offended that this crazy lady is calling her a wench. The stalker escalates, calling her a dirty wench and daring to ask if she is trying to seduce Kenneth. Our girl is flabbergasted, shouting that she is crazy and she has never tried to do anything like that. But reasoning is useless. The stalker screams and jumps straight at our girl. Just as the stalker is about to tackle our girl, Kenneth steps in. He doesn't even need to unsheath his weapon. He just shoves his scabbard right between them like a physical, do not disturb sign. Our girl breathes a sigh of relief, noting that was way too close for comfort. Kenneth looks annoyed, clearly over this whole situation, but he gives our girl a smile. Latte realizes that his body reacted to save her before he even thought about it. She briefly entertains the delusion that she's controlling him like a puppet, but decides to keep that thought to herself lest he actually throws the stalker at her. She knows she should probably use a scroll and flee this awkward situation, but since he helped her, she decides not to be a horrible person. It is time to fight crazy with crazy. She shouts at the stalker, channeling her inner exorcist. She figures she can't win a fist fight, so she'll just outscream her. She yells, "How dare you commit such wicked deeds, you detestable woman!" She starts rambling about foolish souls and obsession causing pain, basically guilt-tripping the stalker into confusion. The stalker just stands there, wondering what is happening, while our girl waves her hands around like she is casting a spell, calling her a demon witch whose evil deeds would make even a real demon shake his head. The stalker is completely taken aback, and even Kenneth looks at Latte like she has lost her mind. Latte wonders if she went overboard, but the stalker snaps out of it and yells at Kenneth, asking how he could choose that over her. That? Excuse me? Our girl is done. She suggests they end this right now, threatening to roll up their dresses and throw hands right here in the street. She declares that she was once a passionate fan in her past life, and she has returned to punish fallen fans like the stalker. She screams, "Begone, your evil fan, begone." Terrified by this sheer display of insanity, the stalker turns and runs, screaming that she will get her back for this. Our girl rubs her throat, thinking that hurt a little, but at least the trash took itself out. She turns to Kenneth with a winning smile. He flinches, clearly traumatized by her performance. She asks why he is looking at her like that when she just helped him out. She points out that they are even now since he saved her earlier. Kenneth just nods, probably too stunned to speak. Our girl notes that was a serious case of crazy, but wonders why he isn't more fazed. Maybe he is used to encountering these ladies. As they stand there in silence, she spots movement in the bushes. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are literally 4 more girls hiding in the shrubs. She wonders how that is even possible and worries about the future of the Empire if this is the standard for noble ladies. Kenneth finally opens up, revealing the horror show that is his life. He explains that ladies regularly jump in front of moving carriages just to get his attention. They even follow him on dangerous monster hunting missions in the mountains, wearing full dresses and shouting at him. He meets at least 5 of them every time he goes out to hunt beasts. Some fall in front of him on purpose, scrape their knees, and then demand he take responsibility by marrying them. And the cherry on top? 8 years ago, he looked out his window on a cloudy day and saw a woman dangling from the 5th floor just to see him. Our girl shudders. That is way too much. She realizes he isn't just a grumpy jerk. He is a victim. She knew he had a phobia of women, but she didn't realize it was because he was living in a survival horror game. These girls don't harm him physically, but they are mentally torturing him, and he can't even punish them for it. Suddenly, shoving popcorn up his nose feels like a very mild offense in comparison. She feels a surge of pity and wants to pat him on the back, but knows she can't touch him. So she asks if she can lend his scabbard for a moment, promising not to touch him with her hands. She thinks about the handkerchief Isola gave her in case she made a mess while dining, but she ends up asking for the scabbard instead. Kenneth is confused but hands it over. Our girl takes it and immediately realizes her mistake. It is incredibly heavy. Kenneth looks at her, completely confused and probably wondering if he should be worried about his weapon, but he stays silent. After that little display of dominance, the scene shifts. Kenneth, being the gentleman he is underneath all that grumpiness, escorts her all the way to the carriage rental line. As she settles into the carriage and heads home, our girl reflects on the day's events. She admits to herself that fish number 2 turned out to be quite decent and undeniably beautiful. She magnanimously decides to forgive him for his past rudeness. After all, she thinks with a smug grin, she is the generous soul who shoved popcorn up his nose, so really, they are even. She is basically a saint. Back at the mansion, she runs into her magician, Bishot. He greets her eagerly, showing off his new accessory, a pair of glasses. He asks how he looks, puffing out his chest and claiming he feels very scholarly. Our girl looks at him and pauses. He does look scholarly, in the sense that he looks like a retired librarian. She wisely decides not to tell him that the specs make him look about 20 years older, and just tells him he looks quite sir-like. He beams, oblivious, and mentions the ball. He laments that while there were many pretty ladies, he doesn't know how to dance, so he might skip tomorrow. Our girl is having none of that. She pats him on the back and gives him a pep talk, telling him that an old-looking man, she means a distinguished gentleman, who likes pretty ladies simply must go. He just needs to dance more. Good luck, Grandpa. Meanwhile, over at the palace, a very serious meeting is taking place among the princess's royal guards. The captain is tearing into the new recruits, practically shaking with fear. He screams at them that they need to move carefully because they almost died today. He drops the bomb. That silver-haired, red-eyed man they were hiding from wasn't just some pretty boy. He was the notorious master of the magic tower. The guards go pale. The captain explains that if it wasn't for that young lady tackling him and stopping his murderous rage, they would all be piles of ash right now. The realization hits them like a ton of bricks. They owe their lives to the girl with the blonde hair. One guard, practically crying, declares that from now on, she is their savior. They all vow to repay her generosity no matter what. And just like that, without even trying, our girl has accidentally become the hero of the royal guard. Back at the mansion, Latte is finally stretching out in her room, feeling the exhaustion of carrying the plot on her back all day. She mutters that it was refreshing to finally be home, but her brain is still buzzing with all the character encounters. She feels like she met half the cast in one day. She mumbles something incoherently about flowers and knives before finally passing out. The next morning, she wakes up still tired. She drags herself to breakfast, but as she chews on her toast, a strange thought creeps in. She keeps saying she is tired, but then she pauses. Why didn't she ask? She thinks back to the festival. Ebeline saw everything. She saw Latte covered in champagne, rolling on the floor and screaming like a banshee. They met again later at the festival, but Ebeline never once asked if she was okay. Normally, anyone, especially a sweet heroine, would ask out of curiosity or concern. Even if she was trying to be considerate, it feels weird that she was so indifferent. Our girl realizes they have spent a lot of time together, and this sudden lack of care feels off. She wonders if Ebeline heard something bad about her from the prince or Arwen, but that seems unlikely. She shakes her head, trying to dislodge the bad vibes. She tells herself to stop overthinking it and decides to solve her problems the only way she knows how: sugar. She aggressively attacks a slice of strawberry cake, deciding that dessert is the best therapy. She tells herself to forget about it and get back to her happy morning. But just as she is about to relax, her eyes land on something in the corner of the room. It is the doll. The ugly, lopsided, doppelganger doll Arwen gave her. It is staring at her. Our girl stares at the hideous doll, wondering what on earth she is supposed to do with this cursed object. She laments that if it looked even a little bit more human, she might have actually adored it. She ruthlessly roasts the doll, telling it that its eyes are way too crooked to appreciate the beautiful world, and even starts reciting a little poem about a crooked doll in a crooked town. Just then, Isola approaches and asks what that thing is. Our girl immediately seizes the opportunity to dump the responsibility on someone else. She tells Isola to think of the doll as Latte herself and to please take good care of her. Isola looks at the lopsided face and admits she can't really read the doll's emotions, but agrees anyway. She asks to see the doll for a moment, and our girl hands it over, confused. Isola, activating her master hairstylist mode, starts brushing the yarn hair with serious dedication. Our girl watches in awe, thinking that her maid is a genius worthy of a round of applause for making this disaster look presentable. Deciding to embrace her fate as the owner of Arwen's gift, she names the doll Cookie, short for Crooked, because its nose and mouth are a mess. She resigns herself to keeping it until Arwen either gets amnesia or dies unexpectedly. She pats Cookie on the head, sarcastically telling it that they should try to get along. As the sun begins to set, our girl realizes the main events of the novel won't happen until nighttime. She decides to kill some time by visiting the scroll shop. She wonders how much a teleport scroll to the arcane tower costs, figuring it must be expensive since it takes 3 days by carriage. She summons her personal Uber, Bishad, who is, as usual, munching on popcorn like a squirrel. She tells him she has business at the plaza, and just like that, they teleport. Upon arrival, our girl feels like she is going to hurl, clutching her stomach and asking if she is alright. Bishad explains that when a spell is in effect, the difference in mana levels encircling the body can make weaker people feel sick. Our girl feels like she is going to die from nausea and realizes Bishad is basically calling her a weakling. She briefly fantasizes about being a cool assassin of elemental instead of a nauseous noble. They enter the shop and the owner greets her dear sucker, oops customer, welcoming her back. Bishad stares in amazement as the shop owner praises Lady Latte for having so much money. Our girl happily agrees, thinking that who needs mana when you have cash? She holds a stack of bills, declaring that capitalism is Latte and that money is the absolute best. This is the taste of victory. Back at the mansion, she asks Bishad if he is okay, noting that he looks absolutely terrified, or maybe just exhausted. She realizes that transporting multiple times in a row is too hard on him. She looks at her popcorn VIP with pity. But the show must go on. She declares that tonight is the night of her popcorn party and everything she ate today was just a warm-up. Isola appears, dressed up and looking natural, announcing she will be leaving soon since it is her turn to have a life instead of Lily. Our girl compliments her, saying she looks cute and suggests they all go together. They turn to Bishad, who's still stress-eating popcorn and looking like a zombie. He clearly doesn't want to go, terrified of dying from exhaustion, but our girl is a ruthless boss. She tells him he should challenge his limits. Bishad looks confused, but before he can protest, she forces him to teleport them again. They arrive and Isola is thrilled, thanking Bishad, who is currently almost passing out, for the ride. Our girl feels a pang of guilt for nearly killing her magician, so she puts him in a carriage to the palace and pays for it. She tells him to make sure he dances today and waves goodbye. Isola dashes off to enjoy her night as well. Left alone, our girl suddenly draws a blank. She wonders what kind of competition is happening tonight, realizing her memory is a bit fuzzy. She overhears two girls gossiping nearby, asking if they remember the flower shop girl who won first place last year with her marvelous singing. They mention the second place girl was pretty, but her singing wasn't as good. They wonder if the competition will be decided by singing again this time. Our girl listens in, excited to see the big stage on the bridge. Then it hits her on the third night of Ivory. There is a contest to pick a goddess. This is the goddess contest, the very moment where Eveline is destined to participate and show off her charm. It is a crucial turning point in the novel. In the original novel, this is the big moment. Eveline goes on stage wearing a mask. But during the climax of her performance, her mask happens to fall off, revealing her beauty to the entire audience. Instead of getting flustered, she finishes her song like a pro and earns a massive round of applause, securing the title of goddess. The three main fish watch her basking in the moonlight, feeling their hearts beat faster as they stare at the elegant goddess of the moon. It is supposed to be a romantic, breathtaking scene. But back in reality, our girl follows the crowd, excited for the show. However, she quickly hits a snag. She can't see a single thing. The stage is so far away that the performers just look like tiny dots moving around. She wonders how the male leads even watched from this distance in the novel. Their eyesight must be superhuman to spot the heroine's beauty from back here. Her expectations are officially ruined. Suddenly, a voice interrupts her grumbling. Arwen appears, asking if she has finished dancing. Our girl is confused, wondering where he came from and why he is posing like a male lead on a roof. She denies dancing, but then realizes he probably saw her frantically jumping up and down trying to see over the crowd. Arwen then asks about her twin, the creepy doll. Our girl sarcastically replies that she is luxuriously resting in a comfortable bed at home, so he shouldn't worry. Arwen tells her to take good care of it before asking if she is alone. She says no, there is someone with her, but Arwen clarifies he means besides him. She glances around and notes that since people are only staring at Arwen, Kenneth and the Crown Prince haven't arrived yet. She complains to Arwen that she can't see the stage from here. He looks genuinely confused, asking why she can't see it when it is right there. Our girl reminds herself that he is not normal. His eyesight is clearly 1.2 or better, while she is just a regular human lacking his specs. He offers to help her see, stepping behind her. Our girl's survival instincts immediately kick in. She wonders if he is going to pull a miracle of Moses and part the sea of people with blood. She frantically asks if there is a way to do it without anyone dying. Arwen asks why they would die. Relieved, she then clarifies, can he find a way to do it without her dying? Arwen asks why she would die. Our girl smiles nervously, realizing her thoughts have become disturbingly gory lately because she hangs out with him too much. She tells him she just wants to see the people over there. Arwen snaps his fingers. Suddenly, our girl feels a familiar, terrifying sensation. She is launched into the air at breakneck speed, screaming internally that she is going way too fast and wondering just how high into the stratosphere she is about to fly. Next thing we know, Arwen has our girl dangling in the sky like a chaotic kite. He asks if she likes the view, laughing at her terror. Our girl, gripping onto him for dear life, argues that if they were going to come up here anyway, teleporting would have been a much better option. But Arwen, ever the thrill-seeker, insists that this is way more fun. Despite the fear of falling to her death, our girl looks down and has to admit, watching from here is actually incredible. She marvels at the scene, realizing that this sky-high vantage point is undoubtedly the most expensive seat at the concert. She glances down at the performers and notices something interesting. She hesitates, observing that the bodies on stage are looking mighty fine. As she practically salivates over the view, Arwen notices her intense staring. He immediately decides to ruin the moment. He tells her they should go down because if she keeps looking at them for too long, she will only make herself sad. Our girl is furious at the implication. Is he saying she is ugly? The injustice. She demands to know what he means by that, but Arwen doesn't bother explaining. With a snap of his fingers, he drops them down, not into the crowd, but floating directly in front of the actresses on stage. Our girl realizes she can see really well from here. Too well. One of the dancers actually freezes and says something to her partner. Arwen asks if she spoke, but our girl is dying of embarrassment. She realizes the girls on stage are getting flustered because there are two random people levitating in front of their faces. The performers are blushing and fidgeting, completely thrown off their game. Our girl begs Arwen to use some magic to make them invisible so the poor dancers can concentrate. The crowd below starts whispering, wondering what is in the air. Our girl is profoundly grateful for her mask right now. She asks Arwen again for invisibility magic, but he completely ignores her, because of course he does. The announcer introduces the next performer, Diva Sabrina. Our girl wonders why she has to be the one feeling embarrassed for everyone else. As Sabrina starts singing about the moonlight, she locks eyes with Arwen. Our girl admits she is good and notes the look in her eyes. She is definitely trying to charm the Tower Master. But our girl knows the truth. No matter how hard Sabrina tries, she will never be prettier than Ebeline. Our girl analyzes the competition. While the participants are above average in beauty, none of them are shockingly beautiful. She figures it is useless to compare noble ladies to common beauties anyway. She is certain that Ebeline will be the most beautiful contestant, because it is God's will, the author's plot, for her mask to fall off at the perfect moment. Our girl reminds herself that the star is always late to the scene, so she should wait until Ebeline's turn. In preparation for the main event, both she and Arwen metaphorically put on their 3D glasses. Suddenly, tragedy strikes. Our girl realizes she forgot to buy popcorn. Someone is an idiot, and it is her. The announcer calls for the final participant. It is time. Our girl waves enthusiastically at Ebeline, but the heroine looks up at them in total shock. Our girl is confused by the surprise. Did Ebeline not expect them to be here? The song begins. Ebeline sings about small lights and tranquil mists, and our girl is floored. The singing is just as marvelous as described in the novel. It feels like watching a professional concert. Under the shattering moonlight and stage lights, the emotions whisper through the music. It is finally the moment of the climax. And just as scripted, Ebeline starts losing her mask, ready to reveal her beauty to the world. And just like that, the mask drops. Ebeline hits the high note and looks so radiant she could probably weaponize sunlight. She sings the line, "I was dancing inside your pupils," looking absolutely ethereal. Our girl Latte watches, ready for the main event. She has to admit, anyone with working eyeballs can tell this girl is the protagonist. It's no wonder the fishes fell for her. She is shining just like the pouring moon described in the original novel. She turns to Arwen, expecting to see him fully mesmerized, mouth agape, hearts in his eyes. Instead, the man is looking at the stage with a completely flat expression. He turns to our girl and asks, "Dear customer, are you enjoying it?" Latte barely has time to nod before Arwen lets out a massive yawn. A yawn. Right in the middle of the climax. He looks at her and says simply, "This is boring." Latte is choking on air. Boring. She frantically points at the glowing goddess on stage, screaming, "But she's pretty. It's Ebeline. Look at her." Arwen just flips his silver hair, looks her dead in the eye, and delivers the most narcissistic line in the history of existence, "I'm prettier." Our girl's brain completely short-circuits. He's not wrong. The man is a visual masterpiece. But you can't just say that. She realizes with horror that the conversation is heading off a cliff. For Arwen, staying home and feeding a hamster would probably be more entertaining than watching the heroine's big moment. Panic sets in. The main fish is escaping the fishery. He is literally swimming out of the tank with a little hobo stick on his back. They are supposed to be the main couple, the trunk of the tree. But Arwen is just standing there, completely unmoved by the plot armor shining in front of him. He catches her spiraling face and decides to add insult to injury. He teases her, saying she was dancing earlier just to be able to watch this boring show. Our girl, practically crying now, shouts that she wasn't dancing, she was jumping. Arwen uses his magic to lower her back down to the ground. He tells her she can watch boring things by herself, adding one final roast before he vanishes. "If you get too lonely, you can just hug that doll of yours. Or myself from the sky." As he disappears into the night, the plot officially goes off the rails. Ebeline faints on stage. In a split second, the Crown Prince and Kenneth are there, catching her with speed that borders on teleportation. But Arwen? He's gone. He literally walked out on the grand finale. Latte watches the chaos unfold, confused. Ebeline is usually sturdy. She didn't even faint when Peridot kidnapped her. As the crowd panics and people start stepping on each other's feet, our girl decides to lay low to avoid getting trampled. She looks up at the massive supermoon, wondering if she is imagining things. The night of Irene is famous for its bright moon, but tonight it feels different. She has a sinking feeling that the night of Irene is a night of confusion for this world. Eveline wakes up in the arms of the other leads, claiming she's fine, and the festival comes to an end. But as the lights go out, Latte realizes the story she thought she knew is changing in ways she never expected. The festival finally wraps up, but not everyone gets a happy ending. Our poor magician, Bishop, failed to find a single dance partner. Legend has it he couldn't overcome the pit of rejection, and now the servants are practically throwing him a pity party to lift his spirits. Our girl tries to console him, saying he'll have better luck next year, but the man looks like he's ready to retire from romance entirely. Meanwhile, the plot ripple effects are getting weird. Princess Rosalia shows zero interest in Kenneth. Instead, she's obsessed with the next volume of Latte's novel. She grabs our girl and worriedly asks for advice about a close friend who is in love with someone who doesn't exist in the real world. Latte realizes with a pang of guilt that she has officially corrupted the innocent princess into a hardcore BL fangirl. Back at the mansion, the gossip mill is working overtime. The maids are buzzing about a mysterious lady who danced with the crown prince, the tower master, and went on a date with the duke all in one night. They say the 3 most eligible bachelors are basically ready to start a war over her. Latte hears this and thinks the rumor has turned the fish into whales. The story is getting bigger every time it's told. But there is no time to debunk rumors because the next event is starting. Latte arrives at a tea party hosted by a noblewoman named Lady Fingers. Yes, that is her real name. Our girl spots her flexing her hands in a purple dress and immediately recognizes the scene. This is the piano humiliation arc. Fingers approaches Eveline, thanking her for coming, but the vibe is immediately hostile. While Eveline is her usual polite, angelic self, Fingers drops the pleasantries and says, "I am not very pleased to see you, though." Latte gasps internally. 10 points for audacity. Fingers then laughs and tells the heroine to look forward to swimming in a sea of humiliation soon. Our girl nearly chokes. She thinks, wow, even her hair color is tacky, and she's saying the quiet part out loud? How stupid can you be? Fingers walks away to prepare her trap, leaving Eveline confused. The heroine turns to Latte and innocently asks why Lady Fingers is acting that way. Latte just stares at her. The woman literally said humiliation to your face, honey. How dense can a protagonist be? The main event begins. Fingers addresses the crowd, saying she wants to liven up the mood with some music. She puts on a smug smile and asks Eveline to perform a piece on her brand new piano. The trap is simple but petty. Force the heroine to play a song, then play the exact same song immediately after, but way better, to embarrass her. The crowd eats it up, pressuring Eveline to accept. Fingers smirks, thinking she has this in the bag. She knows music is one of the few things noble women compete in, and she's confident she can crush a commoner like Eveline. Eveline blinks, smiles that blinding protagonist smile, and says, "Of course. I agree." Then she adds the classic humblebrag disclaimer, "That is, if you will forgive my poor piano skills." Latte grabs her imaginary popcorn. She knows exactly what poor skills means in protagonist language. It means she is about to destroy this woman's entire career. And just like that, the trap is sprung. Eveline sits at the piano, and Fingers is already pre-celebrating her victory. But oh honey, you messed with the wrong protagonist. Eveline starts to play, and it's not just good, it's Mozart-level genius. She unleashes a masterpiece that sounds like angels crying tears of joy. The crowd is absolutely mesmerized, whispering, "What is this song? It's amazing." Latte watches from the sidelines, struggling not to laugh. She knows exactly what this is. This isn't just any song. It's an unreleased masterpiece composed by the genius of the century, a guy literally named Magical Hand. Of course, Eveline met him by pure accident during a random stroll, saved him from a crisis, and he taught her this song as thanks. That is the power of plot armor. You can't beat that with a purple dress and a bad attitude. Fingers is fuming. She is gritting her teeth so hard she might need dental work. Latte looks at her and thinks the woman's hair, which is styled in a weird, lumpy bun, looks like a confused fruit basket. The audience erupts in applause, completely forgetting who the hostess is. Fingers' plan to humiliate Eveline has backfired spectacularly. But Fingers isn't done being messy. Desperate to save face, she decides if she can't humiliate the heroine, she'll humiliate the sidekick. She points a manicured claw directly at Latte and shouts, "I'd like to hear one more person play. You seem close to Eveline, so you must be talented too." Latte freezes. "Excuse me?" She tries to play dumb, but the spotlight is on her. Fingers is smirking, thinking she's found an easy target. Latte sighs, realizing she has been designated as the scapegoat. Fine. You want a performance? She'll give you a performance. She walks up to the piano, cracks her knuckles dramatically, and sits down. The crowd leans in, expecting another masterpiece. And then, she plays. She plays the most basic, one-handed rendition of a nursery rhyme imaginable. It is literally just her index finger poking the keys. She finishes and looks at Fingers with a deadpan expression. That's the end. Fingers is stunned. What? She gasps. That's it. Latte looks at the confused crowd and decides to double down. Miming, she declares, I can feel the burning desire for an encore. She turns back to the keys and launches into her next greatest hit, the Itsy Bitsy Spider. Down came the rain and washed the spider out, she narrates internally, channeling her inner chaos demon. The audience is horrified. Fingers looks like she's about to have an aneurysm. But Latte isn't done. She shouts, Geez, you guys are greedy. Fine, one last song, and threatens to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Before she can hit the first note, Fingers finally snaps and screams, Enough. But it's too late. Lady Fingers is absolutely fuming. She screams at Latte to stop, asking if this is some kind of sick joke. Our girl wipes away a bead of fake sweat and sighs, complaining that performing 3 whole nursery rhymes back-to-back is exhausting work. Fingers points an accusing claw at her, demanding to know how she could play such garbage unless she was mocking the entire event. Latte realizes that teasing this woman is actually way too much fun, so she decides to commit to the bit. She grabs her wrist, puts on a pained expression, and launches into a sob story worthy of a telenovela. Oh, my poor wrist, she wails. She claims she fell off a horse during a riding lesson just the other day. She thought it was healed, but the moment her delicate fingers touched the keys, a jolt of pain shot through her. But, being the dedicated performer she is, she could not let the audience down, so she played through the agony. She apologizes profusely, putting on the face of the perfect victim. Fingers is trapped. She cannot yell at an injured girl who just tried her best, or she will look like a monster. Defeated, Fingers grumbles that she will let it slide this time. Latte internally cheers. Back in her old life, she would have wanted to punch a bully like this, but gaslighting them with kindness is so much more satisfying. Ebeline, sweet angel that she is, rushes over and genuinely asks if Latte's wrist is okay. Latte brushes it off mentally, thinking it would have been hilarious to see Fingers try to play Mary Had a Little Lamb with that attitude. She looks at the hostess one last time and decides that her hair has officially upgraded from a fruit basket to a full-blown pineapple. But the drama is not over yet. The other noble ladies, seeing their leader fail, decide to jump in. They swarm Ebeline, asking snide questions about her studying abroad. Then they turn their targets on Latte, asking if she went to the same school since they look so close. One particularly nasty extra tells Latte to go back to the fields where she belongs. Latte analyzes the situation. There are moderate bullies who just use words, but these girls look like radicals who might actually throw hands. She realizes that at this rate, she is in physical danger. Cut to the Latte estate. Our girl is on a mission. She asks Isola for a favor, but she needs someone taller. Isola is cute and pocket-sized, but Latte needs a sparring partner with some reach. Isola brings in Lily, a maid who is tall enough to fit the bill. Latte looks at Lily and nods. Perfect. She explains that high society is a cruel, dangerous battlefield, and she needs special training to protect her delicate body and mind. Lily, bless her heart, does not ask questions. She gets all fired up and vows to help her lady achieve her goal. And so the training arc begins. They go outside, and Latte instructs Lily to take a swing at her. Come at me slowly, she commands. Lily swings her hand, simulating a slap, and Latte practices dodging. She analyzes the angle, the speed, and the trajectory. Good, she says, like a boxing coach. That was a half swing. Now try a full swing. Lily unleashes a full-force slap simulation, and our girl weaves out of the way. Latte feels herself evolving. The process is slow, but she can feel her body adapting. She is becoming a master of evasion. If the noble ladies want to get physical, they are going to have to catch her first. 2 days later, the moment of truth arrives. Our girl Latte receives an invitation from Ebeline. The occasion? A birthday party. But not just any birthday party, it is for a puppy. The host is a woman named Lady Ironmental. Yes, you heard that right. Ironmental. Latte has to admire the author's naming sense. It is practically a warning label. Latte knows exactly what this is, a thinly veiled excuse for Iron Mental to invite people to her front yard and start drama. But since Ebeline is going, Latte grabs some dog treats, specifically some donuts, and heads out into the battlefield. When they arrive, Iron Mental lives up to her name. She greets them with a look that says she woke up on the wrong side of the bed, the floor, and reality. Our girl observes her and thinks the woman looks like she glued a fake mustache on and forgot to take it off. She is aggressively unattractive, which makes her confidence even more baffling. Iron Mental wastes no time. She looks at Ebeline and asks the rudest question possible. How did someone with such a plain face manage to seduce the Crown Prince, Duke Kenneth, and the Tower Master? She demands Ebeline reveal her secrets, insinuating she used some cheap tricks. Latte stands in the background, desperately wishing she had popcorn. She briefly considers buying an invisibility scroll next time so she can snack in peace, but then she has a horrifying realization. If she turns invisible, the food she eats might still be visible. She imagines the guests screaming in terror as they watch half-digested popcorn floating in midair inside a ghostly stomach. Yeah, maybe not the best plan. Back to the drama. Iron Mental accuses Ebeline of selling her body to get the men's attention. Latte remembers this scene from the novel. In the original plot, Iron Mental gets destroyed for this later, likely by Arwen. But right now, she is on a rampage. Ebeline tries to be polite, asking her to reconsider her words, but Iron Mental just tells her to shut up. She raises her hand, ready to deliver a slap heard around the world. Latte watches, expecting the hit, but suddenly, another noblewoman named Lady Wayfares jumps in. Stop it, Iron! Wayfares shouts. Don't use violence. You'll be at a disadvantage. Latte watches, impressed. It is exactly like the book. Someone obviously read the script. But then Iron Mental, frustrated that she can't hit the protagonist, scans the room for a new target. Her eyes lock onto Latte. What are you looking at? She snaps. Latte freezes. She's been caught. But instead of shrinking back, she decides to kill her with kindness. She smiles brightly and says she brought a gift for the birthday party. She holds out the box of dog treats. Iron Mental stares at the box. What is this? A dog treat. She looks at Latte with pure fury. How dare you give me this as a gift? Latte blinks, genuinely confused. Wait, the recipient is the dog. It's his birthday. But Iron Mental is too far gone. She screams. Are you saying I am a dog? Latte tries to de-escalate, saying she can bring a frilly dress next time if she prefers, but that just makes it worse. Iron Mental loses it. She screams, How dare you? And raises her hand, aiming a full-force slap right at Latte's face. Lady Wayfares doesn't step in this time. It is just Latte and the incoming hand. But our girl isn't scared. Her eyes narrow. This is it. The moment she has been preparing for. It is time to show the world the results of her special training. The hand comes flying in, aiming for a slap that would echo across the empire. But Iron Mental messed with the wrong sidekick. In a move that would make a ninja proud, Latte catches her wrist midair. It is effortless. It is graceful. It is the result of blood, sweat, and tears shed during her special training with Lily. Thanks to that boot camp, Lily became a master of slapping, and Latte became a master of blocking. She calculated every angle, every trajectory, and now, she could probably block a meteor while sipping champagne with her other hand. Latte smiles at the shock on Iron Mental's face and drops a line dripping with arrogance. My face is quite precious, you see? Iron Mental turns purple with rage. She screams, You ugly little wench, and tries to swing with her other hand. But Latte blocks that one too. Iron Mental is losing her mind, literally shouting, Just get hit already, which has to be the most pathetic battle cry in history. Latte starts weaving and dodging like Spider-Man, making the woman look like she is fighting a ghost. Suddenly, the genre shifts from drama to action comedy. Iron Mental swings wildly, misses, and faceplants straight into the dirt. Latte looks down at her and thinks, What was that? Did she just trip over her own ego? Lady Wayfares, the one who tried to stop the fight earlier, rushes over and demands to know what Latte thinks she is doing. Our girl immediately switches modes. She puts on her best, I'm just a helpless victim face and gaslights the entire party. She claims she was just defending herself against a violent attack. Anyone with eyes saw it. As they leave the chaotic party, Latte turns to Ebeline and gives her some solid life advice. Just keep in mind, you don't have to go to a dog's birthday party just because you were invited, okay? But the drama isn't over. Waiting for them outside is Duke Kenneth. Our girl isn't surprised. Wherever Ebeline goes, a fish follows. But then Kenneth does something weird. He looks at Latte and asks, "Are you with him?" Latte stares at him. With who? She is not a mind reader. Kenneth fidgets, looking uncomfortable, and asks since when she has been so close with the master of the tower. Latte is confused. Her and Arwen? Close? She barely survived him yesterday. Kenneth scratches his head and drops a bombshell. He asks if she realizes that Arwen helped her. Latte pauses. Excuse me, that moment when Iron Mental fell over? That wasn't just gravity. Arwen was watching, and he used his magic to knock her down. Latte's brain grinds to a halt. So the psychopath helped her? She wonders if he just didn't like Iron Mental's face, or maybe he was just bored and saw a good opportunity to trip someone. Kenneth seems shaken by this realization, probably wondering why the notoriously indifferent Tower Master would intervene for a side character. He is so shocked, in fact, that he talked to Latte first instead of Ebeline. That is a historic moment. Latte decides not to question the motives of a bored wizard and bids them farewell. As she leaves, she notices Kenneth looking at her with something that almost resembles respect. He mutters that it is a blessing to be on good terms with someone powerful. Back at the mansion, Latte bursts in like a conquering hero shouting, "Lily, I was victorious." They high-five like absolute brothers as Zola rushes in, demanding the tea, and Latte proudly declares she is confident she can win against any lady who challenges her to a duel. Isola asks if she means a beauty duel, and Latte just laughs ominously. To celebrate, the chef brings out a giant bucket of victory popcorn. As Latte crunches on her snack, she reflects on Iron Mental's fate in the original novel. In the book, after bullying Ebeline, Iron Mental's family was threatened by the male leads. She was eventually sold off as the fifth mistress to a grumpy old man to save her family from ruin. Latte thinks, "You reap what you sow. It is a cruel fate, but hey, don't mess with the protagonist's squad." She feels pretty good about herself. She has the princess as a shield, Arwen apparently tripping people for her, and her own blocking skills. She thinks she is safe from extremists and moderates alike. But that complacency dies the very next morning. She opens an invitation that arrived in the mail, reads it, and immediately facepalms. "I'm a total idiot," she groans. The calm is over. We find our girl in a room so shiny and fancy it probably costs more than her entire life, but she is not enjoying the luxury. In fact, she is on the verge of tears. She has been invited to a ball hosted by the villainess herself, Peridot Garnet. While the main cast, Ebeline, the prince, Kenneth, and Arwen, were obviously on the guest list, Latte knows she has no business being here. She is a side character, a nobody, and Peridot is the daughter of a powerful marquis. Latte realizes she made a mistake. By clapping back at Ladyfingers and Iron Mental, she drew attention to herself. Now, Peridot has noticed her. Latte shudders, realizing that Peridot is the type of person who would use someone's pet hamster against them if it helped her goals. And since Latte is known as Ebeline's gum, stuck to her side constantly, she is the perfect target. Right on cue, a maid arrives with a message. Lady Peridot wishes to meet with her in private. Latte's soul leaves her body. She thinks it is a little too early in their relationship for a private rendezvous, but she has no choice. As she follows the maid, she spots a guard standing outside the door. She mentally pleads with him, thinking that he should be protecting innocent bystanders from his mistress, not the other way around. Inside, Peridot is sitting on a fancy couch, looking so beautiful it feels unfair. But Latte knows better. This woman is dangerous. Using Ebeline as a shield won't work here. Peridot is powerful enough to crush them both. Peridot doesn't waste time with pleasantries. She asks if Latte is close with Ebeline. Our girl confirms it, trying to play it cool, but inside she is screaming. She knows Peridot investigated her. Even if she had stayed home like a hermit, she probably would have been dragged here eventually. Then, Peridot drops the bomb. She has an offer. Latte's brain goes into overdrive. Is it money? Power? No. Peridot looks her dead in the eye and asks her to betray Ebeline. Latte is shocked. Betray the protagonist? Are you crazy? But Peridot clarifies. She doesn't need a dramatic knife-in-the-back betrayal. She just wants Latte to continue being Ebeline's friend, but to act as a spy and do whatever Peridot says when the time comes. Basically, she is offering Latte a job as her personal pawn. Latte internally scoffs. She refuses to eat dog food unless it is made of caviar. Thank you very much. She tries to politely decline, asking if she even has the right to refuse an offer from a superior. Peridot smiles, completely misunderstanding Latte's hesitation. She assumes our girl is just like her, jealous and hungry for male attention. She asks if Latte doesn't find Eveline to be an eyesore. Why? Because surely, Latte is just after the handsome men surrounding the heroine. Peridot lays out her generous deal. She only wants the crown prince. She doesn't care about the others. So, once she gets rid of Eveline, Latte is free to take the leftovers, meaning Kenneth and Arwen. Latte stares at her, horrified. Is this woman serious? She thinks Latte can just take Arwen? If she tried to hit on the master of the magic tower, he wouldn't date her. He would crush her with a mountain. She wants to scream that she values her life, but she can't exactly tell the villainess that her plan is suicidal. Desperate to escape, Latte tries to come up with an excuse. She considers telling Peridot that her doll is at home with a severe illness. Peridot isn't done with her villain monologue yet. She interrupts Latte's attempt to speak and holds up a flower, crushing it in her fist with a maniacal smile. She explains her twisted philosophy. There are only two types of women in the world: the gorgeous ones who command respect, and the eyesores who need to be crushed. Latte watches the flower disintegrate and realizes she is definitely in the eyesore category in Peridot's book. The villainess gives her a chilling ultimatum. Take some time to decide, but make the right choice, or else. Our girl bows and gets the heck out of there. As she walks down the corridor, the panic sets in. She knows she is obviously going to refuse the offer to betray Eveline, but the consequences of saying no to a psychopath are terrifying. She imagines Peridot charging at her with a knife, calling her a foolish girl. Latte seriously considers fleeing the country. She imagines herself moving to a faraway village, wearing a straw hat and growing potatoes for the rest of her life. Surely, a high-class villainess wouldn't bother tracking down a potato farming sidekick, right? That is Plan B. Back at the party, the guests are buzzing. Eveline arrives, looking radiant, and Latte knows the main cast will be rolling in soon. But before the handsome leads can appear, a very different character enters the stage: Baron Guinea Lammer. Our girl recognizes him immediately, and honestly, he is hard to miss. He is bald on top, chubby, and has a facial hair situation that defies logic. His sideburns and his beard have merged into one single braided entity that circles his face. Latte thinks his eyes look like a sweet potato's eyes. In the original novel, this guy made a fortune from a jewel mine and eventually became one of Peridot's henchmen. But right now, he is just a man looking for love. He approaches Eveline, shoots his shot, and gets rejected in record time. Latte watches him walk away, looking pathetic and whimpering. She actually feels a little pity for him. But then the Baron spots the snack table, and Latte standing next to it. He waddles over. He asks if she has tried the snacks, completely unbothered by his recent rejection. He picks up a star-shaped cookie and asks if it is chocolate, looking way too happy for a guy who just got dumped by the protagonist. Latte decides to be nice. She smiles and suggests he try the champagne with the cookies so he doesn't get thirsty. It was a simple, polite suggestion. But to the Baron, it was apparently a marriage proposal. His eyes sparkle. He looks at Latte and thinks, "Oh my, isn't she way too happy to see me?" He steps closer, grabs her hand, and drops a bombshell: "I'm in love with you." Latte stares at him. What the heck? Does this man fall in love every 5 seconds? She tries to let him down gently, saying she isn't interested, but the Baron is not a man who listens to words. He raises a chubby finger and presses it against her lips to shush her. "Shia," he whispers, winking at her. "I know that you hold me dear to your heart. The champagne is a sign of your love, right?" Latte is horrified. She is physically recoiling, disgust written all over her face. She tries to deny it, saying no way, but the Baron just smirks. "Please don't be shy," he insists. "Are you playing hard to get?" Our girl wants to cry. She was just trying to be nice about a beverage, and now she is trapped in a romance with a braided beard potato man. The universe is truly testing her today. The Baron is not giving up. He insists that Latte is his fiancée and tells her not to be shy. Our girl is officially done being nice. She bluntly tells him that she is not his fiancée, she has no special feelings for him, and he needs to stop talking immediately. But the Baron has selective hearing. He insists they dance first, reaching out his chubby hand. Latte stares at him, wondering if she needs to whip out a magic scroll to blast him away. Do they sell anti-delusion scrolls? She really needs to check the catalog. Suddenly, a sharp snap echoes through the hall. Before the Baron can touch her, he trips. But he does not just fall, he rolls. He rolls across the floor like a perfectly spherical bowling ball. Latte watches him go, genuinely impressed by the physics of it all. She thinks, wow, he really does look like a bowling ball. She turns around and sees him. Arwen. He is standing there, smiling that dangerous smile. Latte realizes he walked in instead of teleporting for once. He approaches her, leans in close, and whispers, "My dear customer." Latte blinks. Arwen asks, "I saved you, right?" Our girl admits that yes, he did. She points at the groaning Baron on the floor and asks what he wants to do with that thing. Arwen looks at the greasy pig and casually asks if she wants him killed. Latte pauses. Murder is a bit extreme even for her. She walks over to the Baron, who is still dizzy, and decides to deliver a lecture that would make a drill sergeant proud. "Listen carefully," she begins, her voice dripping with venom. She explains that being delusional is fine. Thinking someone loves you just because they smiled? That is also fine. There are plenty of crazy people in the world. But she leans in, her eyes glowing with menace. The moment those delusions start bothering other people, it becomes a sin. She reminds him that he tried to grab her wrist against her will. She claims that if she were a lady with a weaker heart, she might have sustained deep, lasting mental damage. She cracks her knuckles and threatens that if he ever does it again, she will rip him apart so thoroughly that he will be able to see his own back without turning his head. She leaves the Baron trembling in terror, convinced she is a demon in a dress. She turns back to Arwen, beaming like an angel. "I am done." Arwen looks amused. He asks what she wants as a reward for her performance. Latte thinks for a second. The party is stuffy, the Baron was annoying, and she needs a break. She asks for some fresh air. Big mistake. Arwen grabs her waist, and in a blink, the world shifts. The wind hits her face hard. She opens her eyes and screams. They are standing on top of a chimney. Not a balcony, not a terrace. A chimney. At the very top of the tallest building. Latte clings to him, screaming, "Are you crazy? Where are we?" Arwen just smiles, the wind whipping his silver hair. He asks, "Where else?" "You said you wanted fresh air." Latte looks down. The carriages look like toys. The people look like ants. She yells that she meant a balcony, not the stratosphere. Arwen calls her a picky customer. She wants to call him a freak, but she values her life, so she swallows the insult. She tries to flatter him instead, saying he has a great sense for finding views. But her legs are shaking so bad she can barely stand. She nervously asks him a question. "If I fell from here, how many weeks do you think it would take to recover?" Arwen looks at her, smiles that angelic, terrifying smile, and says nothing. Latte's eyes almost pop out of her head. That smile says recover? You would be a stain on the pavement. Our girl is currently perched precariously on top of a chimney, clinging to life and sanity. Her mind, naturally, wanders to the important questions, like what exactly is beneath her feet right now. She wonders if a hole suddenly opened up, would she plummet straight into the bathroom? Arwen, ever the helpful psycho, immediately offers to help her find out by opening a hole himself. Latte panics, grabbing his wrist and screaming that she was never that curious. "Thank you very much." Internally, she admits that while being turned into a human pancake is bad, the real nightmare would be falling into the ballroom and landing next to Peridot. That is a level of awkwardness she simply cannot survive. Just as she is calculating the odds of the antagonists getting eaten by the metaphorical fish, Arwen interrupts her spiraling thoughts. He calls out to his dear customer and casually tosses something at her. A marble. Our girl catches it, asking if he thinks she lacks eyes, because she can see it as a marble. But what is it for? Arwen calls her picky and impatient, telling her to just look at it. She peers into the glass orb and gasps. It is a live feed of the ballroom. She can see Peridot, the fish, and Eveline all in high definition. It is the ultimate gossip tool, a magical CCTV camera for her viewing pleasure. She can even hear the music. Our girl is ecstatic, clutching the marble like it is a precious jewel, thrilled to have a front row seat to the drama without the danger of being stabbed. Arwen looks pleased with himself, watching her fawn over the marble while she thinks that elegance is literally flowing out of this thing. Then, Arwen drops a bombshell. He asks if his customer wants to dance. Latte is completely bewildered. Dance. Here. She asks what dance he is talking about, and he points out the obvious, asking who else is up here besides the two of them. Our girl looks around the narrow chimney and nervously asks if there is a popular dance that only requires upper body movements. She starts wiggling her arms around in a bizarre, flailing motion, wondering if he plans to wave his hands like a conductor while she breakdances solo. She tries to excuse herself by claiming her back has not been in the best condition lately, but Arwen is done with the excuses. He grabs her wrist and pulls her close. Latte mentally screams for someone to save her, assuming she is about to be dangled off the edge again. But instead of dropping her, Arwen casts a spell on her feet. Suddenly, she is walking on thin air, the magic creating an invisible floor beneath her boots. She is stunned, tentatively jumping up and down on the nothingness, realizing she is actually safe. Arwen watches her bounce around and muses that not a day goes by where she is not threatened by something, but admits it is funny to watch. Latte stops jumping and glares at him, thinking that it is exactly his fault that she is threatened every day. He scares her to death, then laughs about it. How dare he play with her weak heart like this? Then, Arwen asks a strange question. He asks if she really thinks he will kill her. Our girl pauses. Why is he asking that now? She cannot read his expression at all. Cautiously, she replies that maybe he would if he got mad enough. Arwen thinks for a second and says no, even if he got mad, he does not think he would kill her. Not anymore. Latte hears this and immediately starts celebrating internally. She has been promoted from killable to unnecessary to kill level 3. It is a massive upgrade. She decides she is extremely grateful for this confession and will interpret it to mean that even if she bothers him a whole lot, he will let her live. Feeling bold, she winks at him and says that next time she gets a chance, she will try to make him really mad just to test it. Her cowardice might be permanent, but her audacity is rising. Arwen just smiles and extends his hand toward her, palm up. Latte stares at it, frustrated. Is he treating her like a dog? Is she supposed to give him her paw? She almost snaps that she is not a dog, but Arwen cuts her off with a smooth line. He asks her to allow him the honor of taking her hand, calling her his dear fairy. Okay, smooth operator. It looks like the dance is happening whether she knows the steps or not. Our girl finally gives in and places her hand in his. She is momentarily distracted by how surprisingly soft his hand is, and for a split second, she feels like an actual fairy with wings. She regrets not just giving him her paw earlier when he asked, because being treated like a dog is infinitely better than being dead. But then, the reality of the situation sets in. They are dancing. On a chimney. In the sky. She looks around nervously, the beautiful night view doing absolutely nothing to calm her nerves. She looks down at the invisible floor and asks if he is absolutely sure she can step anywhere without plummeting to her doom. Arwen, with the confidence of a man who defies gravity for fun, smiles and tells her she could even roll around if she wanted to. He assures her the invisible platform is wide enough that she would probably collapse from exhaustion before she could run to the edge. Our girl decides to trust him, mostly because she has no other choice, even though she is currently floating on thin air. She thinks to herself that if she had a fear of heights, she would be sobbing right now. But this thrill is actually kind of exhilarating, scoring double the points of the times he just casually threw her into the sky. Still, she has to ask. Why did he ask her to dance anyway? Arwen reminds her of that one time she claimed to be an expert dancer. Our girl freezes. She totally forgot she spewed that nonsense back at the festival just to get him off her back. Caught in 4K, she decides to double down with a lie, so ridiculous, it deserves an award. She covers her face and tells him she cannot show off her skills right now because she has sealed them away. She claims her rival sent assassins to kill her out of jealousy for her incredible moves. When Arwen asks who this rival is, she declares with zero shame that her rival is the #1 dancer in the land, which makes her dancer number 0. Arwen bursts out laughing. Our girl spots him and accuses him of mocking her, but he just smiles and says it is fine if she is bad at dancing because he is good enough for both of them. Well, isn't he humble? They begin to move to the music coming from the peeping marble, swirling around in the night sky. Arwen tells her to just follow his lead. Our girl starts analyzing the mechanics of social dancing like she is studying for a final exam. She knows the man is supposed to lead, which means she only has one job. Do not step on his feet. Her brain enters survival mode with one single directive. If she steps on his feet, she falls. If she steps on his feet, she dies. If she steps on his feet, it is straight to hell. Even though he just promised not to kill her even if he got mad, she is a coward first and a dancer second, and she is not taking any chances. But as she is spiraling in panic, Arwen pulls her closer and spins her around. She blushes, forced to admit that his movements are clean and neat. He was not lying, the man can dance. She realizes that from a spectator's perspective, this scene probably looks spectacular, a handsome mage and a blonde lady dancing in the starlight. But then Arwen laughs again. Our girl wonders if he noticed her staring at his feet with the intensity of a hawk. Before she can make an excuse, he leans in way too close, shattering her personal space. As Arwen leans in dangerously close, our girl thinks he is about to whisper sweet nothings, but instead, he roasts her. He tells her she does not have to try so hard because even if she tried to step on him, he would just move out of the way. He asks if he looks like an idiot who would just let her crush his toes. Our girl is stunned by the logic but forced to agree, looking away in defeat. He tells her to stop staring at her feet and look up. Our girl looks up at the sky and realizes the sunset is breathtaking. She thinks that maybe because they are so high up, it feels like watching the sun go down from the top of a hill. But then she looks at Arwen, bathed in the golden light, and her brain short-circuits. He looks even more splendid than usual. She thinks she will treasure this memory forever, dancing in midair with a handsome psycho. But his beauty is too powerful. She physically turns away, covering her eyes, claiming she almost lost her vision from the brightness of his face. She genuinely believes the kingdom needs to designate Arwen's face as a weapon of mass destruction and enforce security measures. Just like that, the scene shifts, and we are back home. Our girl is hugging her ugly doll, Cookie, telling it she thought she would never see it again. She reflects on the ball, noting that it ended peacefully without any calamities, unlike the original novel. In the book, the fish usually argue over who gets to dance with Eveline first, while Peridot watches with furious eyes. The big difference this time is that Arwen was not even there for the competition. She realizes the story is straying further from the original plot. Her thoughts are interrupted by her maid, Isola, calling out "my lady" repeatedly. Our girl is used to this level of TMI and braces herself for the gossip. Isola drops the tea. Lady Peridot was recently rejected when she visited the Arcane Tower. Our girl is shocked. Peridot is aggressive, but getting rejected at the door is pathetic. Isola explains that Peridot barged in demanding to see the master, but the mages turned her away, saying he was not there. Latte wonders if they were lying, since Arwen is basically an idol for young noblewomen. She imagines a hilarious scenario of Arwen's victims meeting in the afterlife. She pictures a newbie arriving in heaven, explaining they were hit by lightning, while veteran angels nod and say, "Ah yes, Arwen's handiwork." Back in reality, Isola admits she has never seen the master herself, but hears he looks like an angel. Our girl agrees his face is angelic, but his personality is a different story. Isola reveals her source is a maid named Opener, who overheard it while doing laundry. Our girl is amazed that everyone in this world lives up to their literal names. Now that Isola is gone, the house feels quiet. Our girl starts analyzing the plot. Peridot is making her moves, which means rumors about Eveline are about to turn nasty. In the world of gossip, lies become truth in the blink of an eye. The good news is that Fish 1 and Fish 2, the prince and Kenneth, are preoccupied blocking these rumors and sheltering the heroine. Meanwhile, Arwen seems to be the only one peacefully doing his actual job at the tower. This leaves our girl with the most free time of anyone in the cast. Feeling bored and smelling like a bum from lounging around, she decides it is time to go outside. Our girl steps outside with a talisman in hand, deciding that whether she stays locked up or wanders around, nothing bad should happen. It is too early for Peridot to start plotting against her anyway. She remembers that Bishop is fast asleep, so she decides to go on a solo adventure. She uses a scroll and teleports straight to the plaza. Her destination is the library, but since she has not gone there often, she is immediately confused by the directions. She points vaguely at a building, wondering if she should go that way, but then she spots a familiar broadback. It is Kenneth. The moment he hears footsteps, he flinches, his body tense with trauma. But when he turns and sees it is just our girl, he visibly relaxes. Our girl realizes he was terrified it was another stalker. She quickly reassures him, telling him not to worry because it is just her, not a crazy fan. She promises she would not even touch him by accident and will maintain a respectful social distance. But before they can enjoy the peace, someone shouts, accusing Kenneth of being too cruel. A man approaches, looking like he is about to cry over a tragedy. He asks how Kenneth could say such things to a delicate lady and how devastated Lady Cray must be. Our girl looks at this guy and wonders what on earth he is talking about. Lady Cray is the stalker fan who came straight out of a horror movie. What is delicate about her? The man, who we will call Lord Lostai, accuses Kenneth of hitting the lady in the stomach with his scabbard because he was unsatisfied with just cursing at her. Our girl hears this and almost laughs. Delicate lady. Is that how he thinks of the woman who screams like a banshee? Kenneth is clearly annoyed, but before he can defend himself, our girl steps in. She accuses Lord Lostai of spewing nonsense about her savior. She declares that she is the victim who was being assaulted by that wild beast of a lady when Kenneth came to her rescue. Kenneth nods along, though he looks a little confused by her dramatic flair. Lord Lostai loses his composure, stammering that she is lying. That is the wrong thing to say. Our girl mentally puts on sunglasses and grabs a microphone. It is time for a roast battle. She asks if he thinks she made it all up and if he is accusing Duke Kenneth of being a liar based on a rumor. She calls his behavior shameful and dishonorable. While Kenneth watches in awe, our girl launches into a full psychological lecture. She asks Lord Lostai if he has ever been monitored every second of his life by a stranger claiming to be in love with him. She asks if he has ever received threats written in blood or known someone who would slice their wrists just to get attention. She continues roasting the stalker concept, explaining that when you ask these people for a reason, they claim it is love. She draws from her past life knowledge of celebrity stalkers, remembering friends who received threats just for walking home with a popular guy. She knows that people like Lostai think it is cute when a girl is desperate, telling men to just pick the prettiest one. But she is about to shatter that delusion. She presents him with a hypothetical scenario. She asks him to imagine a green orc charging at him, screaming that it loves him and drooling all over him. She asks if he would want to marry that orc even if he chased it away and it persistently returned every single day. She points out that the orc is clearly violating his privacy and personal rights. Of course, he would want to get rid of it. But in this scenario, he is not allowed to, because the moment he takes action, someone like Lord Lostai will point a finger and accuse him of malice. She drives the point home, saying that to Kenneth, that stalker lady is not a romance option. She is more like an insect chasing after him. Lord Lostai is completely defeated by the orc logic. He stammers that he was just concerned and says he will be more careful next time before fleeing the scene. Our girl watches him leave and breathes a sigh of relief. She is just glad he did not try to fight back, because her combat skills are strictly limited to verbal destruction. As the idiot noble flees the scene, defeated by logic and the mental image of an amorous orc, our girl turns to Kenneth with a cheeky grin. She asks him to back her up if that guy decides to come back and accuse her of something. Kenneth stays silent, likely processing the verbal beatdown he just witnessed. But then he finally speaks up, asking the question that has been burning a hole in his brain. He asks how she knew about all of that. The specific feelings, the horror, the exhaustion of dealing with stalkers. Our girl freezes. She realizes he is asking how she knows exactly what it feels like to be him. She obviously cannot admit she read the novel and knows his internal trauma better than he does. So, she mentally scrambles for an excuse and decides to lie through her teeth. She puts on a serious face and claims she heard these stories from a friend she met in a faraway country. She spins a wildly specific tale about a man who was a commoner turned actor turned knight. She claims this poor man had a special pheromone that made him irresistibly popular with women, leading to a miserable life of constant harassment. Kenneth, bless his heart, listens to this nonsense intently. He asks if those were someone's actual experiences. Our girl nods solemnly. She watches Kenneth's face soften with genuine sympathy. He is literally pitying a fictional character she just invented because he relates so hard. He whispers that it sounds so unfortunate. Our girl realizes that this is the first time she has seen him show genuine emotion, and it is for a guy who does not exist. Kenneth then asks what happened to that man in the end. Our girl decides to give him a happy ending. She tells him that the man eventually met someone nice, a woman of high status who was also well known in the black market. She says the harassment died down a lot after the wedding. Kenneth nods, looking relieved. Our girl analyzes this reaction. She realizes that Kenneth is not just an arrogant jerk, he is a pitiful celebrity victim living in a horror movie. She thinks about the original plot. Eveline, the heroine, usually looks at Kenneth with pity, but she is too pure and loved by everyone to truly understand the darkness he lives in. Eveline sees the shiny Duke. She doesn't see the exhaustion. Our girl decides that she is the only one who truly gets it. To Kenneth, women fall into two categories: repulsive monsters who want to consume him, or insignificant rocks he can ignore. Our girl decides to offer him a third option. She looks him in the eye and suggests they become friends. Kenneth looks at her like she has grown two heads. He asks, with genuine confusion, what he would even do with a friend like her. Our girl is shocked. Is he serious? She immediately launches into a high-pressure sales pitch. She tells him to use her as a human shield. She points out that she is incredibly useful because she can listen to his secrets, curse people out for him, and complain about his stalkers so he doesn't have to. She basically pitches herself as a professional anti-stalker weapon and an emotional garbage disposal. Internally, her reasoning is purely selfish. She thinks about how she wants to lead a long, peaceful life. Having the popcorn nostril prince as an enemy is dangerous, but having him as a friend, that is insurance. She vows to herself that she will never betray him, mostly because she doesn't want to die. She also makes a mental note to never get within a 1-meter radius of him physically, to avoid triggering his slaying reflexes. She will be his emotional support dog, but from a safe distance. Back in reality, she finishes her pitch and asks him again, "So, we are friends now, right?" Kenneth turns back to her. The tension that usually holds his shoulders up seems to melt away. For the first time, he actually smiles, a real, non-threatening smile, and agrees. Just like that, our girl has secured a powerful ally through the power of lying and roasting. They arrive at the mansion, spotting Eveline walking up the stairs, and our girl feels pretty good about her new, strictly transactional friendship status. Eveline is standing near a bookshelf that decides to give up on life and topple over. But before the heroine can be flattened by literature, Kenneth swoops in like an action hero, saving her in a dramatic embrace and asking if she's hurt. Our girl Latte is watching from the sidelines, munching on imaginary popcorn and thinking, "Wow, that was just like a movie." But her detective brain kicks in immediately. She looks at the toppled furniture and realizes the physics don't add up. How could something that heavy just fall over? There were barely any books on it, which means someone tampered with it on purpose. It was light enough that even a lady could have pushed it. A library staff member rushes over to check on them, and Latte prepares for the next beat of the script. According to her memory of the original novel, this is the part where Arwen is supposed to appear, use his magic to lift the culprit into the air like a ragdoll and scream, "It was you." She waits for the show, but the script gets flipped. Instead of catching a criminal, a random lady points a finger straight at Latte and yells, "You. You are the one pinning this on me." "Excuse me?" Our girl is confused, asking how she could have done it when she literally just got here. But this random extra insists she saw everything. Latte argues she was on a different floor, so unless she has telekinesis, which everyone knows she doesn't, this accusation is garbage. She asks if the woman thinks she used magic, but the accuser has a much more complicated theory. She claims Latte created a trap and ordered someone else to push the shelf. Latte is almost impressed by the creativity, wondering how she could have pulled off such an exciting crime without even knowing it. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind her. "Oh, so you are the culprit?" It's Arwen. Our girl freezes, but not because she's scared of the accusation. She covers her eyes, terrified that his face is going to be blindingly handsome again like it was during their sunset chimney date. She peeks through her fingers, asking if it's safe to look, leaving Arwen completely confused. Once she confirms his beauty levels are within acceptable human limits, she sighs in relief. Her eyes will survive another day. She remembers the cruel sunset of damnation, fondly, but decides to focus on the present crisis. She tells Arwen she is being framed, but the accuser doubles down, saying no one will believe that. The woman claims she saw Latte here 2 hours ago wearing the exact same dress. But then, mid-accusation, the lady actually looks at Arwen, gets a massive nosebleed, and blushes furiously. Even while framing someone, the power of the Tower Master's face is undeniable. Latte tries to argue that her dress is trendy and common, but the lady points to Latte's hair. She says the hairstyle is unique. Arwen, helpful as always, chimes in to ask if this stray dog wig is the latest fashion. Our girl glares at him. He really has a way with words, doesn't he? The accuser continues her wild story, claiming Latte removed books, painted a slippery liquid on the floor, and bribed a staff member with a bag of money. It's a very elaborate Rube Goldberg machine of a crime. While the lady rambles on, Arwen leans in and whispers to Latte, asking what her bribe was for. Our girl deadpants that it was a request to murder the master of the tower. Arwen actually looks amused, joking that the staff member must be hiding a secret power if they took that job. The accuser gets annoyed that they are whispering and demands attention, finishing her story by saying the staff member slipped on the liquid and knocked the shelf over onto Eveline. Latte finally pokes a hole in this Swiss cheese plot. She asks the million-dollar question. How would she have known Eveline would be standing exactly there? The lady claims it's easy because Latte knows Eveline's reading tastes. Weak. Very weak. Latte asks for the lady's name, realizing this is an obvious trick. Then it clicks. She imagines Peridot strangling her. This isn't about a bookshelf. This is Peridot's way of threatening her for rejecting the offer to be a spy. It's a warning shot. But the accuser isn't done. She declares there is someone who can verify everything and calls for a witness to come forth. The accuser, clearly proud of her little setup, drags out her star witness, a library staff member with glasses and braids who is trembling so hard she looks like a leaf in a hurricane. The poor girl looks terrified, but she manages to stammer out her rehearsed lines. She claims that the lady over there, meaning our girl, asked her to remove all the books from the other side of the shelf right before the black-haired lady arrived. The accuser jumps in to connect the dots, asking if that's when she slipped on the oil. The staff member nods, confirming the floor was covered in liquid. It's a compelling story if you ignore the fact that it's completely made up. The accuser demands the crowd's judgment, but Latte stands her ground, stating calmly that she was at home 2 hours ago. Arwen, ever the agent of chaos, turns to her and asks, "At home?" When Latte confirms she was brushing, Arwen immediately deduces the real culprit. He declares that her door-plunger doll must have done it. Obviously, the doll is seeking revenge on Latte for not brushing its hair properly. Latte is offended by the accusation but internally admits she does take some creative liberties when styling her terrifying daughter's hair. But before the doll can be arrested, Duke Kenneth steps in. He looks at the trembling staff member and drops the temperature in the room by 10 degrees. He asks if she is willing to take full responsibility for that accusation. The girl flinches so hard she nearly leaves her skin. Latte is pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect the ice block to actually defend her. She looks at his broad back and wonders, did he just relax his guard for me? Are we actually friends? Arwen notices the moment immediately and asks, "You are friends with that guy?" Our girl looks at him and gives a cheeky little wink, saying, "Maybe a little bit." She explains they aren't really friends, but they aren't not friends either. Arwen just scoffs, clearly unimpressed by her social climbing. The accuser, seeing her witness crumbling under Kenneth's glare, tries to regain control, but then the heroine makes her entrance. Eveline approaches Latte, asking if she's hurt. Latte confirms she's fine thanks to Kenneth, and Eveline declares she trusts Latte completely. She refuses to believe Latte would do such a thing because there's nothing for her to gain. Logic. Finally. But then, Eveline ruins it with the weirdest defense speech ever. She smiles angelically and says, "And even if you had done it, I'm sure you would have had your own reason, so I won't blame you." Excuse me? Latte's internal alarm bells start ringing. That sounds less like forgiveness and more like the dialogue of a slightly unhinged character. Plus, why is she shouting it so loudly? It feels rehearsed. Before Latte can analyze the heroine's suspicious behavior, a new character enters the chat, the head librarian, whose name is Pretuna Books. Latte mentally translates this to return a book and decides she needs to check her library card. The librarian announces he has something to say about the incident. He reveals that the library recently installed a new magical tool to prevent theft, a video orb from the arcane tower. Basically, they have CCTV. The librarian proudly mentions they snagged it right away because the tower was having a sale. Latte turns to Arwen, raising an eyebrow. "You guys have sales?" Arwen shrugs, admitting that everyone in the tower has been whining about going bankrupt lately. Apparently, Arwen's management style doesn't prioritize profit margins. The librarian continues, saying they can check the orb to confirm the culprit immediately. And since today is the regular inspection day, someone from the arcane tower should already be here. Latte glances at Arwen. Well, considering the master of the tower is standing right next to her, this inspection is about to get very interesting. The librarian is waiting for the inspector from the tower, and Arwen finally decides to stop lurking and steps up, casually announcing that would be me. Our girl rolls her eyes, thinking it's obvious he's just here to watch the drama unfold. But the librarian? His reaction is a little more intense. Realizing he is in the presence of the master of the magic tower, he drops to the floor and practically worships the tiles Arwen is standing on, screaming, "Welcome to our humble temple of knowledge." Arwen just stands there smiling, completely unfazed by the fanaticism. The librarian looks up, gets a full blast of Arwen's beauty, and, predictably, gets a massive nosebleed. Latte watches the poor man malfunction and diagnoses him as a mega fan. Arwen brushes off the adoration like it's dust on his shoulder and tells the guy to go fetch the video orb. The librarian sprints away faster than Latte's Wi-Fi connection. But Arwen is a man of zero patience. He decides waiting is for peasants, snaps his fingers, and summons the orb directly into his hand. He smiles, suggesting they check the footage and punish the culprit immediately. Seeing the magical evidence, the accuser and her trembling witness start inching toward the exit. Latte watches them retreat, actually feeling a little pity for their pathetic attempt at a frame job. But then Arwen stares at her, asking if she's chilling. Latte greets him with a new nickname, "Hey, Master." Arwen raises an eyebrow at the title, and Latte cheekily says she's full of surprises. She points out that since he came to check the orb, he could have called out the culprit from the very beginning instead of letting the drama drag on. But instead, he stood there watching like a bored bystander. Arwen bursts out laughing, admitting that watching her get framed was just too funny to interrupt. He wanted to see her reaction, but he sounds almost disappointed that she didn't panic more. Latte gets fired up, explaining that she wasn't flustered because the plot against her was just so bad. It lacked detail. She explains that proving her alibi was easy, so she knew obvious trick, the accuser, would eventually confess. And right on cue, the accuser cracks. She cries out that someone threatened to kill her if she didn't frame Latte. Arwen asks who gave the order, and the woman claims she didn't see a face because they were wearing a hood. But she saw the carriage. It was covered in black drapes, but she saw the crest peeking out. It was the crest of House Garnet. The librarian gasps, the Marquis House. But Duke Kenneth steps in, looking scarier than ever. He declares he isn't generous enough to overlook criminals lying to his face twice. The accuser swears on her life that she's telling the truth this time. Latte realizes immediately that Peridot isn't targeting her or Ebeline directly. The crowd starts murmuring, doubting the story, and Latte knows that if Kenneth gets involved, Peridot will just spin the narrative to make herself look like the innocent victim of a frame job. Arwen leans in close, asking his customer what she thinks. Latte jokes that she feels sorry for everyone because she's just so damn popular. Arwen asks if she's scared, and Latte scoffs. Why should she be? She was never the real target. Arwen asks if she knew all along, and Latte gives him a dull look. Hearing this, Arwen gets a look of pure intrigue on his face. He leans in uncomfortably close, eyes shining. Latte blushes at the proximity as she explains Peridot's 4D chess move. Peridot intentionally revealed her family crest so that later, she could claim someone stole her carriage or imitated the crest to frame her. It's a trap to get rid of an eyesore, meaning Latte while keeping her own hands clean. It's a classic villainous move. Plausible deniability. Arwen looks at her with genuine admiration, admitting he never knew this side of her. He calls her sharper than I thought. Latte is offended. Just how much of an idiot did he think she was? But Arwen is done with the conversation. He smiles, says, "How about this?" and snaps his fingers. A crack appears in the floor directly beneath Latte's feet, and she plummets into the darkness, screaming. Because nothing says, "I respect your intelligence," like dropping a girl through a trapdoor. He catches her effortlessly, of course, but Latte isn't exactly swooning. She punches him right in the chest, a bold move against a mass murderer, and demands to know why he did that after promising not to kill her. Arwen just looks at her with that maddeningly calm face and says he won't get angry over a little punch. Our girl smiles, realizing she has officially unlocked the "I can hit the tower" master achievement. But someone else is watching this little lovers' quarrel. Ebeline spots them chatting casually, and her face goes through a complex journey of emotions, bewilderment, confusion, and anxiety. It's the look of a main character realizing the sidekick is stealing her screen time. Ebeline tries to approach, calling out Latte's name, but she gets interrupted by the weirdest sound imaginable. A voice screams from Arwen's pocket. "She's gone out of my life. I'm to blame, lady." It's his communication orb. Our girl stares at him, judging his ringtone choice so hard she nearly forgets where she is. The orb activates, and Gandalf's weeping face appears, begging for help. Arwen, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else, dryly reminds the old man that he has eyes and can see him crying. Gandalf sobs that it's urgent. Prince Charmoon and Prince Bluephone are destroying the tower. Yes, their names are Charmoon and Bluephone. Apparently, the kingdom ran out of normal names. Arwen snaps the connection shut, looking annoyed. Latte's fangirl brain kicks in. She recognizes this plot point, the second call from the arcane tower. In the original novel, this is where Ebeline accompanies Arwen to the tower, and they have a bonding moment. Latte figures this is it. The plot is correcting itself. The fish will return to the ocean, and she can go home. But Arwen has clearly tossed the script in the trash. He announces he's leaving, turns his back on Ebeline completely, and doesn't even give the heroine a second glance. Our girl is shook. He is walking away from the protagonist? Has the fish really escaped the bowl? She looks at her own unused teleport scroll and mourns the waste of money. But before she can process the plot twist, Arwen appears right in front of her face. He grabs her shoulder, comments that her screams are getting weirder, and says, "Let's go." Wait, what? He tosses the orb back to the librarian like a piece of trash and teleports away, taking Latte with him. They vanish into thin air, leaving poor Ebeline standing there alone in the library, completely ghosted. They arrive at the arcane tower, which is currently a disaster zone. Mages are screaming, things are breaking, and Gandalf is making puppy dog eyes at the camera. Arwen steps in, radiating murderous energy. He tells Gandalf to get out of the way, and the old man scampers off, begging him to have mercy. Latte feels for the old guy. Watching a senior citizen cry is bad for the heart. Then, Prince Charmoon spots Arwen and has the audacity to act tough, complaining that the master kept him waiting. Bad move, buddy. Arwen puts on a maniacal smile, summons a terrifying blue aura, and asks if the prince is tired of living. Latte, ever the humanitarian, whispers to Arwen to at least leave the guy breathing. The prince tries to shout an insult, calling Arwen an impudent bastard, but he doesn't even get to finish the sentence. Chains materialize out of nowhere, slamming the prince against the wall. Arwen casually asks where the other one is. Gandalf points to the lounge, and just like that, a second prince is dragged in by magic chains and plastered to the wall next to the first one. They are identical twins. Latte looks at the double trouble and realizes Arwen caught a matching set. The princes, clearly not reading the room, scream in perfect unison. "How dare you lay a hand on me?" They are barking so loudly that Latte turns to Gandalf and asks if they have any cookies lying around. She figures kibble is the only thing that will shut these two up. She's holding a bag of cookies, and Arwen naturally asks what on earth she thinks she's doing. Latte ignores the question and immediately drifts into a flashback of her school days, remembering how she used to feed the goldfish at her academy. Looking at the twin princes opening and closing their mouths in sync, she realizes the resemblance is uncanny. She turns to Arwen and asks if she can feed them. Arwen bursts out laughing, clearly entertained by the idea of treating royalty like aquarium attractions. He admits their whining was annoying, but if they serve as entertainment for his customer, then why not? Getting the green light, Latte approaches the chained royals and shoves a cookie right into Prince Charmoon's mouth. She praises him for eating well, speaking to him exactly like he's a toddler or a golden retriever. She tells him to share with his brother and eat up so they can calm down. Gandalf, watching from the sidelines, decides he wants in on the fun and asks if he can join the feeding frenzy. Latte looks at the old mage making puppy dog eyes and hands him some cookies. They start tossing snacks at the princes, and Latte decides they need new names. She points at one and dubs him Softy, and calls the other one Hefty. It's a naming convention based purely on vibes, just like her old goldfish. She coos at them asking, "Aren't you a good boy?" while the princes chew in humiliated silence. She glances at Gandalf, who is beaming with pure joy as he chucks biscuits at the prisoners. She realizes the poor guy must have been so stressed working under Arwen that abuse of power has become his only therapy. Curious about her new pets, she asks where they actually came from. Gandalf explains they are from the Kingdom of Priad in the east. Arwen snaps his fingers, and a holographic map appears in the air, showing the location. Gandalf adds that these crazy buffoons traveled a long way, accompanied by an army of guards. Arwen asks about the army, and Gandalf casually mentions they got rid of those men. Just casual mass destruction. Arwen decides it's time to return the package. He grabs both princes by the back of their collars and starts dragging them across the floor like bags of trash. Latte watches the princes being hauled away and asks Gandalf why he has to drag them like that. Gandalf explains that the master finds touching them repulsive. Apparently, holding their arms would look like he was escorting them, and that is simply beneath him. So, dragging them by the neck is the only sanitary option. Latte realizes Arwen is essentially a germaphobe with a god complex. She asks if Arwen is going to kill them, but Gandalf shakes his head. He explains that Arwen intends to return them to their father and demand a massive compensation for the emotional damage caused by their visit. Basically, he's holding them for ransom. Latte nods, noting that Arwen seems surprisingly rational today. She mentions that he even promised not to kill her. Hearing this, Gandalf freezes. His eyes go wide. He asks her to repeat that. Latte leans in and whispers the tea. Arwen declared he wouldn't kill her even if she made him angry. Gandalf gasps, covering his mouth with his hands in sheer disbelief. He starts trembling, muttering, "Oh my goodness, oh my heavens," like a grandmother who just heard a scandal at church. Latte laughs at his reaction, pointing out that his pupils are dilating so much he looks like he just witnessed the apocalypse. Gandalf recovers enough to say that this officially makes her a guest of the master, not just a nuisance. He offers to have someone guide her to the lounge on the first floor while they clean up the mess here. Latte looks around the destroyed room, which is Gandalf's personal quarters, and realizes Arwen and the twins completely trashed the old man's bedroom. She feels a pang of pity for him. She wishes him luck with the cleanup and leaves him there to mourn his furniture. As she walks away, she regrets not shoving a few more cookies up the prince's noses while she had the chance. Opportunity missed. Our girl decides to make a tactical retreat to the first floor. As she creeps down the stairs, trying to blend into the wallpaper, she overhears a group of mages gossiping like high schoolers in the hallway. They're discussing the kingdom of Pryad in the east and wondering about its royalty. One of them asks if the princess's name isn't Princess Fools. Latte pauses. Princess Fools? With a name like that, she immediately pictures a clumsy character tripping over air. She figures if the brothers are softy and hefty, then Fools fits right in with the family branding. She briefly debates heading back upstairs, but realizes that means dealing with Arwen and cleaning duty. It gives her flashbacks to her past life boss making her brew coffee while she was drowning in work. Nope. She decides to brave the strangers downstairs. But stealth is not in her stats today. Before she can slip past, a mage points at her and screams, "Look over there." She's that super special, excellent, top-class, rare, prestigious customer. Latte freezes. Excuse me? What kind of VVIP Starbucks order is that title? She looks at the group, a red-haired mage and a blue-haired mage, who currently seem to share one brain cell between them. Our girl stares at them, wondering if high levels of mana cause brain damage. Fortunately, a third mage with brown hair, let's call him the sane one, approaches her with actual manners. He says he received a message from Mr. Otto Brock, aka Gandalf, to escort her. Latte mentally notes that Gandalf's real name is Otto Brock, but to her, he will always be the Lord of the Rings cosplayer. The sane mage politely invites her to the guest lounge, but he addresses her by the full, agonizing title, Super Special Excellent Top Class Rare Prestigious Customer. He says it with such elegance, such poise, that Latte feels like she's being mocked in cursive. She watches his mouth move and begs him internally to stop saying it so beautifully. It feels like high-class bullying. Just as she begs him to shorten it, the Dumb and Dumber duo burst in, still fighting. No. It's Super Customer. What the heck? Special Customer is better. Latte looks at them deadpan. Are they really ready to throw hands over adjectives? The same mage finally snaps. He grabs them both by the collar and drags them away, hissing that they need to show respect because she is the master's guest. The two idiots freeze. Master? Arwen brought a guest? They look at Latte with wide eyes, assuming it's a prank. One of them recalls a noblewoman who once lied about being Arwen's guest. Arwen sent a message to her family saying, "Pick her up or die," and then smashed a city just to make his point. Red asks how they know she isn't lying too. The sane mage shuts them down immediately. I heard it from Otto Brock. The name drops like a gavel. They nod solemnly, agreeing that Otto Brock is a trustworthy man. Red muses that while Otto Brock is young, he sounds like a great sage giving an important message. Latte sips her tea, trying not to laugh. Yeah, they respect him because he's a 20-something cursed to look like a geriatric wizard. Our girl is currently undergoing a massive perspective shift. She had assumed the Black Tower was a dungeon of horrors, but it turns out it's basically a nursery for geniuses. Looking at the three mages, she realizes the arcane tower is just a fertile field where magical talent plants itself to grow. They all look surprisingly young, probably in their 20s or 30s with incredible skincare routines, which makes their high-level magic even more impressive. Then again, since the bishop is a total baby, maybe age is just a suggestion in this genre. The blue-haired mage leans in, smiling like a customer service rep, and starts to introduce himself. Our girl mentally tags him as straight-haired Bob, but before he can finish, the red-haired mage interrupts, telling him to keep it short. Bob snaps back that they need to impress the master's guest. Realizing the stakes, Red immediately pivots to a new strategy, aggressive cuteness. He declares himself the super adorable mascot of the tower and sends a desperate signal for validation. Bob isn't having it. He grabs Red by the neck, and they instantly devolve into a screaming match over whether she is a super customer or a special customer. The brown-haired mage, the only one with a fully formed frontal lobe, finally snaps, looking at the two idiots and ordering them to shut up and get out. But just then, Arwen arrives, standing right in the middle of the chaos. He asks, with terrifying seriousness, why everyone is gathered there. In a split second, the trio drops into 90-degree bows, screams they are vanishing, and dashes out of the room like Olympic sprinters. Our girl watches the dust settle, wondering why they ran like gold medalists. She imagines them as fragile dandelion seeds, scattering to the ends of the earth at the mere exhale of Arwen's breath. She giggles, thinking the image is actually kind of cute. Arwen approaches, catching the giggle, and asks who she is calling cute. Naturally, he assumes it's him. Our girl stares at him. Who in their right mind would call a walking natural disaster cute? She quickly clarifies she was talking about herself. Arwen sits down, smiling that dangerous smile, and agrees that his cuteness is indeed fatal. He then casually asks if the boys hit her in the head and if he should kill them for damaging her brain. Shocked by his casual jump to homicide, our girl blurts out, "Aren't you crazy?" She immediately slaps her hands over her mouth. Her internal filter just resigned, and she realizes she just insulted the boss. Thankfully, Otto aka Gandalf, saves the moment by walking in. He notes Arwen is back early from teaching the enemies a lesson. Arwen waves it off, saying the kingdom will pay damages in half a month, and if they try it again, he'll just rip their heads off. As he discusses decapitation like it's the weather, our girl pieces the plot together. Princes Charmoon and Bluephone tried to conquer the tower, but Arwen dragged them home by the scruff of their necks. Since Arwen is a rumored dragon descendant with power rivaling a nation, the kingdom has no choice but to pay. But something doesn't add up. It is suspicious that Arwen let the twins go alive after they caused such a mess. She turns to Otto and asks why Arwen showed mercy. Otto laughs, clearly delighted that she spotted the plot hole. Otto continues his lecture on extortion economics. He explains that most people aren't stupid enough to barge into the tower uninvited, so the twin princes were a rare, profitable opportunity. He reveals the business model. The more they destroy during their rampage, the higher the bill the tower sends to their kingdom. It's basically a renovation fund sponsored by royal stupidity. Then, he leans in to whisper a trade secret to our girl. Apparently, intruders get more excited and break more stuff if they see the owner crying and begging them to stop. He demonstrates his acting skills, fake sobbing like a soap opera star. Our girl is impressed. She gives him a thumbs up for the performance, calling it deeply meaningful art. Otto beams, admitting that while he genuinely cries when his furniture gets smashed, he stops the moment he remembers the personal bonus he gets for the damages. His tears instantly dry up as he grins about the money. Our girl watches his mood switch from tragic victim to capitalist icon in milliseconds. She decides it's cute in a very human, greedy sort of way. Looking at him and the other mages, she imagines the tower isn't a scary dungeon, but a cutie club filled with quirky weirdos. Arwen interrupts her mental branding session. He asks what ridiculous conversation they are having. Our girl slumps onto the table annoyed. Arwen stares at her and asks if she is trying to make him laugh with her funny face, adding that her face is always like that, so she doesn't need to try so hard. Our girl tells him to shut up, though internally she worries that if he's being blindly honest, her feelings might actually get hurt. Otto sensing the tension, stammers and asks the master about the customer he brought. On cue, the background characters chime in. We see the backs of the red and blue mages fidgeting. Red whispers, super customer. Blue whispers, special customer. The same mage corrects them with the full super special excellent top-class prestigious customer title. They are visibly struggling not to fight in front of the boss. Arwen hears them and snaps. He demands to know who said they could call her that. The mages look confused, asking for clarification. Arwen glares and orders them to never use the word customer or that nickname again. Everyone is shocked. Otto bravely asks what they should call her then. Arwen starts yelling options. Visitor. Patron. Wallet. He pauses. Okay, maybe not wallet. Our girl stares at him, wondering if his brain is short-circuiting. Arwen scoffs and tells them to make sure the others know. The same mage bows, promising to notify everyone of the forbidden word. The red mage, being slow on the uptake, asks what the forbidden word is, earning a look of pity from the same mage. Our girl watches this, thinking Arwen is obsessing over weird things again. Last time he called her a fairy, now he's banning words. Suddenly, Arwen grabs her wrist. She asks what he's doing. He looks her dead in the eye and says he will show her around the tower. She tries to say no, but Arwen leans in and asks, "Did I give you a choice?" And just like that, he teleports them away, leaving the staff confused. The trio is left in the dust. The red mage marvels that the master actually brought a guest himself. The blue mage wonders why she gets special treatment. The sane mage suggests it might be because she spends a lot of money, but dismisses it since plenty of millionaires shop there. The blue mage insists there must be something else. Suddenly, the red mage beams with energy. He suggests she and the master are like this, making a crude gesture with his fingers to imply a relationship. Without skipping a beat, the blue mage slaps him across the face. The comedy routine downstairs continues. The red-haired mage recovers from the slap, asking what that was for. The blue-haired mage scolds him for being vulgar. He presents an alternative theory. Our girl isn't a romantic interest. She must be a secret martial arts master who defeated Arwen in combat. Red looks at him like he's lost his mind. He points out that Arwen is, biologically speaking, a man. Surely he just realized women are charming? Blue counters that Arwen rejected the most beautiful woman in the Empire, so he's clearly immune to thirst traps. Red gets fired up. He shouts that he is placing a bet on romance. The stake? Otobrock's bonus. Blue accepts the challenge, betting that Arwen feels absolutely nothing. The stake? Otobrock's beard. Poor Gandalf is standing right there, weeping as his financial future and his facial hair are gambled away by his subordinates. He asks why they are using his assets, but the Dumb and Dumber duo ignore him completely, eager to see who wins the pot. Meanwhile, our girl is currently defying gravity and logic. She shouts at Arwen, reminding him that he promised to show her around the tower. Arwen nods calmly. And technically, he is. They are floating high in the sky, completely outside the building. Our girl screams that this is insane. She tries to explain the concept of an indoor tour, but Arwen scoffs. He tells her to rid herself of her prejudice against exterior architecture. She screams back that staring at a black wall while dangling in the stratosphere isn't a tour. It's a panic attack waiting to happen. She looks around frantically, seeing nothing but black bricks, and declares she has seen enough. Arwen suggests seeing the top two. Our girl politely declines, or rather, shouts that her legs are shaking and she is done with this weird floating excursion. Arwen just tells her to take her time and enjoy the view. Our girl agrees with aggressive sarcasm, noting there is so much to see, like fog. Suddenly, clouds surround them. She flails around, feeling like a glitching character in a video game or a superhero about to crash, screaming "Save Martha!" into the void. Arwen asks if she is done playing and tells her to open her eyes. She peeks through one eye, asking if he is sending her away as punishment for kicking the tower earlier. Arwen leans in close. Too close. He whispers that he wouldn't do that. Since she was scared of the outdoors, he brought her indoors. Our girl feels her blood pressure spike at the proximity. Suddenly, Arwen grabs her head and physically turns it around. Our girl shrieks, begging him not to kill her, thinking he is about to snap her neck like a twig. She tears up, yelling that she can turn her own head. Thank you very much. Arwen smiles, telling her that if she uncovers her face, she might actually see the room. She realizes she is in the penthouse suite, the master's room at the very top. It is surprisingly nice. But then, she spots a staircase leading even higher. She asks what is up there. Arwen gives a non-committal nod. Curiosity overriding her survival instinct, our girl climbs the stairs and reaches for the door handle, about to open it. Our girl tugs at the door handle, but it won't budge. She wonders if it's locked, or just stubborn. Arwen spots her struggle, leans in close enough to violate personal space laws, and opens it for her. But it's not a door. It's a window to the abyss. A view from the outside reveals just how insanely high up they are, basically in the stratosphere. Our girl immediately retreats inside, trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. Arwen watches her shake, smiling that maddening smile, and asks why she looks so afraid. Our girl stammers that normal people usually prioritize their safety over scenic views of their own death. But logic has no power here. Arwen sweeps her up, and before she can protest, they are moving outside. Our girl starts to panic, asking what he is doing, but Arwen interrupts. He says if she's going to take a look, she should do it properly. Standing on the balcony, our girl takes a deep breath and accepts her fate. This is Arwen after all. At this point, only an idiot would be shocked by his lack of OSHA compliance. Arwen sits casually on the very edge of the railing, dangling over the drop. He holds out a hand and tells the customer to come here. Our girl looks at him and calculates the physics. Even if she refuses, her body will probably just magically float over there anyway. In that case, she'd rather walk on her own 2 feet. She eyes the balcony railing. She asks if she can just watch from here, meaning the safe part behind the railing where gravity is less of a threat. Arwen asks why. Our girl admits she is kind of a coward. Arwen extends his hand further. He asks if she is scared, then tells her to hold his hand and come over. Our girl stares at his open palm. Her brain short-circuits. Arwen looking out for her safety? That is actually more surprising than if he were to just push her off the ledge. She reaches out, hand trembling. Arwen grabs it and pulls her close. Suddenly, they are both sitting on the edge of the balcony, legs dangling over the world. Our girl is blushing furiously. Her internal monologue is in crisis mode. Sure, they are terrifyingly high up, but more importantly, he is still holding her hand. She stares at their joined hands. She scolds herself, chanting bad hand, evil hand internally. She wonders why she is so conscious of it now. She held his hand when they danced, so why is this different? Arwen breaks the silence. Dear customer, he starts. He says he saw her doing something funny with this hand earlier. Our girl freezes. She asks when she did that. A flashback hits her. She remembers her embarrassing flailing earlier. It wasn't supposed to be funny. It was survival instinct. She desperately changes the subject. She shivers and says, "Geez, it sure is cold." She guesses it's because of the altitude. Arwen looks at her and asks, "Want me to start a fire?" Our girl hears this and her brain immediately goes to the romance section. She wonders, what kind of fire? Is he talking about the fierce flame flickering in her heart? Arwen decides to adjust the thermostat the only way he knows how, by summoning literal fireballs. He floats 2 of them in front of her and asks if that is enough heat. Our girl nods, saying it's fine, but then she looks down at the magic gift she is holding in her hand. Her brain hits the brakes. She realizes she is holding a gift from Arwen, and he is actually being considerate. A gift and consideration? From the chaotic master of the tower? She stares at his smiling face and wonders if he is feeling okay, or if he has been replaced by a polite doppelganger. Suddenly, without warning, her mouth goes rogue. She finds herself blurting out a famous line from the original novel, but she remixes it against her will. She tells him that he is just Arwen, and she is just herself. She rambles on about how everyone has their own wheel of fortune and how no one is irreplaceable. As soon as the words leave her mouth, she wants to yeet herself off the tower. She wonders if she is crazy. Did she just try to pass off a philosophical monologue as a casual subject change? Arwen stares at her with intense seriousness. Our girl begs the universe to let him stay serious. But of course, he breaks into a grin. A dangerous, weaponized grin. Our girl blushes furiously. She feels ambushed. The romantic atmosphere, the high-altitude view, and his face are a lethal combination for her heart rate. She is still clutching his gift, blushing like a tomato. She decides to flee before she combusts. She complains that the front of her body is roasting from the fireballs while her back is freezing from the wind. She demands to go home immediately. Arwen looks at her, smiles, and cryptically declares that he isn't as confused anymore. Before she can ask what on earth that means, he snaps his fingers. Poof. She is back on the ground, finally able to breathe oxygen that isn't mixed with romantic tension. Arwen has vanished, leaving her with her confusion. But she has no time to think because Asura, her maid, rushes in, screaming. Apparently, the atmospheric tour turned our girl's hair into a bird's nest. Asura frantically tries to fix the disaster, wondering what kind of hurricane our girl walked through. Our girl sighs, knowing her hair was the victim of Arwen's customer service. The next afternoon, a message arrives with the subtlety of a nuclear bomb. A flower is delivered to the house, but the stem has been deliberately snapped. Asura naively laments that such a pretty flower was mishandled during delivery and suggests throwing it away. Our girl agrees, playing along, but she knows exactly what it means. It's a threat. It seems it is time to give the sender an answer. She marvels at the villainess's work ethic. Between preparing traps, bribing people, and fabricating evidence, the human disaster sure stays busy. She wonders how she even found the time to send flowers. Our girl acts as a human alarm clock. She shakes the bishop, shouting at him to wake up. When that fails, she resorts to a tactical face slap. She admits her methods are a little savage, but they are effective. She tells the groggy mage to hurry up and get ready because if an assassin comes for her due to lateness, she will put a wig on him and make them chase him instead. The bishop wakes up in a cold sweat, terrified by the word assassin. Our girl promises to explain later, mostly because she just made it up, and drags him out. She realizes that while she needs him for teleportation, she might actually have to start using him as a meat shield if things go south. The bishop grabs her, his eyes sparkling with unexpected joy. He is weirdly excited to see the villainess again. Our girl sighs. She can't really blame him. The human disaster is objectively gorgeous, even if she is a walking red flag. They teleport and arrive at Peridot's mansion, fighting the usual motion sickness. The guards demand identification. Our girl introduces herself and her bodyguard, but the butler cuts in. He announces that the mistress ordered only the lady to enter. The bishop looks absolutely devastated. He stands there, practically crying, as he is denied his glimpse of the pretty lady. Our girl leaves the weeping mage behind and follows the butler. She feels the pressure immediately. The atmosphere in the room is designed to make anyone act modest just to survive. Inside, Peridot is sipping tea like she owns the world. She asks if our girl has carefully considered her proposal. Our girl's brain immediately deters. She knows this isn't the time to admire the enemy's face, but Peridot is stunning. It reminds her of Arwen. She wonders who would win a beauty pageant, Peridot or Arwen dressed as a woman. She imagines Arwen in a gown and realizes he would absolutely crush the competition. Even as a woman, he would have it all. The mental image of Arwen in drag helps her relax. She snaps back to reality and answers the question. She says she thought about it so hard her head nearly exploded, but her answer is simple: I refuse. Peridot doesn't say a word. She calmly finishes her sip, sets the saucer down, and then launches the teacup straight at our girl's head. Our girl dodges the projectile confused. She looks at the shattered porcelain and wonders if this is how rich people indicate they are finished with a drink. Peridot smiles coldly. She says she won't bother asking for a reason, because it's probably a stupid one. Our girl stares at her, thinking that kind of attitude really makes a person want to start a fistfight. Our girl stands before the human disaster, mentally screaming at herself to stay grounded. She delivers her final answer with as much grace as she can muster, politely informing Peridot that she would like to be excused now. Her internal monologue justifies the risky visit. She realizes that while a letter would have been more efficient, it probably would have been treated as an invitation to her own funeral. In her mind, showing up to reject a villainess in person is just peak etiquette. Peridot, however, isn't interested in polite society. She drops the mask and screams a curse word that would make a sailor blush. Our girl is horrified. It's one thing to have a teacup thrown at you by a smiling beauty, but it's another to be cursed at directly. She doesn't wait for a second projectile. She flinches and dashes out the door, running for her life. She finds Bishop waiting in the hallway and immediately informs him that he is now stuck to her like a piece of super adhesive gum. She's suddenly very curious about the remaining time on his contract because she needs a human shield for the foreseeable future. As they flee, she reflects on her lack of tactical lying. Her acting skills are strictly for slapstick comedy, not political scheming, and she knows Peridot would have seen through a fake alliance in seconds. Her only plan now is to hide until the male leads eventually beat the villainess for her. Bishop asks if she's still nauseous from the stress or the teleportation. Our girl, lying through her teeth to keep her panic at bay, claims that the horrible villain is just old and grumpy, while she is just a plump, tasty rabbit trying to survive. Back at the mansion, the stress takes a weird turn. She bites her nails and convinces herself she's wasting away from anxiety. In her head, her dresses are hanging loose on a shrinking, tragic frame. The reality, however, is much more delicious. We see her clearing gourmet plates, wondering why everything tastes so good lately. She decides to blame the chef entirely. He must be a master chef undergoing secret training or adding addictive sugar to the sauce. It's clearly his fault she's eating like a hobbit during a life-or-death crisis. After finishing every crumb, she decides she's craving Jello. 3 days have passed since the Tea Party disaster, and the lack of an immediate assassination attempt is making her relax. She figures that since you are what you eat, she's just turning into a wobble of anxiety herself. Later, she watches Bishop munching on popcorn while Asura scolds him for being stingy with the seasoning. Asura then begins grooming Lady Cookie, brushing the blob's fur until it shines. Our girl feels a pang of genuine jealousy. She realizes that because Arwen likes Cookie, the pet technically outranks her in the household hierarchy. She hugs her pillow, defeated by a slime, but the silence still bothers her. Why hasn't the human disaster struck yet? She wonders if this piece is real or just the calm before the storm. Our girl is well aware that the human disaster sees her as a major obstacle, which means she really should be staying alert and watching her back. However, her brain and body are currently on a different wavelength. She can feel herself relaxing into a state of pure, wobbling jelly. While she's busy melting into her furniture, Asura arrives with the latest batch of high society tea. Apparently, a noblewoman has been found guilty of trying to frame the human disaster. In a move of peak villainous brilliance, Peridot reportedly investigated the matter herself, uncovering the evidence and the lady's weaknesses in one stroke. Our girl realizes this poor woman was just a convenient scapegoat for the library incident Peridot staged herself. Her internal narration kicks in to analyze the plot dynamics. In the original novel, the human disaster was a total ghost who never left a shred of evidence behind. Even when everyone suspected her, there was never any hard proof to pin her down. Our girl recalls the old web comments she read in her past life about how the story usually ended with Arwen simply dragging the villainess away by her hair because he has zero patience for legalities. Back then, she loved the popcorn time drama of Arwen whooping the villain's ass, but now that she's the one in the crosshairs, the threat feels a lot more personal. She turns back to Ursula and asks for the latest rumors regarding the heroine Evelyn. The gossip is getting truly unhinged. People are claiming the girl has a secret child or that she's a high-level spy sent to steal the national treasure. Ursula adds the terrifying detail that several maids even had their hands cut off just for talking about these rumors in public. Our girl realizes the human disaster is currently multitasking, working to get rid of both her and the protagonist at the same time. She decides she needs to check on Evelyn immediately to see what kind of ambush is being prepared. She jumps up and commands the bishop to activate gum mode. Since the concept of chewing gum doesn't exist in this fantasy world, she has to explain that it's a legendary monster known for attaching itself to a person and never letting go. She tells him they are heading to House Count, and since he is now her permanent shadow, he's coming along for the ride. They teleport, but the bishop's internal GPS is a bit wonky today. They land a bit far from their destination, so our girl decides a little fresh air and a walk will be good for her health. Her optimism lasts about 10 seconds before they are stopped by a loud shout. A group of thugs blocks their path, and our girl immediately regrets having eyes. The men are wearing nothing but their underwear, flaunting enough muscle to qualify as a structural hazard. One of the bandits leans in, striking a pose and flexing until his muscles have muscles of their own. He proudly announces they are the Poor Muscle Gang, a famous group of bandits in these parts, and tells her it's her unlucky day. Our girl just watches the display with a deadpan expression, wondering why a famous gang of bandits couldn't afford a single shirt between them. Our girl stares at the Poor Muscle Gang with a look that suggests she's seen more intimidating kittens. She sarcastically informs the bandits that she is so terrified her legs are practically playing the maracas. The thugs find this hilarious, laughing that no matter how much she trembles, she's never escaping. They mock her for being a noble without an army to protect her, essentially declaring her easy prey while flexing their oily chests. Before things get too serious, our girl decides to address the elephant in the room, or rather, the lack of shirts. She asks the leader why they are all wandering around half-naked. The man chuckles and signals his crew for a coordinated display. They strike intense bodybuilder poses, explaining that their bare skin is a tactical necessity to show off their overwhelming strength. Our girl and the baby maid share a look of pure confusion, wondering if they've accidentally stumbled into a fitness competition instead of a robbery. Our girl whispers to the baby mage, asking if they should just get rid of these losers now. But the bandits lose their patience and brandish their weapons, demanding all her valuables. The leader threatens to turn her into human oatmeal if she doesn't comply. Noticing that these barroom rejects might actually have some stats behind those muscles, our girl decides a tactical retreat is the better option. She grabs a teleportation talisman, rips it open, and she and the baby mage vanish from the scene. They arrive in front of their destination, and our girl waits a moment for the baby mage to finish his own casting. He arrives looking a bit winded, but safe. They both agree that those were some exceptionally unique bandits. Our girl tries to shrug it off, assuming that as a side character with limited screen time, she'll never have to run into those sweaty pectorals ever again. But the universe apparently has a sense of humor. Just as she tries to convince herself the encounter was just her imagination, the bandits reappear out of nowhere. They shout that they will follow her to the ends of the earth, proving that the first time might be fate, but the third time is definitely a weird destiny she didn't sign up for. The leader tells her to get ready to feel the burn, and our girl realizes she might actually be in trouble. Suddenly, a savior arrives on the scene. Sir Hans appears with the dramatic flair of a seasoned knight, telling her to stand back while he handles the situation. He reveals that the baby mage had actually tipped him off earlier about an impending threat, so he came prepared. Sir Hans stands there looking absolutely majestic, but there's one small problem. His bald head is so incredibly shiny that it's acting like a solar flare. The baby mage actually has to cover his eyes to avoid being blinded by the reflection. It's meant to be a heroic entrance, but with that glowing dome and the hair fringe, it's mostly just a hilariously bright beacon of justice. Our girl realizes that Sir Hans is about to be turned into a night-flavored pancake if he stays. She knows that even on his best day, he isn't taking on 17 half-naked bodybuilders at once. She taps him on the back and hands him a teleportation scroll, telling him she has plenty to spare and he needs to evacuate before things get messy. Hans is bewildered, but he takes the hint and vanishes, leaving her to handle the muscle-bound welcoming committee. Once the knight is safely out of the blast zone, our girl pulls out a stack of scrolls, so thick it looks like she just cashed a $10,000 check in $100 bills. The bishop stares at the pile of magical paper, wondering if she's carrying the tower's entire annual budget in her pockets. Our girl fans them out like she's about to play a high-stakes game of poker and turns her attention back to the hooligans. She mocks them for their life choices, pointing out how pathetic it is to chase an irrelevant sidekick just for a little pocket money. She thanks them for being polite enough not to attack during her monologue, but the leader has officially lost his patience. He lunges at her with a shout, but our girl is ready to activate her pay-to-win strategy. She rips a wind scroll in half, and suddenly the area is hit by a localized hurricane. She's been dying to test these out, curious if they can do more than just blow away trash. To her surprise, the poor muscle gang actually lives up to their name. They plant their weapons in the ground and flex so hard they become human anchors, shouting that they can endure the storm. Our girl is genuinely impressed by their stubbornness. She decides she likes their spirit and offers them a second helping of magical wind. She feels a surge of chaotic joy as she puts on her best villain face, reveling in the magical power of cash. The bishop watches from the background, likely questioning her sanity as she enjoys herself way too much. The bandits claim they are the strongest group in the land, and our girl realizes they might actually be the most formidable idiots she's faced yet since they aren't flying away like common leaves. It's time to stop holding back. Our girl decides to end the debate by ripping 5 scrolls at once. She shouts for them to take flight, and this time, the sheer force of her bank account is too much for their weaponry to handle. Their gear snaps, and the bandits are sent soaring toward the moon like Team Rocket. However, one obstacle remains. The leader is still grounded, his eyes literally glowing with rage as he resists the gale. Our girl realizes she is in a bit of a pickle. She's used up her entire offensive arsenal and is currently being stared down by an angry, half-naked man with a fire in his eyes. The bishop suggests they run for their lives, and our girl frantically fumbles for a teleportation scroll. She notes that the wind is dying down, and she has never felt more threatened by a bald head and a bare chest in her entire life. Just as the magic flickers out, they successfully teleport away. They arrive at their destination, and the bishop asks if she's injured. Our girl insists she's fine, though her dignity might be slightly bruised. Suddenly, she spots a familiar, blinding light reflecting off the horizon. She realizes that Sir Hans didn't just flee. He's been waiting there for her, his bald head acting as a heroic, shiny beacon of safety. Our girl finally makes it back to her sanctuary, shedding her dress and her mountain of magical scrolls like she's just finished a marathon. She collapses onto the bed, planning to hit the scroll shop in the morning and maybe visit Brooke while she is out. As she settles in, her hand brushes against the small lookalike doll, better known as Misplaced Eyes. She immediately hugs the plushie, but her brain won't stop spiraling. Those poor muscle bandits weren't your typical bargain bin hooligans. They actually had skills, which is terrifying for someone whose primary defense mechanism is throwing money at a problem. Naturally, the prime suspect is the human disaster. Our girl tries to logic her way through why Peridot would send a gang of half-naked bodybuilders after her. Theory 1. It was a genuine assassination attempt. If she hadn't been carrying a small forest's worth of scrolls, her skull would have been split into 2 very distinct pieces. Theory 2. It was a warning to stay put and stop meddling. But Theory 3 is her personal favorite. The human disaster was so busy trying to ruin the heroine's life that she suddenly remembered our girl was still breathing and sent whatever was convenient, which happened to be the shirtless Wonder Gang. She internally begs the universe for Theory 3 to be the winner, because being a bothersome target takes way too much energy for a side character. Her tragic moment of self-pity is interrupted by her maids, who burst in to announce she has a guest waiting on the first floor. Ursula and the rest of the staff are acting incredibly suspicious, looking both frightened and excited. Our girl, still in her pajamas and scratching her head, tries to head down to the reception area, but the maids have a collective heart attack. Ursula insists she can't be seen looking like a commoner, while the others worry about making the guest wait. Our girl checks herself in the mirror and realizes that thanks to the shield scroll she used during the bandit brawl, her hair isn't a total bird's nest. Small victories. Ursula compromises by throwing a shawl over her pajamas, and the maids send her off with enough blushing and cheering to make her feel like she's headed to the front lines of a war. She descends the stairs, wondering who could possibly merit this level of staff hysteria, only to lock eyes with the master of the tower himself. Our girl's brain immediately hits Alt F4. She stands there gasping for air, completely stunned to see Arwen leaning against her furniture. He looks at her and casually asks if she's even breathing anymore, mocking her for apparently forgetting how to speak in the 5 minutes since they last saw each other. He leans in close, triggering a full-scale danger warning in our girl's heart. She backs away, face glowing red, and demands to know why he's in her house. He simply says he's there to watch her breathe, which is definitely not a creepy thing for a powerful mage to say. She tries to regain her dignity, wondering if he is here to reclaim his property, specifically, the bishop. She asks if he could extend the mage's contract just a little longer, but the master of the tower just looks at her with confusion. He points out that she already brought it down with her. Our girl realizes with horror that she fainted onto the first floor while clutching misplaced eyes without even realizing it. The master of the tower levitates the doll, poking its stomach and playing with its hair like a bored toddler. Our girl watches him start drawing magical graffiti on the doll's midsection and wonders if the toy is undergoing some kind of unwanted Pokemon evolution. He finally hands it back, and she realizes he has inscribed a permanent spell into the plushie. When she asks what kind of magic he just wasted on a toy, he casually informs her it's a location indicator. Our girl stares at the doll, realizing she is now carrying a magical GPS tracker and that the master of the tower has officially promoted himself to her personal stalker. Our girl finally makes it back to her sanctuary, shedding her dress and her mountain of magical scrolls like she's just finished a marathon. She collapses onto the bed, planning to hit the scroll shop in the morning and maybe visit Brooke while she is out. As she settles in, her hand brushes against the small lookalike doll, better known as Misplaced Eyes. She immediately hugs the plushie, but her brain won't stop spiraling. Those poor muscle bandits weren't your typical bargain bin hooligans. They actually had skills, which is terrifying for someone whose primary defense mechanism is throwing money at a problem. Naturally, the prime suspect is the human disaster. Our girl tries to logic her way through why Peridot would send a gang of half-naked bodybuilders after her. Theory 1. It was a genuine assassination attempt. If she hadn't been carrying a small forest's worth of scrolls, her skull would have been split into two very distinct pieces. Theory 2. It was a warning to stay put and stop meddling. But Theory 3 is her personal favorite. The human disaster was so busy trying to ruin the heroine's life that she suddenly remembered our girl was still breathing and sent whatever was convenient, which happened to be the shirtless Wonder Gang. She internally begs the universe for Theory 3 to be the winner, because being a bothersome target takes way too much energy for a side character. Her tragic moment of self-pity is interrupted by her maids, who burst in to announce she has a guest waiting on the first floor. Ursula and the rest of the staff are acting incredibly suspicious, looking both frightened and excited. Our girl, still in her pajamas and scratching her head, tries to head down to the reception area, but the maids have a collective heart attack. Ursula insists she can't be seen looking like a commoner, while the others worry about making the guest wait. Our girl checks herself in the mirror and realizes that thanks to the shield scroll she used during the bandit brawl, her hair isn't a total bird's nest. Small victories. Ursula compromises by throwing a shawl over her pajamas, and the maids send her off with enough blushing and cheering to make her feel like she's headed to the front lines of a war. She descends the stairs, wondering who could possibly merit this level of staff hysteria, only to lock eyes with the master of the tower himself. Our girl's brain immediately hits Alt F4. She stands there gasping for air, completely stunned to see Arwen leaning against her furniture. He looks at her and casually asks if she's even breathing anymore, mocking her for apparently forgetting how to speak in the 5 minutes since they last saw each other. He leans in close, triggering a full-scale danger warning in our girl's heart. She backs away, face glowing red, and demands to know why he's in her house. He simply says he's there to watch her breathe, which is definitely not a creepy thing for a powerful mage to say. She tries to regain her dignity, wondering if he is here to reclaim his property, specifically, the bishop. She asks if he could extend the mage's contract just a little longer, but the master of the tower just looks at her. Our girl finally makes it back to her sanctuary, shedding her dress and her mountain of magical scrolls like she's just finished a marathon. She collapses onto the bed, planning to hit the scroll shop in the morning and maybe visit Brooke while she is out. As she settles in, her hand brushes against the small lookalike doll, better known as Misplaced Eyes. She immediately hugs the plushie, but her brain won't stop spiraling. Those poor muscle bandits weren't your typical bargain bin hooligans. They actually had skills, which is terrifying for someone whose primary defense mechanism is throwing money at a problem. Naturally, the prime suspect is the human disaster. Our girl tries to logic her way through why Peridot would send a gang of half-naked bodybuilders after her. Theory 1. It was a genuine assassination attempt. If she hadn't been carrying a small forest's worth of scrolls, her skull would have been split into two very distinct pieces. Theory 2. It was a warning to stay put and stop meddling. But Theory 3 is her personal favorite. The human disaster was so busy trying to ruin the heroine's life that she suddenly remembered our girl was still breathing and sent whatever was convenient, which happened to be the shirtless Wonder Gang. She internally begs the universe for Theory 3 to be the winner, because being a bothersome target takes way too much energy for a side character. Her tragic moment of self-pity is interrupted by her maids, who burst in to announce she has a guest waiting on the first floor. Asura and the rest of the staff are acting incredibly suspicious, looking both frightened and excited. Our girl, still in her pajamas and scratching her head, tries to head down to the reception area, but the maids have a collective heart attack. Asura insists she can't be seen looking like a commoner, while the others worry about making the guest wait. Our girl checks herself in the mirror and realizes that thanks to the shield scroll she used during the bandit brawl, her hair isn't a total bird's nest. Small victories. Asura compromises by throwing a shawl over her pajamas, and the maids send her off with enough blushing and cheering to make her feel like she's headed to the front lines of a war. She descends the stairs, wondering who could possibly merit this level of staff hysteria, only to lock eyes with the master of the tower himself. Our girl's brain immediately hits Alt F4. She stands there gasping for air, completely stunned to see Arwen leaning against her furniture. He looks at her and casually asks if she's even breathing anymore, mocking her for apparently forgetting how to speak in the 5 minutes since they last saw each other. He leans in close, triggering a full-scale danger warning in our girl's heart. She backs away, face glowing red, and demands to know why he's in her house. He simply says he's there to watch her breathe, which is definitely not a creepy thing for a powerful mage to say. She tries to Our girl finally makes it back to her sanctuary, shedding her dress and her mountain of magical scrolls like she's just finished a marathon. She collapses onto the bed, planning to hit the scroll shop in the morning and maybe visit Brooke while she is out. As she settles in, her hand brushes against the small look-alike doll, better known as Misplaced Eyes. She immediately hugs the plushie, but her brain won't stop spiraling. Those poor muscle bandits weren't your typical bargain bin hooligans. They actually had skills, which is terrifying for someone whose primary defense mechanism is throwing money at a problem. Naturally, the prime suspect is the human disaster. Our girl tries to logic her way through why Peridot would send a gang of half-naked bodybuilders after her. Theory 1. It was a genuine assassination attempt. If she hadn't been carrying a small forest's worth of scrolls, her skull would have been split into 2 very distinct pieces. Theory 2. It was a warning to stay put and stop meddling. But Theory 3 is her personal favorite. The human disaster was so busy trying to ruin the heroine's life that she suddenly remembered our girl was still breathing and sent whatever was convenient, which happened to be the Shirtless Wonder Gang. She internally begs the universe for Theory 3 to be the winner, because being a bothersome target takes way too much energy for a side character. Her tragic moment of self-pity is interrupted by her maids, who burst in to announce she has a guest waiting on the first floor. Asura and the rest of the staff are acting incredibly suspicious, looking both frightened and excited. Our girl, still in her pajamas and scratching her head, tries to head down to the reception area, but the maids have a collective heart attack. Asura insists she can't be seen looking like a commoner, while the others worry about making the guest wait. Our girl checks herself in the mirror and realizes that thanks to the shield scroll she used during the bandit brawl, her hair isn't a total bird's nest. Small victories. Asura compromises by throwing a shawl over her pajamas, and the maids send her off with enough blushing and cheering to make her feel like she's headed to the front lines of a war. She descends the stairs, wondering who could possibly merit this level of staff hysteria, only to lock eyes with the master of the tower himself. Our girl's brain immediately hits Alt F4. She stands there gasping for air, completely stunned to see Arwen leaning against her furniture. He looks at her and casually asks if she's even breathing anymore, mocking her for apparently forgetting how to speak in the 5 minutes since they last saw each other. He leans in close, triggering a full-scale danger warning in our girl's heart. She backs away, face glowing red, and demands to know why he's in her house. He simply says he's there to watch her breathe, which is definitely not a creepy thing for a powerful mage to say. She tries to regain her dignity, wondering if he is here to reclaim his property, specifically, the bishop. She asks if he could extend the mage's contract just a little longer, but the master of the tower just looks at her with confusion. He points out that she already brought it down with her. Our girl realizes with horror that she fainted onto the first floor while clutching Misplaced Eyes without even realizing it. The master of the tower levitates the doll, poking its stomach and playing with its hair like a bored toddler. Our girl watches him start drawing magical graffiti on the doll's midsection and wonders if the toy is undergoing some kind of unwanted Pokemon evolution. He finally hands it back, and she realizes he has inscribed a permanent spell into the plushie. When she asks what kind of magic he just wasted on a toy, he casually informs her it's a location indicator. Our girl stares at the doll, realizing she is now carrying a magical... Our girl and Asura materialize in a new location, leaving the bandits behind for the 10th time that hour. Asura is understandably disoriented, But Latte quickly shifts the focus to what really matters: bribery. She offers to buy Asura a brooch or a hairpin as a thank you for her top-tier gossip services. However, before the shopping spree can even begin, the shirtless wonders reappear in the middle of the district. The leader shouts that she's a persistent prey, but our girl is ready with the counter-roast. She suggests they change their name from Poor Muscle to Durable Muscle and asks if they've ever heard of a little thing called indecent exposure. She rips another scroll, sending them into another round of magical tag. As the day goes on, our girl becomes convinced that the human disaster is just ignoring her at this point, letting these low-budget thugs handle the busy work. She eventually finds herself at her favorite scroll shop, where the owner, Farah, greets her like a VIP. Farah mentions that business has been booming because another mysterious customer just cleared out all their old, unsold stock. Our girl suspects the Magic Tower's revenue is skyrocketing thanks to this petty feud, but she doesn't let it ruin her mood. She stops at a bakery, enjoying the sweet taste of the royalties Brooke is sending her. She notes that Brooke must be swimming in cash too, given the ridiculous amount of jewelry he's been sporting lately. Like clockwork, the bodybuilder brigade appears again, promising to send her to hell. Our girl gives their entrance a -1 rating for originality. She gives them a free consultation on villainy, suggesting that if they actually wanted to kill her, they should try a disguise, maybe a chef of death or a muscle beggar. She's officially bored of the pattern. By the time she returns home, even Asura is waiting with a baseball bat, ready to swing at anything shirtless. Meanwhile, Agro, our favorite knight from the second squad, is enjoying a hard-earned 15-day leave. He's wandering the streets, dreaming of all the food he's about to inhale, when he spots a familiar face. He remembers her from the festival as their savior, and immediately assumes she's a delicate lady in distress because she's surrounded by a gang of half-naked men. He goes into full hero mode, stealthily moving from pillar to plan his rescue mission. However, as he gets closer, he realizes the crisis is actually a lecture. Our girl is currently sitting down with the bandit leader, giving him a performance review. She scolds them for being NPC-tier villains with repetitive dialogue and tells them they should be embarrassed that they're being hunted for indecent exposure rather than actual theft. Agro watches from the shadows, his brain melting as he hears her coaching the bandits on better synonyms for die, like perish or cross the river Styx. Agro is left questioning his entire reality, wondering who this woman is and why he's witnessing a bandit therapy session. The leader finally loses his temper and swings his mace, screaming his signature line one last time. Our girl just sighs, gives him another failing grade, and teleports away at the very last second. Agro, who had just worked up the courage to leap into the fray, is suddenly left standing exactly where Latte was, facing a gang of very confused and very angry bodybuilders alone. Our girl finally makes it back to her sanctuary, shedding her dress and her mountain of magical scrolls like she's just finished a marathon. She collapses onto the bed, planning to hit the scroll shop in the morning and maybe visit Brooke while she is out. As she settles in, her hand brushes against the small lookalike doll, better known as Misplaced Eyes. She immediately hugs the plushie, but her brain won't stop spiraling. Those poor muscle bandits weren't your typical bargain bin hooligans. They actually had skills, which is terrifying for someone whose primary defense mechanism is throwing money at a problem. Naturally, the prime suspect is the human disaster. Our girl tries to logic her way through why Peridot would send a gang of half-naked bodybuilders after her. Theory 1. It was a genuine assassination attempt. If she hadn't been carrying a small forest's worth of scrolls, her skull would have been split into 2 very distinct pieces. Theory 2. It was a warning to stay put and stop meddling. But Theory 3 is her personal favorite. The human disaster was so busy trying to ruin the heroine's life that she suddenly remembered our girl was still breathing and sent whatever was convenient, which happened to be the shirtless Wonder Gang. She internally begs the universe for Theory 3 to be the winner, because being a bothersome target takes way too much energy for a side character. Her tragic moment of self-pity is interrupted by her maids, who burst in to announce she has a guest waiting on the first floor. Asura and the rest of the staff are acting incredibly suspicious, looking both frightened and excited. Our girl, still in her pajamas and scratching her head, tries to head down to the reception area, but the maids have a collective heart attack. Asura insists she can't be seen looking like a commoner, while the others worry about making the guest wait. Our girl checks herself in the mirror and realizes that thanks to the shield scroll she used during the bandit brawl, her hair isn't a total bird's nest. Small victories. Asura compromises by throwing a shawl over her pajamas, and the maids send her off with enough blushing and cheering to make her feel like she's headed to the front lines of a war. She descends the stairs, wondering who could possibly merit this level of staff hysteria, only to lock eyes with the master of the tower himself. Our girl's brain immediately hits Alt F4. She stands there gasping for air, completely stunned to see Arwen leaning against her furniture. He looks at her and casually asks if she's even breathing anymore, mocking her for apparently forgetting how to speak in the 5 minutes since they last saw each other. He leans in close, triggering a full-scale danger warning in our girl's heart. She backs away, face glowing red, and demands to know why he's in her house. He simply says he's there to watch her breathe, which is definitely not a creepy thing for a powerful mage to say. She tries to regain her dignity, wondering if he is here to reclaim his property, specifically, the bishop. She asks if he could extend the mage's contract just a little longer, but the master of the tower just looks at her with confusion. Our girl finally makes it back to her sanctuary, shedding her dress and her mountain of magical scrolls like she's just finished a marathon. She collapses onto the bed, planning to hit the scroll shop in the morning and maybe visit Brooke while she is out. As she settles in, her hand brushes against the small lookalike doll, better known as Misplaced Eyes. She immediately hugs the plushie, but her brain won't stop spiraling. Those poor muscle bandits weren't your typical bargain bin hooligans. They actually had skills, which is terrifying for someone whose primary defense mechanism is throwing money at a problem. Naturally, the prime suspect is the human disaster. Our girl tries to logic her way through why Peridot would send a gang of half-naked bodybuilders after her. Theory 1. It was a genuine assassination attempt. If she hadn't been carrying a small forest's worth of scrolls, her skull would have been split into 2 very distinct pieces. Theory 2. It was a warning to stay put and stop meddling. But Theory 3 is her personal favorite. The human disaster was so busy trying to ruin the heroine's life that she suddenly remembered our girl was still breathing and sent whatever was convenient, which happened to be the shirtless Wonder Gang. She internally begs the universe for Theory 3 to be the winner, because being a bothersome target takes way too much energy for a side character. Her tragic moment of self-pity is interrupted by her maids, who burst in to announce she has a guest waiting on the first floor. Ursula and the rest of the staff are acting incredibly suspicious, looking both frightened and excited. Our girl, still in her pajamas and scratching her head, tries to head down to the reception area, but the maids have a collective heart attack. Ursula insists she can't be seen looking like a commoner, while the others worry about making the guest wait. Our girl checks herself in the mirror and realizes that thanks to the shield scroll she used during the bandit brawl, her hair isn't a total bird's nest. Small victories. Ursula compromises by throwing a shawl over her pajamas, and the maids send her off with enough blushing and cheering to make her feel like she's headed to the front lines of a war. She descends the stairs, wondering who could possibly merit this level of staff hysteria, only to lock eyes with the master of the tower himself. Our girl's brain immediately hits Alt F4. She stands there gasping for air, completely stunned to see Arwen leaning against her furniture. He looks at her and casually asks if she's even breathing anymore, mocking her for apparently forgetting how to speak in the 5 minutes since they last saw each other. He leans in close, triggering a full-scale danger warning in our girl's heart. She backs away, face glowing red, and demands to know why he's in her house. He simply says he's there to watch her breathe, which is definitely not a creepy thing for a powerful mage to say. She tries to regain her dignity, wondering if he is here to reclaim his property, specifically, the bishop. She asks if he could extend the mage's contract just a little longer, but the master of the tower just looks at her with confusion. He points out that she already brought it down with her. Our girl realizes with horror that she fainted onto the first floor while clutching Misplaced Eyes without even realizing it. Our girl finally makes it back to her sanctuary, shedding her dress and her mountain of magical scrolls like she's just finished a marathon. She collapses onto the bed, planning to hit the scroll shop in the morning and maybe visit Brooke while she is out. As she settles in, her hand brushes against the small lookalike doll, better known as Misplaced Eyes. She immediately hugs the plushie, but her brain won't stop spiraling. Those poor muscle bandits weren't your typical bargain bin hooligans. They actually had skills, which is terrifying for someone whose primary defense mechanism is throwing money at a problem. Naturally, the prime suspect is the human disaster. Our girl tries to logic her way through why Peridot would send a gang of half-naked bodybuilders after her. Theory 1. It was a genuine assassination attempt. If she hadn't been carrying a small forest's worth of scrolls, her skull would have been split into 2 very distinct pieces. Theory 2. It was a warning to stay put and stop meddling. But Theory 3 is her personal favorite. The human disaster was so busy trying to ruin the heroine's life that she suddenly remembered our girl was still breathing and sent whatever was convenient, which happened to be the shirtless Wonder Gang. She internally begs the universe for Theory 3 to be the winner, because being a bothersome target takes way too much energy for a side character. Her tragic moment of self-pity is interrupted by her maids, who burst in to announce she has a guest waiting on the first floor. Asura and the rest of the staff are acting incredibly suspicious, looking both frightened and excited. Our girl, still in her pajamas and scratching her head, tries to head down to the reception area, but the maids have a collective heart attack. Asura insists she can't be seen looking like a commoner, while the others worry about making the guest wait. Our girl checks herself in the mirror and realizes that thanks to the shield scroll she used during the bandit brawl, her hair isn't a total bird's nest. Small victories. Asura compromises by throwing a shawl over her pajamas, and the maids send her off with enough blushing and cheering to make her feel like she's headed to the front lines of a war. She descends the stairs, wondering who could possibly merit this level of staff hysteria, only to lock eyes with the master of the tower himself. Our girl's brain immediately hits Alt F4. She stands there gasping for air, completely stunned to see Arwen leaning against her furniture. He looks at her and casually asks if she's even breathing anymore, mocking her for apparently forgetting how to speak in the 5 minutes since they last saw each other. He leans in close, triggering a full-scale danger warning in our girl's heart. She backs away, face glowing red, and demands to know why he's in her house. He simply says he's there to watch her breathe, which is definitely not a creepy thing for a powerful mage to say. She tries to regain her dignity, wondering if he is here to reclaim his property, specifically, the bishop. She asks if he could extend the mage's contract just a little longer, but the master of the tower just looks at her with confusion. He points out that she already brought it down with her. Our girl realizes with horror that she fainted onto the first floor while clutching misplaced eyes without even realizing it. The master of the tower levitates the doll. Our girl finally makes it back to her sanctuary, shedding her dress and her mountain of magical scrolls like she's just finished a marathon. She collapses onto the bed, planning to hit the scroll shop in the morning and maybe visit Brooke while she is out. As she settles in, her hand brushes against the small lookalike doll, better known as Misplaced Eyes. She immediately hugs the plushie, but her brain won't stop spiraling. Those poor muscle bandits weren't your typical bargain bin hooligans. They actually had skills, which is terrifying for someone whose primary defense mechanism is throwing money at a problem. Naturally, the prime suspect is the human disaster. Our girl tries to logic her way through why Peridot would send a gang of half-naked bodybuilders after her. Theory 1. It was a genuine assassination attempt. If she hadn't been carrying a small forest's worth of scrolls, her skull would have been split into 2 very distinct pieces. Theory 2. It was a warning to stay put and stop meddling. But Theory 3 is her personal favorite. The human disaster was so busy trying to ruin the heroine's life that she suddenly remembered our girl was still breathing and sent whatever was convenient, which happened to be the shirtless Wonder Gang. She internally begs the universe for Theory 3 to be the winner, because being a bothersome target takes way too much energy for a side character. Her tragic moment of self-pity is interrupted by her maids, who burst in to announce she has a guest waiting on the first floor. Asura and the rest of the staff are acting incredibly suspicious, looking both frightened and excited. Our girl, still in her pajamas and scratching her head, tries to head down to the reception area, but the maids have a collective heart attack. Asura insists she can't be seen looking like a commoner, while the others worry about making the guest wait. Our girl checks herself in the mirror and realizes that thanks to the shield scroll she used during the bandit brawl, her hair isn't a total bird's nest. Small victories. Asura compromises by throwing a shawl over her pajamas, and the maids send her off with enough blushing and cheering to make her feel like she's headed to the front lines of a war. She descends the stairs, wondering who could possibly merit this level of staff hysteria, only to lock eyes with the master of the tower himself. Our girl's brain immediately hits Alt F4. She stands there gasping for air, completely stunned to see Arwen leaning against her furniture. He looks at her and casually asks if she's even breathing anymore, mocking her for apparently forgetting how to speak in the 5 minutes since they last saw each other. He leans in close, triggering a full-scale danger warning in our girl's heart. She backs away, face glowing. Our girl finally makes it back to her sanctuary, shedding her dress and her mountain of magical scrolls like she's just finished a marathon. She collapses onto the bed, planning to hit the scroll shop in the morning and maybe visit Brooke while she is out. As she settles in, her hand brushes against the small lookalike doll, better known as Misplaced Eyes. She immediately hugs the plushie, but her brain won't stop spiraling. Those poor muscle bandits weren't your typical bargain bin hooligans. They actually had skills, which is terrifying for someone whose primary defense mechanism is throwing money at a problem. Naturally, the prime suspect is the human disaster. Our girl tries to logic her way through why Peridot would send a gang of half-naked bodybuilders after her. Theory 1. It was a genuine assassination attempt. If she hadn't been carrying a small forest's worth of scrolls, her skull would have been split into two very distinct pieces. Theory 2. It was a warning to stay put and stop meddling. But Theory 3 is her personal favorite. The human disaster was so busy trying to ruin the heroine's life that she suddenly remembered our girl was still breathing and sent whatever was convenient, which happened to be the shirtless Wonder Gang. She internally begs the universe for Theory 3 to be the winner, because being a bothersome target takes way too much energy for a side character. Her tragic moment of self-pity is interrupted by her maids, who burst in to announce she has a guest waiting on the first floor. Ursula and the rest of the staff are acting incredibly suspicious, looking both frightened and excited. Our girl, still in her pajamas and scratching her head, tries to head down to the reception area, but the maids have a collective heart attack. Ursula insists she can't be seen looking like a commoner, while the others worry about making the guest wait. Our girl checks herself in the mirror and realizes that thanks to the shield scroll she used during the bandit brawl, her hair isn't a total bird's nest. Small victories. Ursula compromises by throwing a shawl over her pajamas, and the maids send her off with enough blushing and cheering to make her feel like she's headed to the front lines of a war. She descends the stairs, wondering who could possibly merit this level of staff hysteria, only to lock eyes with the master of the tower himself. Our girl's brain immediately hits Alt F4. She stands there gasping for air, completely stunned to see Arwen leaning against her furniture. He looks at her and casually asks if she's even breathing. Agro is currently living his best life, which involves happily munching on his food until someone interrupts his snack time to invite him to the long-awaited hunting competition hosted by the marquee you've been waiting for. He's handed a poster of a giant pig, and suddenly his eyes are sparkling with more intensity than a magical girl transformation. Back at the Knight's Lounge, a blonde knight is genuinely concerned, wondering why on earth Agro is so obsessed with a glorified farm animal. Agro looks at him like he's a commoner who doesn't understand high art, explaining that this isn't just a pig. It's a legendary bacon lord with a 1,000-year history. He insists that any man worth his salt should dream of solo fighting this mythical beast at least once, sighing dramatically at the fact that his colleagues are clearly uncultured heathens who don't appreciate a high-stakes ham encounter. When he finally arrives at the hunting grounds, he's ready to secure his glory. But while he's lurking in the bushes like a professional creeper, he spots a familiar sight. It's our girl's tracking doll, and he immediately recognizes her as his savior. His hero moment arrives when he sees the legendary pig charging directly at her with the force of a freight train. He lunges forward, sword drawn and shouting a battle cry that probably sounded much cooler in his head, only for our girl to vanish into thin air via teleportation before he can even make contact. Agro is left standing there looking like a glitching NPC, his disappointment visible from space as the giant pig ignores him entirely, spraying him with a face full of dirt as it makes its getaway. Instead of being annoyed, he's actually impressed, convinced that our girl is a total enigma who defies the laws of physics. However, the mood is ruined when he hears a suspicious man laughing in the background. His gut radar immediately goes into overdrive, and he decides the only logical reaction is to jump on the stranger's back like a very aggressive, very creepy koala. He pins the man to the dirt with a blade to his throat, demanding to know what's so funny. The man is sweating profusely, stuttering that he was just relieved the pig didn't trample anyone after his own mistake let it loose. Agro is absolutely not buying it, shouting with pure suspicion because the man's excuse is way too normal. In his logic, a truly innocent person would have a much more suspicious answer, and he starts shaking the guy by the collar for having the audacity to use common sense in his presence. The interrogation is interrupted by the sounds of a full-blown panic nearby, with people screaming about an ambush and unidentified assailants. Agro realizes this is the suspicious coincidence he's been waiting for, suspecting this man is part of a grand scheme to distract the guards. He's in the middle of dragging the poor guy away for further questioning, when the sky suddenly produces the psycho magician. Our favorite silver-haired death omen descends from the air, looking as lethal as ever, and teleports the two men right in front of him. He stares them down with eyes that suggest he's 2 seconds away from turning them into confetti, demanding they recount every single detail of what they saw without leaving out a single pixel of information. Our favorite silver-haired death omen is currently playing magical detective, tracing our girl's trail step by step. He takes one look at the discarded scrolls and immediately realizes they are as fake as a $3 bill. He confirms that our girl was definitely here and definitely used one of these knockoff teleporters to launch herself into the unknown. Back in the present, Agro is babbling like a broken record, trying to explain that he was just trying to save our savior from a giant bacon lord when he stumbled upon this suspicious stranger. The suspicious man tries to defend himself, But the psycho magician cuts him off with an ultimatum that has the warmth of an Arctic blizzard. He offers the man two very distinct flavors of doom: stay silent and die immediately, or confess everything and earn the privilege of dying slightly later. The man is paralyzed with fear, and even aggro looks like a man who just realized he's standing next to a live grenade. To speed up the decision-making process, the psycho magician starts applying a magical Thanos snap effect, and the man watches in pure horror as his own hand begins to turn into pixels and drift away. Desperate to keep the rest of his limbs in the current dimension, the man starts weeping and shrieks out the name Peridot Garnet. Aggro's jaw practically hits the floor at the mention of the legendary Villainess, but before he can process it, the psycho magician waves a hand and the man vanishes entirely, leaving Aggro wondering if he's next on the magical deletion list. Meanwhile, at the Garnet Mansion, the human disaster is treating her living room like a private spa while a maid works on her nails. She launches into a dramatic monologue that sounds like a rejected audition for a Shakespearean villain, asking her maid how it would feel to rely on a lifeline only for that lifeline to drag you straight into the pits of hell. The maid is visibly shaking, her internal alarm bells ringing at maximum volume as she agrees that it would feel like sinking into quicksand. The tension in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife, which is exactly what happens when the maid's hand slips, snapping one of the human disaster's pinky nails. The poor girl immediately drops to her knees, begging for mercy like her life depends on it, which, given who she's working for, it absolutely does. The human disaster doesn't even blink, casually ordering her security to take the maid away and whip her within an inch of her life, acting like she's doing the girl a massive favor by letting her keep her fingers. With the distraction handled, the human disaster goes back to gloating about her master plan. She scoffs at the idea of using boring methods like poison or assassins when she can just trick our girl into walking into a death trap with her own 2 feet. She reveals that she's been playing the long game, making our girl feel overconfident by letting her easily evade those shirtless bandits so she'd trust her scrolls implicitly. Then, the moment our girl showed up for the hunt, the human disaster swapped the real scrolls for the coordinate-locked fakes. To ensure neither the Crown Prince nor the Duke could play the hero, she orchestrated a simultaneous ambush on the original heroine to keep the men busy. She cackles to herself, picturing our girl being reduced to a permanent forest snack while she moves on to her next goal, getting rid of the original heroine so she can have the fish all to herself, starting with the Crown Prince. The human disaster is mid-villainous glow when a hand suddenly clamps onto her throat, effectively ending her private victory lap. She looks back to find the psycho magician staring her down with the kind of gaze that usually precedes a funeral. Her brain immediately goes into a high-speed tailspin, wondering how on earth he bypassed her mansion's security. She knew he was friendly with our girl, but she never imagined he'd actually take matters into his own hands so recklessly for a mere side character. She tries to activate her emergency survival plan, frantically sorting through her mental collection of blackmailed idiots. Convinced she can just offer up a few shields to save her own skin, she clutches her skirt, pleading for him to listen to reason and insisting that there's been a massive misunderstanding. The psycho magician tosses her to the ground, looking as bored as if he's taking out the trash. She swears on her life that she has done nothing to anger him and that whatever reason he has for being here must be based on a lie. Before she can spew more nonsense, he interrupts to explain his very simple motivation for being there. She is incredibly annoying. The human disaster is momentarily speechless as he continues, asking if it's a misunderstanding that he finds her presence irritating or if someone framed her to make him feel that way. Before she can even process the insult, a portal swallows her whole, dropping her right into the middle of the creepy forest of doom. She finds herself staring at the same massive, hideous monster that was supposed to turn our girl into a snack. Her first instinct is to pull rank, screaming for her guards to come out and protect her as if the beast would be intimidated by her social status. The monster, however, isn't interested in her family tree or her marquis father. It lunges, and the human disaster's life comes to a very violent, very messy end. Suddenly, she snaps her eyes open, gasping for air as if she's just survived a terrible nightmare. Her relief lasts about half a second before she realizes she's still in the exact same spot, staring at the exact same set of terrifying teeth. She's trapped in a horrifying loop, dying over and over again with tears of pure frustration in her eyes. It's the ultimate irony for a woman who spent her life stepping on people like ants without ever bothering to remember their names. She never imagined she would one day become the victim, but now she's the one pleading for a rescue that isn't coming, destined to live and die again from the very beginning. The scene shifts to our girl's inner monologue. She thinks everyone would sell their favorite kidney to become the protagonist of a story. In her past life, She was less of a main character and more of an unwanted group project, listening to her parents argue over who had the misfortune of being responsible for her existence. She grew up realizing that for someone like her, there was no magical ray of hope at the end of the tunnel. Her only wish was that if she ever got a second chance at life, she'd finally be the one showered in love and affection. Instead, she woke up in this new world and realized that even here, the role of the protagonist was already taken. She coped the only way she knew how, by becoming a professional spectator and keeping her popcorn close and her heart far away. She voluntarily lived as a sidekick to protect herself from getting hurt, convincing herself that this world wasn't truly her reality. But as she drifts through a dark, mental void, she finally starts to wonder if it's okay to stop being a guest in her own life and actually accept this world as real. Suddenly, her own past self emerges from the light like a very judgy ghost. Our girl wonders if this is some kind of high-tier introspection triggered by her near-death experience, but her inner critic is not in the mood for sentimentality. When our girl brings up the human disaster, her past self casually mentions that the woman has already kicked the bucket, looking at our girl with pure disdain for being so surprised. It's an awkward mental reunion that ends with her past self essentially calling her an idiot and telling her to get lost and never come back to this dark place again. Our girl jolts awake in her own bed, her soul finally slamming back into her body. Her first realization is that this life is very real, and her second realization is that her throat feels like she's been gargling industrial-grade sandpaper. Before she can even process her new, gravelly voice, Asura is at her side, her face so soaked with tears she looks like she's been standing under a waterfall. Our girl is stunned to learn she's been out of commission for 2.5 days, realizing her physical stamina is apparently as fragile as a wet paper towel. Asura dashes out to spread the news, and within seconds, the bedroom is the target of a full-blown human tidal wave. It's a stampede of concern as her parents, the household servants, her magical slave be shot, and even the knight with the mirror-finished scalp come charging in. Latte's father is currently clutching her hand with the intensity of a man who just discovered his favorite heir isn't actually a ghost. He's hovering over her bedside, frantically checking for any signs of pain, and for once, our girl is actually touched by his display of girl dad energy. She assures him she's perfectly fine, but her mother isn't taking any chances. She's currently in a state of emotional collapse, her face twisted into a masterpiece of weeping distress as she screams for Dr. Tordok to be brought in immediately. Even her magical slave, Bishad, looks like he's finally exhaled for the first time in days, clearly relieved his boss is back in the land of the living. Our girl feels a surge of affection for her chaotic household, realizing she was an idiot for ever thinking she was just a guest here. She pats Asura on the head like she's a particularly loyal puppy before the doctor finally steps in. After a quick inspection with a torch and a thumbs up that suggests her health is officially back to spectator levels, the family finally clears the room to let her rest. Asura lingers just long enough to return Lady Cookie, our girl's high-tech tracking doll, who was apparently just as worried as everyone else. Left alone with a bowl of porridge, our girl starts to piece together the cover story. Apparently, Arwen told the family she just collapsed from exhaustion, which is a much easier pill for them to swallow than the truth about her almost becoming a monster's brunch. She tries to shake off the lingering trauma of the human disaster's trap by doing some light stretches, but her workout is interrupted by a hand touching her head. She flinches, convinced for a second that a ghost has breached the premises, but the intruder is actually much deadlier than any spirit. The psycho-magician has let himself into her room, casually levitating her off the floor while she's mid-stretch. Despite her protests that she's in her private sanctuary, he plops her back onto the bed and magically manipulates the blankets to tuck her in. He leans in so close that her internal danger sensors start screaming in a frequency only dogs can hear. She's currently experiencing a full-on cardiovascular crisis, her face turning a shade of red that would make a tomato feel insecure. She tries to hide behind her blankets, insisting she needs rest, but her heart is currently playing a frantic drum solo against her ribs. She realizes that all the emotions she's been suppressing have suddenly decided to throw a party in her brain at the exact same time. She can't even look him in the eye as the realization hits her like a physical weight. She might actually have genuine feelings for this beautiful, terrifying man. Before she can finish her internal panic, he whispers in her ear that he's had a bit of a realization himself. He admits that not only is he incapable of killing her, but he's also found himself completely unable to hurt her, and he has no intention of letting anyone else try either. Our girl is left in a state of total blushing paralysis, wondering where on earth the master of the magic tower picked up such top-tier romantic dialogue. The psycho magician intertwines his fingers with our girl's, effectively trapping her wrist and her heart in one smooth, terrifyingly romantic gesture. He cuts off her protests to remind her that as long as she's his dear customer, no one in this world is allowed to lay a finger on her. He leans in close, wearing a smile that feels entirely unfamiliar but surprisingly not life-threatening, causing our girl to have a total sensory meltdown. She flashes back to that terrifying moment in the forest where she was on the verge of becoming a monster snack, realizing that in her moment of peak fear, the only thing she could see was him. He erased the terror and replaced it with a cocktail of relief and excitement that has her feeling like she might faint for a completely different reason this time. Meanwhile, at the Arcane Tower, the vibes have shifted from constant fear of death to creepy fan club meeting. Every mage in the building is currently huddled around a crystal ball, watching the high-definition transmission of their boss, being a romantic lead with eyes that are practically leaping out of their sockets. The tower's transmission crew is calling out a mayday over the communicators, broadcasting the footage of the master's rare smile like it's a world-shattering event. The mages are in full celebration mode, convinced they've been liberated from his usual murderous moods. Things have escalated so quickly that they're already decorating the halls and designing commemorative t-shirts with his face on them to sell in the gift shop. The festivities trigger a flashback to 2 days prior, when the psycho magician first ordered his high-ranking bearded wizard to investigate the connection between the human disaster and the man from the forest. His order was simple: erase House Garnet from the map and seize their assets. When the wizard, whose eyes were nearly falling out of his head, asked for a reason, the psycho magician simply stated that they were being annoying and he'd had enough. To make the destruction official, the bearded wizard teamed up with the maintenance manager to find a legal excuse, digging through transmission orbs and mountain-sized piles of documents. What they found was so sinister it would make the devil himself reach for a tissue. They uncovered an endless list of the human disaster's crimes, ranging from evil deeds, killings, and cover-ups. The maintenance manager eventually sent over the entire villainy starter pack in a zip file, agreeing that there was no way a woman this wicked should still be breathing. The scene shifted to the Garnet estate, where the Marquis found the psycho magician casually trespassing in his home. The Marquis tried to act tough, but he was quickly reduced to a trembling mess as he was held accountable for his daughter's hobbies. He tried to claim he only did what Peridot asked of him, but the psycho magician wasn't in a forgiving mood. In the course of a single evening, the Marquis went from a high-ranking noble to a social pariah known for his family's wicked acts. Since he'd effectively picked a fight with the entire Arcane Tower by targeting our girl, even his noble allies and the royal family refused to lift a finger to save him. Back in the present, the mages and the household staff are partying with faces full of pure joy, knowing that the entire Garnet bloodline met their doom the second they tried to turn Latte into a past-tense protagonist. They celebrate the fact that they've finally caught the psycho magician smiling, and are toasting to their survival when Ulwatch casually mentions that the tower might be welcoming a new madam soon. This news hits Albrock like a physical blow to the brain, leaving him in a state of total shock with his eyes nearly jumping out of his head. He looks like a man whose soul just left through his open mouth, and Porkras actually starts to worry that Albrock has officially lost his mind from overwork. The reason for Albrock's sudden brain death is a high-tier gamble happening behind the scenes. It turns out the other mages have been placing bets on the master's love life, and they've gone as far as wagering Albrock's year-end bonus and his literal beard on the theory that the master is attracted to our girl. Albrock is currently staring into the middle distance, mourning his facial hair and his bank account as the realization sinks in that he's officially broke and potentially hairless. To understand why the mages are so terrified and obsessed, we have to look back at the psycho magician's humble beginnings. Long before he was a silver-haired terror, he was a child who didn't even know his own birthday. His earliest memories involve throwing rocks at people's heads just to secure a single piece of hard bread. By age 6, he was already a pint-sized menace willing to do anything to avoid going hungry, shouting threats at anyone who stood between him and a meal. His life changed at age 10 when he met Red Sun Hebron, the previous master of the tower. Red Sun was known as a monster in his own right, but even his confidence was shattered when he saw the sheer, pure mana radiating from this unkempt street kid. The old master realized his own time was running out and saw in the boy a power that could actually break the sky. Within 4 years, the psycho magician had surpassed everything the old man could teach him, grinning excitedly while creating massive displays of power and demanding to learn more. When Red Sun finally drifted away into a permanent nap, the tower welcomed its 15th master at the ripe old age of 15. As the new boss, he immediately proved to be a total nightmare with zero patience and even less mercy. He was the kind of person who would level a room because his soup was a little too salty, leaving his subordinates weeping and begging him to calm down. For 7 years, he's carried the burden of the tower, mostly because it's the only thing stopping him from traveling the world and executing every king that irritates him. He lives his life based on interest, enjoyment, and his current mood, which usually means he's incredibly bored. He spent his days swiping through his crystal ball like a frustrated Tinder user, burning 500-piece puzzles when he got bored, and making his servants wish for a quick death, until a certain side character finally caught his eye. The psycho magician is currently wandering the city, pondering if he should actually interact with the outside world, when he first encounters the original heroine. He feels an inexplicable magnetic pull toward her, convinced it must be destiny because he keeps seeing her everywhere like a recurring pop-up ad. However, while he's busy being destined to like the black-haired beauty, he notices a side character who is always lurking in the background. Initially, he has zero interest in our girl, until the day he witnesses her encounter with a pair of professional scammers. A scammer tries to pull the classic "you broke my arm" routine to extort some cash, but our girl immediately activates her own theater degree. She counter-scams them by faking a full-blown heart attack, hitting the pavement with such commitment that the scammers panic and flee the scene before they can be charged with accidental murder. As soon as the coast is clear, she simply stands up, dusts off her dress, and walks away like it's just another Tuesday. The psycho magician, who is watching the whole thing from his literal high horse, absolutely loses it. He finds her performance so hilarious that even back at the tower, he's still chuckling under his breath, officially obsessed with finding out who this Latte actress person is. Suddenly, the servant whose literal job description is "find the master something fun or die trying" arrives with a mountain of entertainment. It's trembling with the fear of someone about to be deleted from existence, but the psycho magician surprisingly lets him off the hook. He explains that he's already found something much more entertaining than a gaming console. In his mind, he starts categorizing the two women. One is special for no logical reason, while the other is a one-woman comedy show. He remembers the night of the ball, where he chose to dance with the original heroine specifically to distract the crowd from our girl's latest social blunder. But even while he was spinning the destined lady around the dance floor, his brain was completely occupied by thoughts of our girl. He flashes back to their time together, especially the moments where he called her his dear fairy, just to see her react. The more time he spends with our protagonist, the more he starts questioning his original settings. Why was he ever interested in the black-haired heroine to begin with? He finally pinpoints the exact moment he supposedly fell for the heroine, the time she gave a gold coin to a beggar child. To a normal person, it looked like a saintly act of kindness, but to a man who grew up on the streets fighting for breadcrumbs, it was the ultimate act of stupidity. He knows from experience that giving a gold coin to a child on the street isn't a gift, it's a neon target for every thief in the city. By handing over that much money, she was essentially signing the kid's death warrant, and her yelling at the local thugs to be nice only made it worse. He realizes that the original heroine wasn't being compassionate, she was being recklessly naive. He comes to the grim realization that if he had been in his right mind from the start, he wouldn't have felt attraction toward her. He would have felt nothing but pure, unadulterated annoyance. In Arwen's eyes, the original heroine has officially been demoted from destined interest to decorative garden stone. He's looking at her with the same level of excitement one might have for a particularly dull rock, wondering why on earth she keeps appearing in his life like a recurring pop-up ad he can't close. He's so deeply annoyed by her presence that he's seriously considered canceling her subscription to Life right then and there. The only thing staying his hand is our girl. He knows that if he turns the black-haired heroine into a past-tense human, our girl will be depressed, and he's realized he'd rather deal with a boring rock than see our protagonist sparkle dim. Naturally, his eyes have started to ignore the destiny in front of him to focus on the comedy show in the background. He finds himself following our girl's every move, wanting to bother her and focus on her whenever they're together. Something special has started to bloom in his cold, magical heart, a feeling that didn't exist in his original script. He flashes back to their dance in the sky, realizing that while he could delete the original heroine with a single finger, the idea of harming our girl is a total system error. He remembers her talking about her peaceful days at the academy, casually mentioning how she used to feed goldfish while those royal twin princes were tied up nearby, just standard student activities, obviously. He recalls the way he offered his hand, telling her he knew she was scared and inviting her to hold on to him. But the real turning point was when he asked if she viewed him as a monster. Her response didn't just satisfy his curiosity, it gave him a sense of relief that sent his heart drifting toward her before he even realized he had one. Then came the moment that shattered his poker face for good. Seeing our girl stranded in that death forest through his crystal ball was the most gut-wrenching feeling he'd ever experienced. His heart didn't just skip a beat, It performed a violent Olympic dive straight into his stomach. The thought of losing her was so unbearable that when he finally found her unconscious body and heard her gasp for air, he actually started leaking from his eyes. He squeezed her into a hug, the relief washing over him like a tidal wave. In that moment, he finally understood exactly what these feelings were. He lays her back down, his face shifting from relieved savior to extremely angry silver-haired god of death as he prepares to settle the score. Even though the psycho magician has already delivered the human disaster to a custom-made hell, he still hasn't found a moment of peace. He spent the last 2 days leveling half the forest in a fit of unstable rage, vibrating with the energy of a sentient time bomb until the moment our girl finally opened her eyes. Back in her room, he's currently leaning in so close that their personal bubbles have officially merged into one. He touches her face with a look of genuine curiosity, admitting that this strange feeling is entirely unfamiliar to him, but he's decided it's not a bad experience at all. As soon as he makes his exit, our girl proceeds to have a total mental system failure. She's currently horizontal, punching her bed and screaming into her pillows because she just received something that sounded dangerously like a romantic confession. She's spiraling over the idea of being an outlaw's lover, her face turning a shade of red, so intense it's a wonder her hair isn't catching fire. She grabs Lady Cookie, her tracking doll, and starts shaking it like a broken vending machine, wondering what she's supposed to do now. She realizes the psycho magician probably gave her some important magical explanation before he left, but she was too busy staring at his face and suffering from a tactical nosebleed to actually process words. She decides she needs to start training her heart and her eyes to handle his aesthetic audacity, since having such a dangerous boyfriend is clearly going to be a full-time job. She eventually catches her reflection in the mirror and realizes she looks like a disheveled mess, but she can't stop the internal cheering. Even though she lived to be 25 in her past life as Kim Hyung-young, those old relationships felt as empty as her popcorn bowl at the end of a movie. She's officially declaring this her first real love and tells the rest of the world to move over, because she's busy being smitten. Her romantic monologue is interrupted when Asura charges in with a map and the preparation skills of a high-tier intelligence officer. She points out that House Garnet has been completely exterminated, which sends our girl into a localized choking fit. Asura explains that definitive evidence was found linking the family to a rebel group, making their downfall a matter of high treason. Our girl isn't fooled for a second. She knows the psycho magician just performed a go big or go home maneuver to punish the Villainess for the forest incident. She considers it a refreshing, if slightly dramatic, end for the thorny rose of the Empire, wondering if the evidence was even real or just a masterpiece of fabrication. The rest of the Empire is currently in a state of pure joy, with people holding secret parties to celebrate the fact that the human disaster has finally been taken out with the trash. Asura smoothly transitions from high-stakes political genocide to the local gossip, mentioning that a woman named Putzi was caught dating a younger man, which resulted in a full-blown hair-pulling match with his older sister. Our girl is impressed by the seamless pivot, but her brain is still stuck on her own romantic status. She starts imagining if dating in this world involves a formal declaration, finally asking Asura what exactly people call it when two people decide to start their romantic subscription together. And that's the end for today's recap. If you had fun, hit subscribe and turn on notifications. Your support keeps the recaps coming. Choose your next binge. At the top is a crowd pleaser, and the bottom is the latest chaos drop. Thanks for watching, stay comfy, keep your popcorn ready, and I'll see you in the next one. Our girl is currently conducting a high-stakes investigation into the mechanics of romance, wondering if this world follows the same "will you go out with me" protocol as her past life. Asura immediately shifts into gossip columnist mode, launching into 1,000 stories about local couples, including a neighbor who accepted a confession despite the guy's questionable manners because he practically performed a victory dance at her feet. Our girl realizes that in this empire, just like back home, you aren't officially a couple until someone actually says the words. This means she and her silver-haired menace are still technically in the high-stakes flirting phase. She tries to ask if nobles follow these same rules, but Asura gives her a look of pure bewilderment, questioning how she is supposed to know the nobility mating rituals. Their conversation is interrupted by Lily the maid, who bursts into the room looking like she's just witnessed a divine apparition. She's blushing so intensely her face might actually start a small fire, claiming that a guest is waiting downstairs. Lily hasn't even seen the man's face properly because of his hat, but she's already a founding member of his fan club, raving about his height, his handsome aura, and even his handsome throat. Our girl is skeptical, wondering if someone this awesome actually exists in her circle of acquaintances, but she heads down to investigate. Latte is in deep thought about the origins of someone this awesome when she arrives downstairs. The mysterious guest is none other than the Black Reaper of the battlefield himself. Duke Kenneth removes his oversized hat, which looks suspiciously like something a pirate would wear, explaining that he only wore the disguise because he didn't want to be bothered by the public. Our girl notes that his voice really is like music to her ears, making him the official boyfriend of her auditory canals, though she quickly reminds herself that her heart's true loyalty lies with the dangerous boyfriend's deep bass tones. She's stunned to learn that the cold, stoic Duke hasn't come for a casual chat, he's actually here for a professional consultation. Our girl is so shocked she nearly pulls a muscle, but she quickly recovers, feeling a surge of pride that she's officially secured a spot in Kenneth's very exclusive friend category. She puts on her most earnest, trustworthy consultant expression, though Kenneth admits her intense gaze is making him incredibly uncomfortable. He ignores the awkwardness and drops a total bombshell. For some reason, he is no longer able to touch the original heroine. Our girl's gears start turning immediately, wondering if the Duke's legendary fear of women has finally extended its reach to the one person who was supposed to be his exception. She leans in, officially on the clock as a romantic therapist, asking exactly when this tactical touching error first began. Our girl is currently playing romantic detective, trying to figure out why the original heroine's plot armor has suddenly developed a massive leak. In the original novel, the heroine was supposed to be the magical exception to the Black Reaper's phobia of women, but if he can't even graze her sleeve anymore, then the protagonist buff has officially expired. Kenneth mentions that his symptoms returned right after he visited the National Library, which our girl realizes is the exact day they officially became friends. She notes that he looks surprisingly reluctant to acknowledge their bond, but she's too busy theorizing to take offense. She wonders if he skipped out on the hunting competition specifically because he was terrified the tradition would force him to kiss a lady's hand after showing off his skills. She decides to get straight to the point, asking the Duke if he actually has any feelings left for the black-haired heroine. For a second, she spirals into a full-on tragic drama, imagining how heartbreaking it would be if he still loved the girl but was physically unable to touch her. She's practically reaching for a bucket to catch her tears before she's even confirmed the facts. However, the Duke ruins the mood by slumping down and admitting he's not even sure how he feels anymore. Our girl takes this as a sign that his interest has already left the building. She activates her affection radar and informs him with total confidence that his love for the heroine is officially dead. When he looks at her like she's lost her mind, she does a dramatic hair flip and introduces him to Sage Latte. She challenges him to think about why he liked the heroine in the first place, pointing out that there wasn't actually a logical reason. She brings up the time the heroine was struggling to climb down from a tree, an encounter our girl witnessed by chance. While it was a cute scene, she asks him how he would have felt if she had been the one stuck in the branches. The Duke's extreme honesty hits like a physical blow when he admits she would have just looked pathetic and he wouldn't have spared her a second glance. Despite being slightly offended by his lack of chill, our girl uses his answer to prove her point. He only liked the scene because it involved the heroine, meaning his heart just happened to feel that way without a real foundation. She points at him with a dramatic objection that would make a courtroom lawyer proud, explaining that feelings that appear out of nowhere can vanish just as easily. In her view, his body is simply being more honest than his brain. If he can't touch her, it's because the spark has been permanently extinguished. Our girl reminds herself that he came as a friend and she doesn't want him to suffer. If his love comes from the novel's influence, then maybe it wasn't even real in the first place. Could it be that Eveline is losing her protagonist buff? The Duke looks almost convinced, his eyes shaking as the reality of her words sinks in. She summarizes the situation with the finality of a judge. He doesn't want to touch the heroine because he doesn't like her anymore, not even a little bit. The Duke seems to accept this conclusion, and our girl feels a surge of pride for helping her friend escape the suffocating first settings of the novel. As the Duke leaves, she reflects on the original heroine herself. The girl has always played a passive role, managing her fish tank of male leads without ever picking a favorite. Our girl realizes she's spent so much time spectating the men that she's never actually asked the owner of the fish tank what she's thinking, and she decides it's high time for a little chat. Our girl is currently watching the original novel's cast list crumble in real time. With the dangerous boyfriend having jumped the original plot long ago, and the Duke currently standing on the deck with his life jacket on, she wonders if the original heroine is going to be disappointed. She briefly ponders if the protagonist is secretly the type to hoard admirers like a dragon hoards gold, but quickly backpedals remembering that the angelic heroine would never do that. The Black Reaper looks like he's finally uninstalled a heavy, soul-crushing software update. He's radiating a refreshed energy, as if there's an invisible choir in the background singing a joyous, "I don't like you" anthem. He offers a sincere thank you that feels completely uncharacteristic for the man our girl affectionately calls Mr. Scrooge, and for a second, she's so proud of her trustworthy consultant status that she's ready to throw a celebratory party. The peaceful moment is shattered when she accidentally drops her tracking doll, Misplaced Eyes, triggering a flash of light that can only mean one thing. The dangerous boyfriend teleports into the room looking like a high-definition dream and a lethal threat all at once, immediately scolding her for not taking better care of his GPS-enabled gift. Our girl is currently struggling with a tactical nosebleed, her brain temporarily short-circuiting because he's managed to be stunning, charming, and terrifying in the same breath. The Duke decides to take his leave since the room is now officially at its psycho quota, but not before asking the million-dollar question. What exactly is the relationship between these two? Before our girl can even find her tongue, her favorite magician grabs her by the shoulder and pulls her close, asking the Duke if he can't tell just by looking. Our girl is internally screaming at the sudden aggressive possessiveness, but the Duke just stares at them and notes that she has peculiar tastes, implying that dating a man who treats common sense like a suggestion is certainly a choice. Things escalate into a territorial standoff, with the dangerous boyfriend warning the Duke to never lay a finger on her. Our girl has to step in and stop the testosterone from cracking her flooring, shouting that while Arwen is the one she has a crush on, the Duke is just a friend who physically cannot stand to touch her. She proves her point by poking the Duke's arm, causing him to flinch with a level of genuine disgust that makes the dangerous boyfriend beam with pure, unadulterated happiness. The Duke actually smiles, looking genuinely happy that our girl has found someone who matches her specific brand of chaos, and leaves her to deal with her possessive, silver-haired shadow. Outside the house, the Black Reaper is currently galloping away, having been assured by our girl that she's perfectly fine and he should definitely head home. She watches him go with the kind of gaze a mother has for a duckling she just taught to swim, internally wishing her friend luck in overcoming his traumas and finding a partner who doesn't trigger his tactical retreat reflex. Once he's out of sight, she's left alone with her dangerous boyfriend, and the silence between them is so thick it could be served as a side dish. Our girl is currently suffering from a blush so intense it should come with a hazard warning, and she's forced to use her tracking doll like a holy shield to protect her eyes from his high-definition handsomeness. She realizes that since he's the one who brought the doll down, he must have been loitering in her room again, making her wonder if he's been bribing the staff or if he just treats her looks as optional suggestions. The dangerous boyfriend ignores her panic and tells her to hold the doll's hand. He instructs her to repeat the phrase "our home" after him, and within seconds, the world is replaced by a massive explosion of light. When her vision finally returns, our girl realizes they've been teleported straight to the arcane tower. She's stunned to find out that her doll Misplaced Eyes has officially been promoted. What used to be a simple GPS device is now oozing elegance as a high-tier teleportation tool, and our girl feels a weird pang of professional jealousy that her toy is now more magically capable than she is. When her silver-haired menace hears her refer to the doll as Cookie, he notes that the name sounds just as ridiculous as she is. He pokes the doll on the head and gives our girl strict instructions to never let it out of her sight, going as far as to demand she hugs it while she sleeps. Our girl sighs at his bossiness, reminding him that she and the doll already share every waking moment. She gets a bit suspicious, though, threatening to report him to the authorities if he's used his magic to turn the doll into a hidden CCTV camera like the one on the roof. When he smugly asks who exactly she plans to report him to, she admits the royal family is her only option, though he points out that in a fight against the crown, he'd win before they could even finish the paperwork. Our girl can't even argue with his logic, but she's caught off guard when he tells her to report the royal family to him if they ever dare to annoy her. She realizes he's basically offering to delete the monarchy on her behalf, leading her to worry about her future self. She imagines becoming an 83-year-old with a memory lapse who accidentally orders a genocide because she was having a bad day. She's already blushing at the thought of their retirement together, but the real shock comes when she asks why the teleportation password is "our home." He casually informs her that the tower will be their shared address soon enough, leaving her in a total state of blushing paralysis. She's clutching her doll and mentally screaming that they are moving way too fast, realizing her romantic subscription just got a permanent, high-rise upgrade she wasn't prepared for. When the dangerous boyfriend casually asks what she means by things moving too fast, our girl immediately backpedals. Her brain short-circuits as she wonders if "our home" is just a real estate term and he's about to force her into a terrifying mortgage. She furiously chews on her nails, realizing she might have jumped the romantic gun and gotten way ahead of herself. He smoothly changes the subject, telling her to head downstairs for an official tour of the arcane tower. She blinks in surprise, completely unaccustomed to him acting like a proper, chivalrous escort. Instead of making her walk down the seemingly endless staircase, he simply levitates them, turning the descent into a lazy, magical escalator ride. Our girl finds the floating transportation highly entertaining, but her dangerous boyfriend notes that she is ridiculously easy to amuse. She blushes and defends her joy, claiming it's good to laugh often. He completely agrees, casually mentioning that he always laughs whenever he looks at her face. Our girl is instantly annoyed by the roast, wondering if she's the romantic lead or just the local clown. They reach the bottom of the stairs, and he points to the door directly in front of them. Our girl hesitates with her hand hovering over the knob as her inner BL novelist takes the wheel. Her imagination immediately spirals into an R-rated panic, terrified that opening a random door in the arcane tower might lead to interrupting someone's very private, very adult recreational time. She decides she definitely does not have the courage to unlock any new magical kinks today. The master of the tower sighs at her hesitation and simply uses his magic to creak the door open for her. Our girl's eyes practically double in size as she steps into a massive room overflowing with magical artifacts. Her inner nerd is fully unleashed as she spots items that look suspiciously like copyright-infringing pop culture merchandise. She points out an artifact straight out of a wizarding school, a scarecrow that definitely belongs to a moving castle, and a top hat that screams eccentric candy factory owner. She even finds a rainbow potion fit for a sinister sea witch and a giant mirror that looks ready to judge who the fairest of them all is. Her fangirling is interrupted when her dangerous boyfriend asks for her hand. She is momentarily confused but yields anyway, her face heating up as he gently takes her fingers. With a quick flash of magic, a golden ring featuring a bright red bead materializes on her pinky. He leans in close, explaining that since she puts way too much faith in her flimsy teleportation scrolls and constantly wanders into danger, he'd feel pretty terrible if she got hurt on his watch. He officially dubs the jewelry piece an offensive magical artifact. Before she can even ask for the user manual, magic engulfs them both, and they are instantly teleported to a wide-open field. He points to a target and instructs her to raise the ring and simply say the word fireball. Our girl laughs it off, finding the whole thing incredibly adorable. She assumes fireball is just a basic entry-level spell that will produce a cute little flame about the size of a human head. She clears her throat and hypes herself up, mentally singing a cheerful yodeling tune about a lonely goat herd to get in the zone. With a happy, confident shout, she casts the spell. However, instead of a modest, head-sized flame, the ring unleashes an apocalyptic, catastrophic explosion that practically vaporizes the target. Our girl is currently coughing through a cloud of smoke, her face and blonde hair so thick with soot she looks like she just finished a shift as a Victorian chimney sweep. The target she was supposed to aim at has been effectively erased from existence, while he, Master of Chaos, is standing there with a proud, terrifyingly supportive smile, casually mentioning that she's a natural, while our girl is trembling so hard she's practically a human vibrator, asking if that localized apocalypse was really supposed to be a fireball. Her dangerous boyfriend admits he tweaked the spell a bit. She realizes that instead of a handy self-defense tool, he's handed her a portable war crime. She can already see her future as the Yellow Grim Reaper, a legendary blonde criminal whose name is whispered in fear by every alleyway thug in the Empire. She tries to hide the ring, but her silver-haired Sultan of Spells isn't finished with his beginner lesson. He beams at her and drops the next keyword, meteor. Our girl's sanity is already clinging to a cliff's edge, and just the thought of the word makes her brain glitch. She accidentally shrieks meteor out loud, and suddenly the cancel button on reality stops working. The sky begins to rain actual celestial debris, turning the afternoon into a high-stakes fireworks show that's far too close for comfort. Our girl is completely baffled, her mind slipping so far into the deep end that she starts channeling her inner Smeagol. She's hunched over, clutching the ring with a frantic, wide-eyed look, whispering that the ring is her precious and must be kept secret forever, looking like she's 2 seconds away from moving into a cave to guard her new jewelry. She frantically asks if they are even safe, and her magical menace casually mentions there's a barrier, so the terrifying sounds are just the meteors melting against his shield. Our girl realizes that to him, this is just a flashy light show, but to any normal human, they are basically ants waiting to be stepped on. She starts thinking the ring would be better suited for a demolition crew than a casual accessory. The peace and quiet of the arcane tower are officially cancelled as a mob of mages comes charging out onto the grass, looking like a herd of panicked gazelles. They're shrieking about enemy invasions and volcanic eruptions, scanning the horizon for the source of the meteor shower while completely failing to notice the blonde chaos magnet standing right in front of them. Our girl is hit with the sudden, awkward realization that they aren't in some remote, safe testing ground, They are in the literal backyard of the arcane tower. One of the mages, sporting a pair of oversized swimming goggles, spots the jewelry on our girl's pinky and nearly suffers a total mental blackout. He recognizes it as the ultimate ring, the legendary artifact they narrowly escaped with from a magical lair belonging to a lizard the size of a literal castle. Feeble and Stratbov, showing they have at least 2 brain cells between them, immediately enforce some etiquette. They grab the goggle mage's arm and force him to use both hands to gesture at her, reminding him that she's a VVIP who can probably delete his existence with a sneeze. The mages are in a heated, whispering panic, wondering why on earth that woman is currently wearing their most prized magical relic. Before the gossip can reach a fever pitch, the Sovereign of Spells steps in. He casually informs the entire assembly that he gave her the ring. Because she is the mistress of the tower. While the staff is busy having a group fainting session and being carried inside like sacks of magical potatoes, our girl is a blushing, twitching mess. Her magical overlord remains perfectly unbothered by the pile of unconscious mages, leaning in to whisper a promise into her ear about showing her the fog next. The pair teleports yet again, arriving in a world of thick fog and even thicker romantic tension. Our girl can feel his breath against her skin and his hands on her shoulders as they hover in the air, a position that would be a terrifying safety violation if she wasn't so busy blushing. They land at the very spot on the tower's railing where they sat once before, back when she hadn't yet realized her silver-haired Sultan of Spells was actually her heart's main character. He gently guides her to sit on the rails, holding her hand with an intensity that suggests he isn't planning on letting go for the rest of the century. She looks out at the fog surrounding the tower, thinking it probably looks like a giant, forbidden donut from a distance, but she can't stay focused on the scenery when he's staring at her with such predatory focus. She realizes that a prolonged stare from a man this attractive is a serious cardiovascular hazard, and her face starts burning with enough heat to power the tower. She tries to use Lady Cookie as a human shield to block his view, but her Supreme Lord of Chaos is one step ahead. He mentions he originally thought about putting defensive magic on her new ring, but he changed his mind. To prove his point, he casually uses his magic to launch the doll into the abyss, leaving our girl shrieking in protest. He explains that shielding magic is completely redundant because he plans on always being by her side whenever she needs him. Our girl is a stuttering, blushing mess as he leans in until their foreheads are touching. He tells her to use the ring whenever she feels like deleting someone from existence, but his real request is much more personal. He wants her to stay exactly where she is, where he can always see her and reach her whenever he wants. Our girl is so nervous she's practically forgotten how to breathe, her heart performing a frantic drum solo against her ribs. Just as the moment peaks, he drops a warning that she needs to choose her words carefully, because if he loses his mind over her, he won't stop at destroying just a couple of countries. Instead of being terrified, our girl can't help but laugh, swinging her legs as she realizes she's essentially being recruited into a relationship for the sake of global security. She decides that sticking with him for the rest of her life is a small price to pay to keep the world map intact. He touches his forehead to hers again, noting that since she already broke eye contact, she should probably just finish the job and close her eyes. Our girl finally steals her resolve and surrenders to the moment. As she closes them, her dangerous boyfriend leans in, and they finally share the first kiss that her racing heart and we all have been waiting for. Anyways, the mages at the Arcane Tower are currently engaged in a collective nervous breakdown, which is really putting a damper on Albrock's afternoon reading session. He steps out of his room, visibly annoyed by the background noise of his subordinates having a meltdown, only to find Feeble and Stratbov face down on the floor in a state of total despair. One of the other mages is trying to talk the blue-haired Feeble out of a permanent midlife crisis, pointing out that it's not like he had a romantic shot with the boss anyway. Feeble's only response is to sob dramatically and beg for a quick exit from this mortal coil, because he's officially lost a high-stakes bet. When Albrock asks why everyone is treating the hallway like a nap zone, he learns the devastating truth. The Sovereign of Spells has officially declared a certain girl to be the mistress of the tower. Albrock realizes that his year-end bonus and his literal beard are now forfeit to the red-haired mage, and he promptly joins the others on the floor, his soul leaving his body through his open mouth. Back at the Ectri estate, our girl is currently reflecting about her day, reaching for Cookie the doll and remembering how her dangerous boyfriend told her to think of the toy as himself. She's currently a blushing mess under her covers, realizing her relationship status has officially been upgraded from a simple crush to a high-stakes romance. She reflects on the fact that the master of magical mayhem introduced her as the tower's mistress, mainly to mark his territory, acting like a silver wolf claiming its prize. Still clutching her look-alike, she eventually drifts off into a deep sleep. The next morning, our girl is snoring with the rhythmic grace of a chainsaw. Her peaceful morning is violently terminated when a stampede of maids bursts into her room, shouting loud enough to alert the neighbors. They are waving an official letter from the arcane tower requesting her hand in marriage, and our girl's brain immediately performs a system reboot in shock. Her mother charges in next, treating the news like a hostage situation rather than a proposal. She's weeping and frantically checking if our girl has been kidnapped or if her internal organs have been harvested for magical experiments. Meanwhile, her father manages to hurdle the garden wall with the grace of a caffeinated gazelle, ditching an important investor meeting to sprint home. He bursts into the room, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, prioritizing the marriage emergency over his entire business career. Our girl manages to herd her panicked parents into the study for a sit-down, putting on her best, trustworthy daughter performance. She reassures them that her silver-haired Sultan of Spells isn't the monster the rumors suggest, spinning a tale of how he kindly helped the royal family track down the human disaster. The parents perform an Olympic-level 180, their terror instantly replaced by beaming pride as they realize their daughter is about to marry into the most powerful tax bracket in the empire. While the parents celebrate, Asura is currently undergoing a spiritual awakening of her own. She's cackling with the energy of a villain who just found the cheat codes to life, realizing she can finally flex on all the other high-ranking maids who used to act like their status was a personality trait. Our girl notes that Asura is essentially planning a social revenge arc now that her lady is the VVIP of the magic world. The room is then breached by Bishad, our girl's magical slave, who is clutching his chest and uttering every good golly in the book. He's acting like this news is a total plot twist, even though our girl points out he was literally blushing in the corner the last time the dangerous boyfriend was aggressively flirting with her in the sitting room. He admits that he noticed her and the silver-haired Sultan of Spells getting close, but because he has the romantic IQ of a lukewarm potato, he literally thought they were just sniffing each other. He's genuinely horrified by the twist that they were actually flirting, leaving our girl wondering how a magical being can be so impressively unhinged. He starts complaining about how the Tower Lord was a total nightmare in the past, forbidding him from using Latte's name or even making skin contact during teleportation. He notes that teleporting without holding hands is a safety hazard, but apparently, Arwen's possessiveness is more powerful than the laws of physics. The Ectri mansion shows no signs of calming down, but our girl manages to fight her way to the dining room. She is nearly blinded by a spread, so luxurious it looks like the food itself is filtered. She's ready to dive into a steak that's glowing with a 3-star aura, but the chef interrupts her with a case of extreme fanboyism. He isn't crying because his lady is getting married, he's fuming with excitement because his idol, the master of magical mayhem, is officially joining the family. He begs our girl for an autograph, admitting he's a hardcore collector of anything Arwen touches, from carpet scraps he's stepped on to discarded nail clippings. Our girl is momentarily disgusted before her inner capitalist takes over. She realizes that between Kenneth's female fans and Arwen's unhinged male following, she is sitting on a goldmine. She starts planning a high-end auction for master-adjacent relics to fund her very comfortable retirement. Later that night, our girl flops onto her bed and clutches Cookie the doll. After a moment of heavy silence, her face twists into a masterpiece of comedic fury. Mentally shouting, "You bastard, where is the romance?" She's realized that her boyfriend is essentially a high-functioning fugitive who prioritizes fast development over actually taking her on a date. She's spiraling over the lack of flowers and the abundance of marriage by decree. As if her frustration acted as a summoning ritual, the magical overlord appears right in her room. He catches her mid-meltdown and, in a shocking departure from his usual "I command you" energy, asks, "Shall we go see the wedding ring?" The polite phrasing sends our girl into a state of total confusion. She's so used to him being a bossy menace that a "shall we" feels like a glitch in the Matrix. Outside her door, the house is in a state of wedding planning psychosis. Her parents and the staff are shouting about carriages, appliances, and in-laws like they're preparing for a glorious war. Our girl briefly remembers she was going to ask about the human disasters treason charges, but the questions die in her throat the second she looks at Arwen. She's too busy cataloging his eyes, his nose, and his lips to care about the fall of House Garnet. She suggests they wait until tomorrow since it's late, but he isn't interested in a rain check. He leans in close, grabs her arms, and pulls her toward him, turning a conversation about jewelry into a very high-stakes late-night cliffhanger. He pulls her flesh against him and presses a kiss to her neck that sends our girl's blushing levels straight into the stratosphere. He whispers right into her ear, warning her that while he's not exactly known for his patience, he is doing his absolute best to hold back, so she really shouldn't make him too anxious. He pulls away just enough to leave her wide-eyed, stuttering, and vibrating with enough nervous energy to power the entire empire. She realizes that thanks to those dangerous lips and his cryptic warning, she has officially been evicted from the land of sleep for the night. When her brain finally manages to power down, it immediately boots up a bizarre, modern-day talk show dream. Suddenly, our girl is sitting in a sleek interview studio, holding a microphone and sporting a pair of glasses she doesn't even own. Sitting across from her in the guest chair is the original heroine herself. Playing the role of a hard-hitting journalist, our girl asks the million-dollar question, how do you feel about managing a fish tank? Eveline smiles like she just won the lottery and happily admits that stringing along a rotating cast of obsessed male leads is new, thrilling, and honestly the best. Our girl jolts awake, dismissing the entire Q&A session as grade-A nonsense. She heads straight for the wash basin, deciding that a splash of cold water is the only cure for both the weird dream and her lingering, Arwen-induced fever. Her morning routine is interrupted by Asura delivering a desperate letter from her publisher. Her editor is practically begging her to start writing her next novel, promising that all the paperwork is ready to go. Our girl briefly considers her schedule, realizes she has much bigger magical fish to fry, and pens a beautifully smug one-sentence reply, I'm busy dating. She figures she should enjoy the dating excuse while it lasts, considering her romantic subscription is about to be upgraded to full-blown matrimony. After breakfast, our girl casually asks for some tea, but the mansion is eerily silent. A moment later, Asura and Lily burst into the room looking like they just survived a paper avalanche. They explain that the front gate is currently being barricaded by a mountain of party invitations. It turns out the master of magical mayhem didn't just quietly update his relationship status. He launched a full-scale, aggressive PR campaign. He's been blasting the sky with massive magical fireworks about Arwen and Latte sitting on a tree. Thanks to her fiancé treating the sky like his personal billboard, every noble in the capital has lost their collective mind. The Ectry estate is suddenly swarming with aristocrats desperate to suck up to the future mistress of the tower, and even her popcorn business is getting flooded with prospective investors looking to cash in on her newfound status. The mansion becomes so packed there's barely enough room to breathe. Right in the middle of this high society siege, there's a knock at the door. Our girl looks over to find none other than the owner of the fish tank herself, Eveline, standing there with a casual, long time no see. And that's the end for today's recap. If you had fun, hit subscribe and turn on notifications. Your support keeps the recaps coming. Choose your next binge. At the top is a crowd pleaser, and the bottom is the latest chaos drop. Thanks for watching. Stay comfy, keep your popcorn ready, and I'll see you in the next one. Our girl is currently sitting across from the owner of the fish tank, navigating an awkward silence thick enough to cut with a magic scroll. As they hover over their teacups, our heroine tries to break the ice by asking how she's been, noticing that her guest is looking more anxious than a commoner at a royal tax audit. Our girl figures this must be about the recent drama with Peridot, so she decides to be a good sport and lend her an ear. She puts on her most angelic face and announces that the exclusive Latte's counseling center is officially open for business, telling her friend she can spill any and all of her worries. But instead of a tearful confession about her harem, the owner of the fish tank drops a verbal tactical nuke, calmly stating that she actually hates her. Our girl's brain momentarily glitches into a state of pure confusion, wondering if she should try to distract her with a plate of cookies to fix the vibe. Before she can even reach for the snacks, her guest doubles down on the hostility, repeating that she really, truly hates her. As they stare at each other, our heroine reflects on the fact that this girl was basically raised on a diet of pure love and high-tier affection. Back in the day, her father was the ultimate doting parent, the kind of man who would probably stage a hunger strike and refuse to leave her bedside if she even caught a minor sniffle. Because she grew up as the center of the universe, she naturally became the protagonist of every room she walked into. But while most people were busy worshipping the ground she floated on, there were always a few who were green with envy. During a flashback to their academy days, we see a girl with a very unfortunate orange hairstyle, let's just call her Carrot, slamming a table and screaming about how much she hates the perfect heroine. This Carrot character starts accusing her of being a sneaky, wicked girl, demanding to know why all the popular boys like Pariba and Sorako are obsessed with her. She's particularly devastated because she spent all day baking a cake just to watch her crush give it to the local saint instead. But our girl observes that the owner of the fish tank didn't even need to open her mouth to defend herself. A literal mob of fans immediately swarmed poor Carrot, roasting her for being mean and accusing her of being the true villain for bullying such a pure soul. They pointed out that if the boys didn't like her, it was clearly because she had the personality of a wet rag. As Carrot started tearing up under the weight of the social execution, the original heroine finally stepped in with her trademark mercy. She reached out a hand to the crying girl, suggesting they just be friends again, and acting like a literal angel descending from the heavens. That was the day the protagonist learned the most important lesson of her life: how to weaponize her own innocence. She realized that when someone attacks her, she doesn't need to fight back or even respond. All she has to do is stay quiet and look like a kicked puppy, and the surrounding crowd will retaliate on her behalf with 10 times the fury. She maintained her bright, pure smile and continued to fight against injustice, fully realizing that in her world and the lives of everyone around her, she was the only protagonist that mattered. The flashback continues with the owner of the fish tank running into a noble named Lord Wallify, who looks like he spends more on hair oil than the average person spends on rent. Hanging onto her arm is a lady friend who is currently blushing so hard she's basically a human tomato because she's got a massive crush on this lord. But Wallify has the peripheral vision of a horse wearing blinders. He only has eyes for the original heroine. He immediately ignores the friend's existence to invite our resident saint to check out a fancy new fountain he just installed, probably hoping for a romantic splash. The protagonist notices her friend is dying inside, so she tries to play matchmaker by introducing her. Wallify gives the poor girl a look that says he didn't even realize she was a sentient being until that very second, offering a half-hearted greeting before the friend flees the scene in a cloud of embarrassment. The heroine scolds him gently, telling him to be more courteous next time, fully believing she's being a supportive bestie. In reality, her brand of kindness is just a high-speed delivery service for emotional damage, making her friends feel like socially invisible potatoes compared to her radiant sun. Fast forward to her turning 18, and thanks to her father's borderline obsessive devotion, she's managed to dodge the arranged marriage bullet. She arrives in the Empire, ready to be the center of everyone's universe, where she meets the local harem of gorgeous men and our very own girl, Latte. At first, she thinks our girl is just another odd side character who will eventually get her feelings shredded by the spotlight always being on the protagonist. During a trip to the market, the heroine notices the silver-haired Sultan of Spells is actually coming out in public more often, and she assumes it's to see her. She looks over at our girl, expecting to see a face full of misery and rejection, but Latte is just standing there with a smile, so bright it could power a small village. When our girl insists she's totally fine and doesn't mind being ignored, the protagonist is genuinely baffled. This wasn't in the script. Usually, her friends are busy having private crises over being the ugly one, but our girl seems to have opted out of the jealousy game entirely. The heroine decides that since Latte isn't interested in the men, she'll just use her as a foil. If the guys are mean to our girl, the protagonist can swoop in like a winged angel to defend her, highlighting just how much better she is treated than everyone else. But then, the natural laws of the universe start to glitch. The master of the magic tower, who usually treats everyone besides the heroine like a smudge on his shoe, starts actually noticing our girl. The first major crack in reality happens at the royal ball. Instead of the usual script where he ignores everyone else, Arwen is actually giving Latte his undivided, magical attention. When the heroine tries to play her "be gentle to my friend" card, the master of magic basically tells her not to expect anything from him, effectively shutting down her saintly intervention. By the time the festival rolls around, the heroine realizes the spotlight is being hijacked. Seeing people actually worry about our girl's safety instead of catering to her own needs makes her realize that the affection that rightfully belongs to a protagonist is being redirected. Feeling like her main character status is being stolen, she heads off to find the princess to discuss this disturbing shift in the social balance. The owner of the fish tank decides to try and stick to the princess like a high society barnacle, hoping that accompanying her will finally earn some of that sweet royal favor. But instead of the usual red carpet treatment, she's met with a level of indifference so cold it could freeze a mana pool. Sitting in the carriage, the silence is so heavy it's practically its own passenger. Our original heroine is spiraling because for the first time in her life, her kind words aren't working like a cheat code. She's starting to feel things like fear, jealousy, and a hideous malice that's definitely not a good look for a supposed saint. It's in this moment she realizes she has officially become the pitiful friend she used to look down on. She flashes back to the moment she pulled the classic dainty collapse, expecting the usual tidal wave of concern. While the prince and the duke rushed to her side with enough drama to win an award, she noticed the master of the magic tower didn't even glance her way. She's left wondering why her protagonist's powers are malfunctioning and if our girl Latte is the one jamming the signal. She tries to tell herself that this hideous monster of resentment growing inside her isn't the real her, but the cracks in her perfect image are becoming impossible to ignore. She's having a full-blown identity crisis, realizing that her entire world was built on the shaky foundation of being everyone's favorite person. As it turns out, the mysterious main character energy that's protected her since birth is officially losing its signal, and our girl Latte definitely played a part in the service interruption. We finally see the truth behind the original heroine's perfection. She wasn't actually kind. She just never had to get her hands dirty because her fan club did the heavy lifting for her. She didn't care for her friends out of the goodness of her heart. She did it because it made her feel superior to the unloved masses. Her bravery was actually just a lack of common sense fueled by the belief that someone would always swoop in to save her. She wasn't generous. She just had no reason to be mean when she already had everything. In reality, she was just a foolish woman who didn't know how to function without a constant supply of external validation. And now, the Ebeline Tower isn't just leaning. It's crumbling into tiny, pathetic pieces. Back in the present, the owner of the fish tank officially drops the H word, but our girl, ever the optimist, wonders if Hate You is just some trendy new brand of tea she hasn't heard of yet. She offers to keep that in mind for their next playdate, but the protagonist is currently busy slamming the table and screaming that she hates our heroine with enough passion to fill 3 separate novels. Our girl wonders if the triple repetition was really necessary, noting that this conversation is starting to feel as intense as her chats with the master of the magic tower, specifically the time he claimed he was prettier than the heroine, or when he decided their first date was basically a marriage contract. Our girl is at a total loss for words as the former saint continues her downward spiral, insisting that she shouldn't have to feel these ugly emotions. In her head, she's basically accusing our girl of an insurance scam. She was supposed to have a smooth ride through life, but our heroine hit her with a car and ruined her perfect record. The protagonist starts shouting about how our girl stole what was rightfully hers, forcing her to realize she actually has a personality beyond smiling angel. Our heroine decides it's time to play therapist to the social disaster and asks for a specific timeline of when this alleged theft began. Predictably, the owner of the fish tank claims the robbery started the moment our girl began hoarding all the love in the room. Our heroine is genuinely baffled, wondering if she's accidentally become a magical heart collector without realizing it. When the former saint demands she give it all back, she flashes back to a dream where the protagonist admitted that managing a fish tank of men was her favorite hobby, and the realization finally hits. This isn't a hidden camera prank. The saintly heroine is actually throwing a toddler-level tantrum because her favorite toys aren't playing with her anymore. To her, this angelic character is just a cover for someone who enjoys toying with people's hearts like they're cheap plastic beads. Our girl tries to bring some logic to the table, asking if she's expected to return the silver-haired Sultan of Spells like he's a library book. She points out that he isn't exactly a lost puppy or a doll misplaced during a move. He has a very aggressive sense of identity, and nobody, not even a protagonist, can just own him. Our heroine finally sees the truth. Ebeline isn't a divine being. She's just a mentally underdeveloped child in a very expensive adult mask. She's never learned to handle rejection because she's been smothered in affection since birth. She's currently suffering from a terminal case of protagonist syndrome, believing that all the affection in the world belongs to her by divine right. Our girl is officially disappointed, realizing that her kind friend is actually just an empty shell that cracks the second things don't go her way. As the protagonist screams that everything belongs to her, our girl decides it's time for a reality check. She steps up and tells her that she's confused, she's delusional, and that every single thing she's currently thinking is dead wrong. She explains that even if she were to drop dead this very second, neither the Duke nor the silver-haired Sultan of Spells would suddenly flock to the original heroine, because men are not items of property you can just inherit. Our heroine points out that the fake world her friend has been living in is officially closed for renovations, and it's time she realized she isn't the protagonist of everyone else's story. She's just the main character of her own life, just like every other person on the planet. As our girl makes her exit, she admits to her dog that she's a little bummed to have one less friend, even if that friend was a walking psychological disaster. She finally understands why she could never truly bond with the former saint. It's hard to stay attached to someone who never actually showed her any real affection. But she doesn't have much time to mope because today is officially wedding ring day. Usually, her fiancé is the one finding her and teasing her into a state of embarrassment, so she decides to flip the script and stage a romantic ambush at the magic tower to catch him off guard for once. She teleports to his home and happily skips into his room, only to find the master of the magic tower sprawled out on his bed, seemingly dead to the world and snoring away. She tiptoes toward him, mesmerized by the fact that even his sleeping posture is more dignified than most people's best behavior. She's staring so hard at his high-definition handsomeness that she starts to wonder if he's actually a descendant of some ancient, glowing race like an elf or a dragon. Her body clearly agrees with the assessment, because she starts producing so much saliva and nose leakage that it's becoming a health hazard. She leans in for a closer look, blushing as she remembers that this glowing specimen of a man is actually her boyfriend. But the second she gets into range, the sleeping beauty snaps his eyes open and asks why she stopped. Our girl is caught red-handed and tries to retreat, but he wasn't sleeping at all and he's not about to let her escape. He smugly grabs her arm and pulls her in, securing her waist and trapping her in his personal space. Our girl is currently having a private internal crisis, closing her eyes tight and praying her heart doesn't actually explode. He starts teasing her mercilessly, asking if she's closing her eyes because she wants a kiss. He claims he felt a wave of explosive desire in the hot air steaming out of her nose like a magical typhoon. She tries to deny the accusations of being thirsty, even though her face is currently glowing with the intensity of 1,000 suns. He gently touches her cheek and tells her she really should satisfy that desire, pulling her in for a kiss that turns the room into a total heat zone. After the dust settles, our girl is left in a state of blushing depression, realizing her grand plan to surprise him was a total failure. She didn't ambush anyone. She was the one who got caught in a romantic trap. But before she can spiral too far into her embarrassment, her silver-haired fiancé announces it's time to go look at rings. They aren't going alone, though. They're joined by a new face named Majanify, who is apparently tagging along for the most awkward shopping trip in history. Except he is actually the most aggressive assistant in history. When the shopkeeper tries to present a standard high-quality design, Majanify puts on a face scary enough to haunt a ghost and physically hoists the poor man up. He demands to know if the jeweler actually values his life or his shop, insisting that unless he wants to meet a very magical and very permanent end, he better stop holding back and bring out the real deal for the future mistress. The strategy clearly works, because our heroine eventually settles on a ring featuring a red jewel that sparkles with the exact same chaotic energy as her fiancé's eyes. For a moment, she's actually touched, her eyeballs practically sweating as the reality of being a bride-to-be finally sinks in. But the sentimentality is short-lived. As she tries the ring on, the sheer weight of her impending title, Mistress of the Arcane Tower, sends her into a minor existential crisis. In the background, Majanify is already cracking his knuckles because our girl's contemplative expression looks a lot like unhappy customer to him. The shopkeeper is literally weeping and sporting a fresh bump on his head, terrified that his failure to please her will be his last professional act. Once the trauma-inducing shopping trip is over, the silver-haired Sultan of Spells offers to take her home, but he can't resist a little teasing first. He suggests that if she just wanted to spend more time with him, she should have used her words. Our girl blushes hard enough to power a lighthouse, but she quickly snaps out of it to ask about the current status of Peridot. It turns out the Villainess is currently stuck in an endless magical time loop in a wolf-infested forest. Our girl decides she doesn't need a front-row seat to that particular brand of gore, figuring that suffering for eternity is a fair trade for all the lives the woman ruined. Back at the estate, her maids greet her with another mountain of mail, and our heroine spots two very important letters, one from Kano and one from the princess. Realizing she needs to make a royal house call, she goes to find Bishot, who is currently dead to the world in his bed. She practically shakes the life out of him, shouting that she needs a ride to the palace. The second the bishop hears he might get a glimpse of the beautiful princess, he magically transforms from a sleepy lump into a perfectly groomed escort in record time. Unfortunately for him, our girl is visiting in her secret identity as Rose, not as a noble lady, so the poor bishop is denied entry. She has to bribe him with snack money and leave him crying in the hallway while she goes to do business. Inside the palace, our girl tries to maintain her Rose persona with a bit of formal grace, but the princess tells her to drop the act immediately. It turns out the princess didn't just want a social visit, she needs a professional favor. With a face as serious as a declaration of war, she slams a thick manuscript onto the table. The princess has officially entered the final stage of fangirl evolution. She started writing her own BL novels. Our girl flips through the pages and is actually impressed by the sheer heat and passion in the writing, realizing that the princess is a natural-born smut enthusiast. The conversation quickly takes a turn into the deeply censored as the princess asks for advice on her writer's block. The two of them engage in a very intense discussion about characters middle of and how the really affects the. Our girl is blushing at the sheer audacity of the elegant princess's imagination, but she takes her role as a mentor seriously. After hours of discussing censored activities, the princess is immensely grateful. Our heroine decides to use this newfound leverage to ask for a favor of her own. She hands over a draft of a side story in exchange for the princess's political influence. Our girl has been thinking about her bro Kenneth and the constant unwanted advances common in these romance novels, so she proposes a new piece of legislation, the Rose Law. Thanks to the princess's passionate convincing of her brother, the law actually passes. From now on, making unwanted advances after being rejected 3 times is a punishable offense. And the punishment? A very literal 100 spanks on the behind. Our girl officially retires the protagonist syndrome era by making it illegal to be a persistent creep, hoping that one day she might even get a wedding invitation from the stoic duke himself. Back at the Ectri estate, our girl is looking around for Asura, only to find out her favorite maid has gone off on a personal training arc to hone her makeup skills. The good news doesn't stop there. Among her mountain of mail, our heroine finds a letter from Kano congratulating her on the upcoming wedding, along with the spicy detail that Kano has also gotten engaged to a sweetheart of her own. Then, she spots a letter from her persistent editor Brock. She mentally rolls her eyes, having already told him she's a little busy preparing to become a wife. Still, the writer in her can't fully turn off. She reflects on the original Flower of the Beast novel, knowing the dramatic romance involving the original heroine, the crown prince, Kenneth, and the silver-haired Sultan of Spells will always remain a lasting memory in the other world. But for her own writing? She shoots a reply back to her editor announcing a total genre shift. Brainstorming her new masterpiece, she decides to ditch the boys' love format entirely. She toys with naming her new protagonists variants of her and her fiancé's names, maybe Lowing and Taylor, and sets it in a highly romantic academy. She decides to give the main character slightly nicer hair, fully admitting to herself that this new protagonist is basically just a glamorous self-insert. As she scribbles down the final line, "They lived happily ever after," she realizes it's an ending she would never want to change. Feeling blissfully happy, she picks up her doll, Cookie, and asks if he's smiling. Suddenly, she notices the wallpaper seems to be smiling back at her. And the floor is smiling too. For a second, she wonders if her house is experiencing some overly positive paranormal activity, before deciding she's just intoxicated by her own joy. Riding that high, she raises her doll to the sky, cheerfully shouts her magic password, "Our home," and teleports straight to the magic tower. Fast forward to the main event. The scene shifts to a beautifully decorated wedding venue set up right in the front yard of the bride's estate. A purple-haired guy named Boor, a fresh recruit for the Arcane Tower, is currently sprinting for his life because he is officially late. As an announcer declares the arrival of the bride, Boor mentally introduces himself and judges the front yard venue as a bit lacking in elegance, though he admits it gets the job done. He's desperately hoping he hasn't missed the kiss or the infamous bouquet toss. He imagines the master of the tower glaring at him with murderous intent for daring to be tardy, mentally begging the extremely frightening mage to spare his life. Boor then helpfully enters the too much information zone to explain the bouquet toss to anyone listening. In this world, sharing flowers from a bouquet is normal, but aggressively chucking the whole thing into a crowd is unheard of. Still, he figures if the new mistress of the tower wants to launch some florals, absolutely no one is brave enough to stop her. As the marriage vows are announced, Boor starts clapping with the enthusiasm of a man who very much wants to stay alive, marveling at the sheer surprise that the master is actually getting married. Watching our girl and her silver-haired groom looking absolutely gorgeous and smiling at each other in their wedding attire, it almost seems peaceful. But Boor knows better. He reflects that he's only been at the tower for a year, but when the elders heard the wedding news, they literally grasped their heads and passed out. Apparently, foreign princesses and queens were desperate for an invite, but were flat-out denied. Boor knows the king would have to be out of his mind to allow them. If a single royal guest dared to insult the bride, it would be an absolute bloodbath. For anyone doubting if the master would actually behead a foreign princess, Boor recalls a horrifying flashback. The silver-haired menace had casually returned from an outing claiming he brought back some fruit, only to casually toss a girl's severed head onto the table. A senior recruiter named Cautious, who survived 6 years at the tower, chimes in to tell Boor that the master has actually been holding himself back for everyone's sake. But Cautious poses a hypothetical. If someone wiped out every kingdom's royal family, what would an aristocrat actually do? Boer initially imagines a noble crying out for bloody vengeance, but after a second of honesty, he admits the truth. They'd probably just take the opportunity to become the new king themselves. The traumatized recruiter continues his grim lecture, explaining that even if a civil war broke out over a dead king, the survivors would be too busy fighting like dogs to investigate the killer. He notes that while some brave soul might try to track down the culprit, the second they realize it's the master of the magic tower, all thoughts of assassination would evaporate. The recruiter paints a terrifying picture of 100,000 soldiers coming after the master, only for him to systematically pick off the commanders, nobles, and the king before vanishing like a magical ghost. He describes a scenario where the silver-haired Sultan of Spells could simply teleport to a country, drop a casual meteor, move to the next kingdom for a nap, and repeat the process until the continent is just a memory. Even the godlike Duke Kenneth and the prince wouldn't stand a chance against spells cast from such a distance. This leads the recruiter to the conclusion that their boss is actually being incredibly generous by leaving royalty alone after a few warnings, suggesting the name Hazel was practically given to him as a preventative measure to keep him from accidentally deleting civilization. The recruiter warns the new recruit to never provoke the master if he values his survival, while a comedic mental image of our girl happily clutching a literal death note floats through their conversation. He notes that the master is so obsessed with the mistress of the tower that he spent an entire night programming a defensive meteor spell into her ring, meaning anyone who utters a single negative word about her is essentially inviting immediate chaos. Back at the wedding, the crowd is cheering as the couple shares a kiss so sweet it officially ends our girl's era as a spectator. The new recruit is currently questioning his own eyes, noting that while he used to mostly notice our girl's frizzy bird nest hair, she looks so suspiciously beautiful today he wonders if she's been replaced by a high-definition stunt double. As the applause for the kiss fades, it's time for the legendary bouquet toss. Our girl launches the flowers with a bright exclamation, but the new recruit is momentarily blinded by the sheer main character light radiating from the guest list, specifically the prince and the duke. The bouquet flies through the air like a homing missile aimed straight for the duke's stoic face. But Kenneth reacts as if she just threw a live grenade. He dodges the flowers with the kind of elite agility usually reserved for avoiding a lethal blade, leaving the bouquet to be caught by B-Shot instead. The recruit recognizes B-Shot as the loner who was supposed to be buried in the mountains, but now he's somehow front and center, holding the flowers that say he's the next one slated for the altar, despite likely never having held a woman's hand in his life. With the ceremony wrapping up, the magician gang decides it's time to vanish. Arabrock might have lost the facial hair for the wedding, but he still looks like a sentient relic, and the team agrees that the master's get-lost glare is a very clear signal to evacuate. As they head out, the perspective shifts to Majanify, who recalls a specific moment from the ring shopping trip. They had run into a noble who looked like a pile of laundry with an ego, kicking a mother and child for the crime of scratching his carriage wheels. Our girl was visibly shocked by the display of human garbage, turning to her silver-haired fiancé with a face that promised unlimited violence. The master just gave her a look that said, "Unleash the beast," happily stepping back to let the Lotomon out of its cage to handle the situation. Our girl steps forward with the righteous energy of a magical girl transformation, ready to deliver some long-overdue justice while her silver-haired fiancé claps in the background like a proud pageant dad. As Majanify watches on in pure disbelief, the ugly noble continues his losing streak by insulting a literal child. Our heroine doesn't wait for a formal invitation. She charges straight into the man's personal space and stomps on his foot with enough force to recalibrate his nervous system. Before the man can even process the pain, she starts shouting for the entire crowd to hear, demanding to know why he's letting his dirty feet wander into the path of her shoes. She lectures him on basic foot safety, insisting that his feet should always be kept tucked away like a shameful secret. The nobleman is currently glitching from the sheer lack of logic, but our girl is just getting started. She leans in and delivers a punch to his face that would make a superhero proud, immediately accusing him of hitting her fist with his face. She asks why he can't keep his face in a safer place, instead of launching it at her knuckles. When the man screams for his guards to capture the crazy woman, he realizes too late that his entire security detail has been magically put to sleep by the master of the tower, who is currently leaning against a wall and enjoying the show. Our girl leans in for the finishing blow, asking if he has any idea who she is before revealing her status as the girlfriend of the continent's most dangerous mage. She asks him if he'd like to see what happens when she tells her boyfriend she's having a bad day. A few minutes later, The scene has devolved into a public execution of the man's dignity. Our girl is happily slapping the nobles butt cheeks for a cheering crowd, announcing that the party doesn't officially end until she decides to leave. While the noble weeps on the ground begging for mercy, her fiancé is looking at her with enough hard eyes to power a high-grade scroll, thinking his girlfriend is the most adorable creature on the planet. Our heroine gives the corrupt aristocrat one final warning to leave the mother and daughter alone, noting that she's really starting to enjoy the perks of wielding absolute authority. She wonders if she should make Justice Keeper her full-time job, but her fiancé gently warns her that if she ever gets hurt, the world's cartographers will be forced to draw a brand new map of the world, mostly because he'll delete the old one. Deciding that world peace is a fair trade for her safety, our girl agrees to be good. Majanify is left in a state of permanent shock, realizing the master didn't just pick any bride. He picked the only woman in existence chaotic enough to match his own energy. 1 year later, the Magic Tower is currently undergoing a total human resources meltdown. The HR manager is frantically telling the new recruit that the happy couple is leaving for a 1-year anniversary tour of the entire continent. He's spiraling over the mountain of documents and work they're leaving behind, claiming he's officially quitting this time, even though he says that every Tuesday. He notes that if he had tried to stop the master, he'd currently be a headless zombie, so instead, he's just resigning himself to their collective doom. As the couple floats away on a cloud she's dubbed the Nimbus 3000, the staff watches with tears in their eyes, feeling the crushing weight of their own singleness. However, the loneliness isn't universal. It turns out Miss-Hot actually managed to get married 6 months ago, proving that miracles do happen. The HR manager is so traumatized by the workload that he decides the only solution is for everyone to get married. He starts pitching a plan to turn the building into the Tower of Matrimony or the Parenting Tower, even suggesting a blind date with the recruit. They're joined by Zodlier, who arrives with one half of his body literally frozen solid. He claims a curse from an ice which did the damage, and the only thing that can melt his left side is the warmth of true love. The mages decide to stage a massive, messy 5-person blind date, leaving the new recruit to wonder if the tower will go bankrupt before he can collect his severance pay. Back on the wedding day, the photographer is desperately trying to get a good shot, asking the groom to smile a little more for the camera. Our girl quickly warns the man not to force it unless he has a death wish. The story finally wraps up with a grand, beautiful wedding photo. A perfect snapshot featuring the master of the tower, our legendary heroine, their chaotic friends, and a group of mages who are just happy to still be in one piece. And that's the end for today's recap. If you had fun, hit subscribe and turn on notifications. Your support keeps the recaps coming. Choose your next binge. At the top is a crowd pleaser, and the bottom is the latest chaos drop. Thanks for watching. Stay comfy, keep your popcorn ready, and I'll see you in the next one.